Burtett. Here. Pendennis.
Here.
Henderson. President. Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay, we've heard from the union and the fire chief. Councilmember Vieira, go ahead if you want.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you and your aid for all y'all's work today and everybody. I wanted to thank everybody, Chief Tripp, the consultant who was here, Mr. Stocco with 754 and whatnot. So the bottom line is this, and I could go long, I'm not, but we've been pushing for this for 3 years, and I think you've got to know what, in my mind, I'll speak on behalf of myself, obviously the Public Safety Master Plan is. I could go through the litany of motions that have been made on this over 3 years, including when the administration supported it in their budget. I think it was in 2021 in their budget presentation, if I recall. After hearing the Fitch report, there's a couple things that I want to highlight that the Public Safety Master Plan is not. The Public Safety Master Plan is to highlight and identify our deficits whenever it comes to public safety in both police and fire, then identify how much it's going to cost to remedy those deficits. The Public Safety Master Plan should not, in my opinion, deal with conclusions, which is what I saw in the Fitch report when it comes to fire stations. A lot of times as an attorney, you get experts on your case. You get an orthopedic expert, you get a neurosurgical expert, whatever it may be, right, for opinions and conclusions. To me, the Public Safety Master Plan is not about opinions and conclusions. We need a Public Safety Master Plan that is, I mean, and it's funny, I was reviewing the Parks Master Plan, which I brought up here. It's about 350 pages. It's very, very thick. It has a lot of information. It identifies with specificity throughout all of the city of Tampa, the parks that need improvement. It has the monetary amount to get there, and then it leaves it up to public policymakers, the mayor of the city of Tampa, Tampa City Council, et cetera, in terms of how to remedy that. So for me, what we really need for the Public Safety Master Plan is just a couple of things, which is we have the Fitch report, whatever you want to call it, from numbers, 2019, 2020 or so. That's almost 4 years ago. We had a different president. A lot of things were different back then. That's all years ago. So in my opinion, we need a plan with an updated consultant that is approved by this Tampa City Council. Councilman Carlson was right in that regard, that it was just under $100,000. I think it was Councilman Goods, if memory serves me right, that identified that at the City Council meeting maybe 6 months ago, with updated numbers for that, for police and fire. And I think that all we need from the administration is a yes or a no on this, on whether or not we're going to be going forward with this. I can make a motion on that at the end and whatnot. But again, we need to have a good discussion on where our deficits are. I look throughout all of our city of Tampa, and this has already been discussed, North and New Tampa. Again, when the discussion is made about, oh, we don't need a whole lot of new fire stations. Well, you know, there's already been a stipulation discussion on North Tampa. You see a lot of different challenges in New Tampa with response times. Channel Side and downtown, when you see the difference between today and 20 years ago, and you still have only one fire station there. I'm not an expert, that's for darn sure. I defer to experts in that regard. But obviously, I think that we need a fire station there. You continue to see growth in West Tampa, West Shore, south of Gandy, continued challenges in East Tampa, in Sulphur Springs. You know, we need to have a public safety master plan that is updated, with updated numbers, with an updated consultant that is approved by this Tampa City Council, so that we can get those numbers. I would also, and I proposed this some years ago, having as a goal, taking a look at our city of Tampa budget, and until we are up to the level where we need to be with our fire stations, right? 1 year have a design for a fire station, next year fund construction, and onward and forward. You know, we've put a lot of money into parks in this city, strongly support that, but let's do that for fire stations. And by the way, I think that's a vision that the mayor is behind, city council is behind. We just got to do it, but we can't do it in the right way until we know the full amount of our deficits. And to do that, we need an updated public safety master plan with a proper consultant that uses proper updated numbers. And that's the thing that I found most lacking in this regard. So I'll make a motion. I don't want to start up motion time or whatever at the end on that, if I may, but just my thoughts on that. But again, I really appreciate everybody's work they put into this. and whatnot. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and everybody.
Thank you. Who's next? Councilman Clendenin, Councilwoman Hurtak? All right, Councilman Clendenin.
Yeah, I would like to appreciate everybody that did the presentations this morning, and I think this is a really, it's not necessarily something that's, thank goodness, it's not something that's made the front page of papers, because, we're plowing along, but, it's one of those potential when we're dealing with public safety. It's really important to the citizens and the businesses that want to move here, that are currently in business and want to move here. A couple of things. One, I submitted to the clerk and I also distributed it to members of council prior to the meeting, our city attorney, and I gave a copy to Chief Bennett and the fire chief, a letter that I had received from the president of the Tampa firefighters concerning the consultant group, Fitch and Associates, that the IAFF, the International Association of Firefighters, had declared that that company was basically an anti-union company. And I wanted people to understand that and recognize that. So that's been submitted. I echo what Councilman Vera said about the data. Data is important. And when we're talking about the kind of numbers that we're talking about, the growth of this city and where we're at with our fire, when we're making these decisions, we need to be basing it on facts and not opinions. I don't want to draw opinions about where we need fire stations. Maybe, there's something else out there, because I'm not an expert. But, we do have experts, and so some of those experts are right here in the room. They're the men and women that actually work in the fire department. That are represented by the firefighters union. And I know you and I have had conversations in the past about, working with labor, and, I have experience doing that in the past. It's critically important as we build out and make these decisions that all of the people that are invested in the success have a voice in the success. And it would be negligent if we didn't bring all the parties together to formulate this plan. So as we move forward with, I'm looking forward to Councilman Vera's resolution of maybe pursuing something else and another consultant and coming up with a really firm master plan in an abbreviated way, because we have been waiting for this for a long time. The previous council and now this council, that all parties are part of that discussion and that decision making. That we can't exclude really these people who are vested in their jobs from the substantive decision making. I mean, I get it when you talk about construction. Okay, you bring people in the construction of firefighter, but it's not just about picking out paint colors. It's about the operation. It's about the people that are doing the job, know their job, and know how to do their job. And we should be consulting them. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. While I do agree we need data, I think it's pretty clear, at least in some of the areas we need stations. Like, we've been all talking about Channel Side. We've all been talking about downtown. There's no way we don't need a station there, and I am not an expert, and I can see that. So I'm fine with data, but I'm also hesitant to wait too long, because there's plenty we can do in the meantime while we're getting that data. And one of those things, and we can do this very budget, is to put money toward fixing the fire stations, because there's nothing more abhorrent to me than what I just saw in those photos of mold. Because if what you do is you are impairing the very people that we are relying on to protect us and get to we're asking these people to be in peak physical shape, and then we're giving them mold to breathe. And that's I don't want to lay blame anywhere, because a lot of this happened over years before any of us were here. But we have the ability to fix this while we're looking for data. So I'm expecting to see that. I think that's something that we could reasonably do in this next budget, to focus on fixing those types of things. I am really happy to see in the chief's report, I was thrilled to see how changes are being made based on some of the report data. But I think the frustration from council is we didn't get that report or data, that some improvements were being made from. So I think that was a huge, again, I've only been here for a year, but I know council members before me have talked about the fact that report wasn't available for us to understand why these changes were made. And now that I see the changes and matching the Fitch report, it makes perfect sense. And I think those are very reasonable, good changes that were made with the money we had and with the time we had. I think everything went along the right lines. I would have just liked to have that report to see along with you how that movement's gone. The expansion of fire stations, this kind of goes along with the fixing of the fire stations. I do ride-alongs with fire rescue. Those places are tiny. They're tiny. There's not enough room for what they already have. There's not enough room to add another rescue car. There's not enough room to add more equipment and in some cases I know in Station 1 you're trying to add more bedding and things or beds to kind of fit people in where we can, but there's only so much more growth we can do. And so we look at, do we grow? Do we expand a fire station? Is that cheaper than just building another one close by? I mean, there's a lot of different things we can look at. But I don't know that rehabbing a fire station is something that anybody wants to do. So I don't see that. The citizen to fire ratio, I love data. Data is a thing I love, but we cannot look at that because as Mr. Stocco said, 3:30 a.m. is wildly different than 3:30 p.m. And 3:30 p.m. on a Saturday is even more wild, depending upon what's going on in Curtis-Dixon. So we need to look at, I don't know why we use that ratio, and if there's other data out there that we can see. Square footage sounds really hard to do because really most fire is responding to square footage, EMS is responding to people. And I just don't think there's a good balance there to understand how many people are here. I don't know how much we increase that by. I don't know if we have, if maybe economic development, if people in that sphere know the ability for how many people are in this city and at any given time. So that's a concern for me, and that's where I'll.
Councilman Carlson.
Thank you.
I just want to all the folks in red shirts that have been waiting, and some not in red shirts who've been waiting all day. I just want to thank you for your service and tell you we're 100% behind you. I haven't told many people this story yet, but we luckily most folks don't know anything about these numbers because everybody feels protected. But when you need one of you all to come save you, that's when you feel incredibly vulnerable. 2 days ago, my dad who's 85, was driving in another town, and he was in a horrific car accident where he completely totaled his truck. And we only found out hours later from the hospital that called us, but the police officers and paramedics apparently showed up at the scene, extracted him from the vehicle, helped save his life on the scene, and then helicoptered him over to a trauma center. And so I say that only because 2 days ago I have an experience where folks like you in another town saved my father's life. And so I just want to thank you all. All of us have stories of how you all have been heroes and saved us, and we want to do everything we can to support you. I've been to your fire stations also, and I've seen the soot all over things. I've smelled the fumes in the common areas. I've seen the conditions under which you try to sleep. Seen your equipment covered with the black stuff we saw in the filters, and there are a lot of issues that we need to resolve. And so I want to let you know I'm 100% behind you all. We need to find solutions. I'm appreciative of the data we have now, although, as my colleagues have said, we need to look at all different kinds of data, and we need to put the expertise of the union in. Joe Greco, who was here earlier, he was speaking in public comment. If he was here, I would love to ask him what the difference was between the plan he presented 3 years ago and the one we saw today. And the point is that somebody who was in Nick's position a couple years ago did his own plan, and so we have expertise internally. Don't forget, as we go through the numbers, there's anecdotal stuff also that we know south of Gandy, we desperately need more help. One of the stations near my house is also a Marine unit, and we need to resolve those issues. Whatever the numbers say, you can't respond to people in houses when you're on a boat, and I think there's some issues around that. as I said earlier, we need to look at the quality of the stations and really go through the data. What I would suggest, and I know Councilmember Vieira is going to say something about proposal going forward, and I appreciate him pushing for this for so many years. But what I would suggest is instead of a consultant, we get a facilitator. A facilitator will gather the information of, and not Bloomberg, please, just so I don't get complaints from constituents. But what I would suggest is that a facilitator can get the data from the union and other folks out there. They can look at what Fitch did, and they can facilitate some meetings among you all. We can be invited to some of them. Of course, the mayor's office would be involved. But if we have a facilitation of bringing all the data together, then from that we should be able to create a robust plan in the form that that we just showed from the Parks Department. And it looks like Nick wants to say something, but as he comes up and tells me whatever I forgot to say, I will say one thing. Nick said something earlier that wasn't true. He said that firefighters don't get to have lunch, and I just want to say that one of the best lunches I ever had was when the firefighters fixed lunch for me, and it was probably also one of the healthiest lunches I ever had. They make really good meals at the fire stations.
I appreciate that. I heard it a couple times, and I didn't want to interrupt anybody, so thank you for calling on me. But this is a GIS study. It's done by the International. It's for free. It doesn't use taxpayer dollars. This is 133 pages. It even breaks down longitude and latitude where a station needs to be. I could tell you a proposed station, north coordinate 28.033, west coordinate 82.4512. We have it. It wasn't used. This is from 2019, and the International just recently offered, out of the kindness of their organization, to do another one for us. I just need the information. I've asked the information through public records request, and I'm having a lot of difficulties through the public records request department, but this is free. We don't have to use taxpayers' dollars. All we have to do is take the information from this and use it. This is city data. The union doesn't come up with this data. This is city data incorporated into a book. So we do have that avenue. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, again, if we just get a facilitator, and I've done this in the past with other organizations like USF, but you bring everybody together, you get the data, and put it in a format like Councilmember Vieira presented. It sounds like we have it. We just need to build consensus about what to do. And what I'm really interested in is the timeline similar to the one that's in the Parks Plan.
I'm not sure if you can see that on your overhead, but this is yesterday's data. Rescue 4 in Ybor City. Oh, sorry. The rescue in Ybor City yesterday ran 18 calls. That's good data. It's from yesterday. The rescue in West Tampa yesterday ran 19 calls. This is June 14th, 2023. This is just yesterday. I didn't go back and try to search for the busiest day. This is yesterday. So this is yesterday's data. So the data is there. We just need to obtain it.
Thank you. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if you look back in history, give you an example. Station 1. I'm sure you know what was that before it became where it's at now. Where the museum is at, that was Station 1, right? I believe it was.
Yes.
And it was built, I forget when, and then the museum folks came in and did a wonderful job in restoring the old Station 1. So what I'm saying by that statement is everything changes and everything remains the same. We needed a new station, we got it. Now we're in 2023, and it's still the same that it was when that was happening. There's always a growth area in some cities. So we're lucky really that you're in a growth area, because if not, we wouldn't be talking today about anything. It would be the city of Tampa status quo, and nobody came in, and they lived here for a while. They left to college, they never came back, and they got married, had kids somewhere else. But that's not the case anymore. I believe that the city is has been one of the fastest growing cities, and ranked 1 and 2 in most categories in livability and things of that nature. Whether I believe it or not, that's what it says. And when you look at yesterday and today and tomorrow, the data that we got was yesterday, which led us to today. Now today we need the data for tomorrow. And the only way you're going to get that is by somehow either getting a facilitator or getting an outside consultant to do the work. Makes no difference. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. But I believe that I've heard elected officials speak about 2040. And they said the city population is gonna double by 2040. So what we do today reflects tomorrow, but then tomorrow reflects another era that we gotta go into the 2040s if the data is true that I heard. So these are the things that you have to look at. Both sides have to come together and understand the need of elected officials, the need of the public that we serve. And when you look at the public's need, yeah, there's a lot of them, but the first two they always ask about is fire and police, or police and fire, either way. And then they look at parks, then they look at livability, they look at crime rates and everything else. So we've been lucky that we've had some growth. We've been lucky that we've had development in downtown. There was no need for another station downtown 15 years ago, or 10 years ago. There wasn't nothing here but 600 people in jail. And if it started a fire, you couldn't get in. So these are the things that you're looking at, and we have to understand that reality is what it is today, not what it was yesterday. And I'm willing to understand the fact when it's compiled, no matter who does the study or who does the facilitation, to understand what we have to serve our citizens to the best of our ability. And I appreciate both sides coming here and saying what they have from where they got it, the Fitch report, and yourself from your records that you have, and very appreciative of you doing this. So there's where we're at. And I think that this council, knowing, I think, how they think, I think we're gonna go forward and do the right thing to make Tampa a number one again in facilitating the public needs and necessity. Thank you.
Councilman Clendenin?
Yeah, I think one thing that we're leaving out in this discussion is how, you know, I think everyone up here, I think, agrees that we have infrastructure issues, and that we came out of the Great Recession and kept digging ourselves out, so we continue to have problems. We have a lot of great needs, so that have to be met, and I think the expectation of the citizens of Tampa is that those needs are met. The next thing is, how do we pay for these things? Because we have a police station that needs to be replaced. I mean, it's urgent. And all these fire stations, clearly, I mean, what we saw in some of those pictures, I mean, obviously, we've got some great needs and infrastructure issues. We probably do need to build a station or two. So I think I'd like to see the administration come back and talk about what are the proposals to paying for these things. Because I know within the current constraints of the budget, that's not there. Do we need a public safety impact fee on new construction? Do we need millage? I mean, how do we pay for these needs? We need to have it open, and I know some of those are not politically popular, but we need to have an open and honest conversation that if people expect that they call 911 because they're grasping their chest, that they should have an EMS there within X amount of time, it's going to cost money. Or if they call 911 because somebody's breaking into their house and they want the police there, it's going to cost money. So we have a deficit of public safety resources right now in the city of Tampa. We need to come up with a way to cure that deficit and make sure that we're ready for that 2040 growth.
Thank you very much. And I'll just finish up with saying that, the data is there, as was mentioned. We have a whole new city growing here. We have the Channel District, we have Water Street, we have gas works coming. The population is growing, but we have one fire station. And then we have right down the street on Kennedy. But servicing other areas, we know our needs. At least we should tackle the most crucial. I know that under the Freeman administration, I think the millage was increased slightly to hire more police officers. So millage increases have been considered in the past for public safety. We need to, as Councilmember Clendenin mentioned, perhaps look at public safety impact fees. During the campaign, that came up as a conversation, because we're looking at, well, the administration doesn't have the money to fund it, but we have these needs where, when seconds count, help is minutes away, maybe too many minutes away. But as you mentioned, from the report that you just had in your hand, that was free. The data is there. We can look at that. We have Fitch. I understand it might be from 2019, but the thing is, if you look around, common sense shows where the needs are. We have issues in New Tampa. We have issues in West Tampa. We have issues here in downtown. I think south of Gandy. We don't need a study for that, because we see the population growth. We see the housing crisis. We see that there's more people coming here. And I think we need to look at creative ways in this budget and in future budgets, how we fund these fire stations. They'll say, land is not available down here. Maybe we need to lease a piece of property. Maybe whatever it takes, that we can build the other fire station, that we can meet the needs, at least start somewhere, because we've been talking about this for years. Captain Greco, before his retirement, he brought this up. The conversation, he called me one night. I remember exactly where I was at. Probably had me on the phone for an hour, and that was in 2000. And we're still talking, but we're not doing. So, yes, sir.
One other thing, and not to mention bad news is good news, but is this. We only have one more bite at the CIT tax. And if you think we got problems now in any division, all the equipment that we buy now, most of it, a lot of it comes from that CIT tax. And that ends in 2026 and 27, you won't get any more. That's the last one we have. And that's a 30-year bond that was put back in September 6th of 1996. So those are the things that you need to look at, that there's a lot of things that you're going to need. You're going to need not only the equipment that you need, but you're going to need new equipment because the old equipment more likely is about worn out. That's another issue we have, not only in your division and the fire department, but same thing with the automobiles, the cars that we have. And then you have the new ones that are coming out that are all electric. So then you have to retool to what's happening to get a lot of things done. So we got a work cut out for us, all of us, and we have to work together to make sure that we do the best thing for the public. But you guys can do it.
Councilmember Henderson, then we'll wrap up with Councilmember Carlson.
Yes, I'm not sure if, I didn't have time to do a deep dive into Fitch and Associates to determine if they are legitimate or anti-union. Nick, I know that you did present that, but, I don't have any way of knowing that at this moment when I'm presenting, or if even the GIS report is available and provides the same type of data that Fitch does. But what I do know, in terms of just being a union member myself, is that you know the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So when you're presenting the worst of, the air ducts that look horrible or whatever, you know what's good about the fire station, and you know the threats, opportunities, all of it. And so when you're presenting, the areas of priority is what I would want to hear, when you come to the dais, in terms of the number of fire stations, how you presented all of them, but at least the top 5 that we need support with right now is urgent that we do that. Also the Fitch report focused on resources, and I do believe that. But I also believe that we need fire stations because Tampa's growing, and we don't necessarily have to pay somebody $100,000 to know that. What I would recommend is a conversation between administration and the union to outline exactly what the priorities should be from the perspective of the members as well as the union, so that it is a picture that you all are aware of before you even come here, to dispute one another and what the data is saying that's given to us by someone else, the outsider, which would be Fitch in this case. So anyway, I am in full support of unions and what they need, and because you're down in the trenches every single day. The other thing that you talked about was, there was no mention of addressing mental health and wellness, and we're in the service industry as teachers and firemen and police officers. Absolutely, that should be a priority and needs to be a part of the budget in a very real way. Other than that, that's all I'm going to say. Thank you both for Chief Truitt for your report as well as yours, Nick.
And we'll wrap it up with Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, thank you.
With the motion at the end.
Thank you. Just to talk about the funding for a second, we haven't studied fully the issue of, or the possibility of a public safety impact fee, so I don't have an opinion on that yet, but I'm against raising ad valorem tax. In fact, I think we should do a slight rollback. Those numbers have been growing exponentially. The problem is that they're small, as presented, they're a small percentage of the overall budget. But the last administration did raise ad valorem tax much more than anybody wanted to. And the real question is, what's being done with the money? We know, I haven't added it all up, but probably 25 million or so has been wasted on the toilet to tap project over the last 4 years. Somebody's going to say, yes, that's an enterprise fund, but it is still money that the taxpayers, ratepayers are paying that was wasted, that could have been somewhere else. I spent a lot of time talking about contract administration this morning. The Hannah Avenue project was not put out for bid. If we had saved 10%, that would be more than $10 million. If a firefighter, we heard police officers are $100,000 each. So what's that, 100 police officers or firefighters that we might be able to hire by putting something out for bid? That's why I spent so much time talking about contract administration this morning. I don't like the process. The public doesn't like the process. I think we're wasting a lot of money in there, and that's the bulk of the stuff that we're buying. We need to have sharp pencils on that money to make sure we're not wasting money in it. The other thing is Fair Oaks Community Center, and by the way, somebody on staff is calling people in East Tampa saying Carlson's against Fair Oaks Community. No, I was with Goods. I was one of the first people to advocate for spending money at Fair Oaks Community Center. But when the price suddenly goes from $5 million to $18 million, and then jumps up to $41 million without council approval, that's concerning. And part of it is process. Part of it is trying to figure out where the best use of the money is. If you ask the folks even in East Tampa, would you rather spend $41 million on one park, or would you rather spend $18 million on one and $23 on all the other parks? Or if you ask them, would you rather have $18 million for a really nice park, or would you rather have $23 million for better fire rescue facilities? But we're not giving the public the question about that. We're just making decisions. And we need to look at it in the context of the city and the regions of the city to make sure we're spending money wisely. Also, the CRAs, as I've said before, the downtown CRA and Channel District CRA are trapping $25 or so million a year. And I've tried several times to move it out. I'm going to be making a motion again later this year. If we move $5 million a year out of those CRAs, that could go to a public safety fund. And we wouldn't have to increase taxes. Right now, it's being spent on things that are nice to have, not things that we need. Also, when the budget was presented a couple weeks ago, if I remember correctly, and sorry if I don't get the numbers exactly right, but the water department was up $10 million surplus, and solid waste was at a like $8 million loss. Because those are enterprise funds, the loss has to come out of the general fund. So that's $8 million that we're losing in the general fund and $10 million that's trapped in another enterprise that we can't use. And I tried reducing the water rate before. I'm going to try again sometime soon. But if we slightly reduce the water rate and slightly increase the solid waste rate to balance that out, that's $8 million more dollars we have in the general fund that we can spend on police and fire. So I just think we have to be really careful about how we spend the money. We need to go through carefully. The administration hopefully will be open to working with us on saving money. We have to, knowing that we have $750 million we need to spend on parks, and we don't know what the dollar amount yet is for police and fire. I hope that we can build some consensus about sharpening the pencil and saving money. And more importantly, I don't ever want to see another $99,995 contract again that looks, I don't know whose idea it was, but it looks like it's circumventing the public and the city council. Please, everybody, remember, city council is half this government. Unlike the federal government, we only have 2 branches, and city council is half of it, and we report directly to the people. We need to be included. The public needs to be included. This needs to be a transparent process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Viera, you had a motion?
Yeah, just very briefly on the motion, no further remarks, and I appreciate everybody. So I motion as follows, and this would be, mind you, for a written report. I don't think we need to be here for a long discussion on this in August, but I make it for the first week of August, the administration to come back on their position on, number one, an updated consultant or facilitator. I'm fine with whatever, and if council wishes to do facilitator as opposed to consultant or some other term, I'm fine with that. To work with city council and local 754 and of course Tampa Fire Rescue for the public safety master plan to include updated numbers from 2023. That's number one, which is updated numbers, updated consultant and or facilitator that is chosen in working with local 754, something that's very, very important. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is Councilman Clendenin brings up an interesting point with regards to revenue. I obviously don't want this council to take a position on that now. I wouldn't ask that we have a diversity of opinions on that, but and if the administration needs more time on this, that's fine, but is to identify for our choice potentially in the future potential revenue sources for public safety. It could be CRA choices that we make. It could be public impact fees. It could be millage. It could be doing lemonade stands every year. Whatever it is, however we can get money just for the administration to identify that. We were talking about the channel side CRA at the CRA retreat, potentially looking at getting funds through there. So that's the second part of it. And that's it. So I can summarize it.
No. I'm actually going to ask you to make it as separate motions, please.
Okay, yes, sir. So 2 reports for August, I think the first week of August. And again, if they need more time, please let me know as always, that's fine. And this is, again, for a written report,
report? I'm
which
sorry.
is, number one,
Wait, before you say that, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, please. Just to know that you said the first meeting in August, is that August?
That's August 3rd.
August 3rd. That's a regular session. Just want to let you know that, council. This certainly was scheduled as a staff report. It went well beyond what your rules designate as
You
a
said
staff
a
report.
written report.
only written, we don't need,
Written
yeah.
report.
Would you
Written.
consider making it a workshop instead, so we have?
Let's do that, let's
All
do
right,
that,
let's
let's
see a
do
workshop.
that. That, well
How
taken.
about,
Give me a date.
August 31st.
Do we look okay that?
And I'm happy to second it, by the way, too.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's busy,
Excuse me,
but-
point of order, Chair. I don't know what the motion is, because you said facilitator, updated numbers, revenue sources. So can you just put the motion in one complete sentence so I know exactly what we're voting for?
Sure thing, my pleasure. Number one is for the administration to report on their position on working with Local 754 for an updated public safety master plan through an updated facilitator and/or consultant using updated numbers. That's number one. Number two is, and for a workshop to discuss, so we can do it on a workshop.
August
Let's do
31st.
that one.
Yes. Okay,
We
so
have a
that's
motion
number
from
one.
Councilmember Vieira, second from.
Yeah.
Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, council. And number two, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is for the administration to present, and this can be all under the same item, on potential revenue sources for public safety. Again, we're not endorsing any, because I know Councilman Carlson's made his position clear on that. I want to respect that. But it could be CRA, which probably have to deal with that in CRA. Could be public safety impact fees, which I know Councilman Dingfelder brought it up before. Councilman Hurtak has also championed that as well. Could be millage, could be whatever it may be. That's number two, and the final one.
We have a motion. August 31st.
Oh, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. That will be subsequent to the presentation of the FY24 budget. Sure. Okay, as long as council's aware of that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Can I?
Can I just add one?
Oh, okay, go
Just
ahead.
one thing to what, I didn't want to have to make you put it in the agenda, but just if, besides just agreeing to the numbers, I think what we really need is an action plan. Like, what's the priority, like in the parks plan? What's the priority, what do we need to do and when, how much?
Yeah, and it's funny, I was going to get into that. I don't want to go further, but so let me amend my motion, if I may, to include a summary on the action plan on fire stations. Again, I proposed some time ago that we look at our budgets, one year doing a design, next year doing construction, every single year until we remedy our fire station deficit in the city of Tampa. So I'll amend that, and that's wisely noted, sir. If I-
Can I suggest that we do fire stations and also police?
Yes, and Councilman Clendenin very well said, which
Yeah.
this is for police and fire.
Thank
So,
you.
yes, sir, thank you. Yes, sir, third motion, yes, sir,
Mo-
and well said.
Yes. It's August 31st.
Number
Yes.
three.
Motion from Councilmember Vieira with the second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, may I have a motion to open all public hearings? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye. We're gonna do item number 61, then go to 63, and then go to 62. 61 will be very quick.
So what do we have in August, a workshop?
Yeah, August 31st. Thank you very much.
You know what, it would be very helpful if you all gave the full motion. Is there any discussion, like, do the whole process of motion order? As a group over, that would be very helpful. Your motion is long.
I'm a talker.
I know,
Whenever I talk, I talk.
Thank you.
but I don't know who it was for. Was it for the union greenback or the administration?
Just so the public knows, we have about 60 people leaving the room right now, so.
Thanks, brothers.
Oh, you call them brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Kamari Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. I'm here regarding item number 61, which is a review hearing for SG 123-29 for the property located at 4121 North Central Avenue. The authorized agent for this property is Patrick Thorpe, and the property owner is Jessica Robinson. Jessica Robinson filed a request with staff to apply for an extended family residence. Staff denied the request, the application for an extended family residence on May 2nd of 2023 on the basis that the application did not meet the specific requirements in Code City of Tampa Code Section 27-132 subsection C regarding extended family residence. I've provided City Council copies of Code Sections 27-132, which are the specific regulations regarding extended family residences, Code Section 27-129, which are the general standards, Code Section 27-130, which are the conditions and safeguards regarding special uses, and 27-61, which governs the process for review hearings. I've also provided sample motions and the rules of procedure for City Council to use in order to conduct this review hearing. The standard of review, according to Code Section 27-61, subsection J3, is a de novo standard of review, which means City Council shall not limit its review to that information or documentation or evidence upon which the special use permit was based. City Council can accept new evidence. Staff is present. Mr. Cotton is present to give an overview of the application and the decision. After City Council hears all the evidence in this hearing, City Council can affirm the decision of the zoning administrator who denied the request for the extended family residence, or City Council can overturn the decision of the zoning administrator and therefore grant the request for the extended family residence. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cotton.
And if you're going to speak on any of these public hearings, we ask that you please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. These are any of the public hearings today if you're going to speak.
Please raise your right hand. Please swear or affirm that testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Cotton, go ahead.
Laura Cotton, Development Coordination. I'll go swiftly through my presentation. As Ms. Pettis-Mackel indicated, the petitioner is Patrick Thorpe. He's representing Jessica Robinson for a property at 4121 North Central. You can barely see it let's see. I'll blow it up a little bit. You can just orient you, 275 Chelsea, and you can see the property on Central, on the east side of Central. This is the site plan in question. So the basis for the denial is code requires that basically a property where an extended family is going to be located. This is a proposed structure. This is one highlighted in blue. Has to meet basically the required setbacks of the zoning district. So in Seminole Heights, Central is considered the primary street, so they need to have 60 feet from the front property line back to the wall of the structure. They're at 56 feet. As a result, staff had to deny the request. This is just the section of the code I believe you have in the packet that you probably already received. And just, council have any questions for staff on the request? Yes, ma'am.
Any questions at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Can you put the other map, it was really hard to see. If you could zoom in a little bit
Yes, ma'am.
on it.
Let me straighten it for one.
So, okay.
Yeah. So this is from there to there is only 56 feet.
Yes, but so you're saying Central?
It's in Seminole Heights. This has 3 street frontages.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's not called out on here, but this is Central.
So there are, okay, because I was
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
say that residence is not 60 feet.
Correct. Well, the main structure doesn't have to be. It's the accessory structure has to be the 60 feet back.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Go ahead, sir. Anything else? Yes.
Hey, thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Any one of them.
In the application process, they provide evidence of the owner of the property. One, it has to be homesteaded because it has to be owner occupied. And 2, they provide evidence what the relationship is between the two parties.
And is that evidence certified by Zillow, or not Zillow, but by those or your bloodline, you follow it?
No, we don't go ancestry.com.
Nothing, you just say it is and it is.
They,
So it's an uncertified certification.
they provide the evidence that they state, and they sign an affidavit that that the person who's living there is related to them, usually just with a birth certificate and a driver's license to relate the two individuals
And you
together.
check it every year.
We do these inspections, we do them via, we don't do them in person anymore. This past year, we did them via a certified letter that they had to respond back and tell us who was living there and the relationship, and they sent it back to a certified mail.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Yes, sir. Councilman Clendenin?
So how could the plaintiff, or the applicant, excuse me, the applicant get this built? What options would they have to be able to do the exact same thing? What process would they have used if they wanted to build within the setback? Wouldn't be,
If it wasn't for there's language in the extended family residence language, if they were just coming in to build a structure, forget the kitchen, forget the residential aspect of it, they would have asked for a design exception, which is an administrative process to reduce the setback from 60 down to 56. Because because of the residential aspect of having it as an extended family residence, and this also plays the same role, same language as within the accessory dwelling unit language, the structure can't be made conforming, can't be in a non-conforming structure and made conforming as a result of a variance.
so staff can't do that because it's an ADU? That's
Correct, because there's a residential in it. Well, this is an extended family.
Extended family.
Similar,
sorry,
but a little
just-
bit different,
okay,
yes.
Extended family.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we have the applicant slash petitioner.
Good afternoon, council, city attorney Eric. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here today. What we have here is a site plan and some elevations of the proposed project. I'm not sure if I can turn this to make it a bit more visible.
And your name, sir, for the
Oh,
record?
yes, sorry. Patrick Thorpe, allegedly. I'm the authorized agents for the project and the architect of record.
That is his name, his business name is allegedly.
Correct. That's correct. So to give you a little history on this project, we've had several iterations of design attempts at presenting an extended family residence or an accessory dwelling unit. We finally settled, the owner finally settled on this design as being the most efficient for her aging parents to move in to the property. This is, like every single property in the city, it is unique. This one is unique in the fact that it does have 3 street frontages, that being Chelsea Street to the north, Central Avenue to the west, and East Genesee Street to the south. So in the zoning code, when you have a lot that has this type of orientation, it would be the 75-foot width that would be considered the front yard. In Seminole Heights, that does not apply. And the fact that the house was built in 1910, it faces Central Avenue, you are required to use Central Avenue as the front yard. So we've designed this accessory dwelling unit and installed it in multiple properties throughout Seminole Heights. It is completely compliant with the code. It's designed to fit the residential building forms and meet all of the requirements, being less than 600 square feet, specifically for an extended family residence. It's sort of a quick rollout approach to help make ADUs more accessible in the neighborhood. So the issue that we're running into is if we were to redesign the entire floor plan to cut out 4 feet of the building, then the entire floor plan has to change, and whether or not we can make that as easily permittable based on building code and other residential building form requirements is not easy to determine up front. So we've presented this building to be as compliant as we can, including orienting the building perpendicular to the main residence, which leaves us with a front setback of 56 feet versus the required 60 feet. Now, again, in most other parts of the city, the main residence would be rotated to be facing either Genesee Street or Chelsea,
and you would have sufficient space for your front setback for this building to meet the requirements. However, again, because this building is original from 1910, we find ourselves in this predicament of being 4 feet out of compliance with the code. So we are here today to ask for your consideration to reduce that requirement from 60 feet to 56 feet, which is a 7% reduction in the setback requirement.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the petitioner? I see none. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? Do we have any public comment on this item? No one is registered. Do we have any additional staff comments?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination, just put on the record that he's not asking for a variance to the setback, he's asking for permission from staff, permission from council to build at the 56 feet. It's not technically a variance or a design exception that council will be granting.
All right.
It's if that's your inclination, just to overturn the decision of the ZA, it's just to overturn.
The denial.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And allow them to build. Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments? Is there any need for rebuttal at this time, Mr. Thorpe? No? All right, can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, what is the pleasure of council? Councilmember Carlson, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just to be clear, Mr. Cotton, if I overturn, that means that he is allowed to build it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to make sure. Okay, so I move to overturn the zoning administrator's denial, special use 1, application SU 1-23-29, for the property located at 4121 North Central Avenue, because the petitioner provided competent and substantial evidence to waive the requirement in the City of Tampa Code, Section 27-132C, for extended family residence to be located in a non-conforming accessory structure or structure made conforming as a result of a variance.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Or let's do a roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
I'm going to support it, even though I don't like the city not making a visual check every year.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right,
Thank
next
you,
up, we
council.
go to item number 63.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. We have some preliminary matters to take care of, the first being the issue of ex parte communications. Now, if any member of City Council has had any ex parte communications relative to this matter, and we're discussing here item number 63, FDN 21-125, please disclose that prior to this hearing going forward, with whom and when, to the best of your knowledge, this occurred, and the sum and substance of the discussion. Also, when that is done, I'm going to ask City Council to receive and file all written communications which have been available for public inspection that have uploaded to SIRE in City Council's possession. Thank you. Now, if there's anybody who has any ex parte communications in this matter, now would be the time to disclose them, please.
Councilman Clendenin.
Yes, during the process, during the campaign, I attended a neighborhood meeting where this particular issue had been brought up. I also met with Jason Accardi and his daughter, and this was briefly discussed. During that meeting, Jason told me they found the document and the boxes that they had stored in his office. That had been the request. That was my, that's the extent of, and none of that would, it won't affect the decision that I make today. It'll be based on the evidence that's presented during this hearing.
Thank you. See that you will be fair and impartial, sir, yes.
Fair and impartial.
Anybody
you.
else? Yes, sir. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to say I had a brief conversation with City Attorney Susan Johns Velez. I was calling to ask legal information about this, and she advised me that if we talked about it, it would be ex parte communications, so we ended the conversation and didn't talk about the substance.
Thank you. Anything else?
Anybody?
Okay, then a motion to receive and file that ex parte communications that have been provided to the clerk.
Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye.
One more thing with regard to ex parte communications, and the transcript of these ex parte communications have been uploaded to SIRE, and what that is it turns out the City Council had a hearing on July 14th of 2022 relative to this matter, and 3 people appeared the following regular meeting on July 28th of 2022 before City Council during public comment, and they did speak to this matter because the matter at the time was had been taken care of. Mr. Massey had sat in this chair and advised council that it is a quasi-judicial matter and that this matter has been under investigation by the city attorney's office, and it may or may not come back to City Council. City Council did hear that, and as ex parte communications, I have provided the transcript, uploaded it into SIRE, and that has been received into the record as an ex parte communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. This item and an amended recommended order from a hearing officer on a petition for review of formal decision 21-125 that was issued by the zoning administrator on August 30th of 2021. I want to go ahead and clarify for you, and we have distributed to council code section 27-61J1, which governs the process for this particular type of review hearing for a formal decision. It's a little bit different than the review hearing that you just had immediately prior to this, and then the one that will follow this, in that those hearings are what is called de novo hearings, where council can consider evidence at the hearing and evidence is presented to you for your decision. For this type of decision, a formal decision of the zoning administrator, excuse me, the code provides that those de novo hearings will be conducted by a hearing officer who will collect all the evidence, who will receive the testimony, who will consider all those things, and then issue a recommended order. And the recommended order is then presented to City Council for consideration. And so that is the purpose of this hearing. So there won't be any evidence presented to council today. You will be reviewing perhaps evidence that was received by the hearing officer and considered by the hearing officer, but you will not be receiving new evidence today. There have been a number of hearings in this case. The first de novo hearing that was conducted by the hearing officer was on May 20th of 2022. Yes. So, and let me just back up for a minute. So the party that has filed the petition for review in this case is Mr. Joseph Caldwell. He is represented by counsel this afternoon, who you'll hear from shortly, I'm sure. And then the authorized agent for the property owner is Jason Accardi. I believe he's also represented, or there's another authorized agent for the property owner. Mr. Steve Michelini is here as well. So following the, and again, this is a review hearing to, on a request to reverse the August 30th, 2021 formal decision. So the hearing officer originally conducted a de novo hearing on May 30th of 2022, and that order that came out of that hearing was presented to council a couple of different times on July 14th and then again on October 20th of 2022. And in keeping with the code, when the recommended order is presented to you for consideration, council may allow public discussion on the request for oral argument by a party or upon council's own motion. And so City Council can open the meeting for oral argument if City Council finds that the hearing officer did not address a matter introduced into the record or that the recommended order contains an ambiguity. And parties must file their request for oral argument concurrent with the filing of a request for a special exception. And then if council chooses to open for oral argument, you may then limit oral argument, and I'll go through that in a few minutes. So the issue before the zoning administrator related to 2 properties located at 1916 and 1918 East Fifth Avenue in Ybor. So pre-2000, those two properties were zoned YC6. In 2000, the city initiated an area-wide rezoning for a certain section of Ybor City to rezone certain properties or to do a big area-wide rezoning to rezone from YC6 to YC7. At the time in 2000, it was the policy of the city to allow property owners who did not want to be included or did not want their properties included to opt out by submitting a letter to city staff indicating that they would like to opt out. And so the issue and I guess the key piece of evidence in this case is a letter provided to the city dated March 8th of 2000 for the two properties located at 1916 and 1918 East Fifth Avenue, requesting that the city not include those properties in the area-wide rezoning, essentially opting those properties out. For whatever reason, the properties were inadvertently included in the area-wide rezoning, and so the zoning was changed from YC6 to YC7. So on May 26th of 2020, the current property owner, 717 Parking's authorized agent, filed an application for a formal decision requesting the zoning administrator determine that the parking lots were a permitted principal use on those two lots. And so that's the distinction between the YC6 and the YC7. YC6 zoning district allows for parking as a principal use. The YC7 district does not. So it's a significant impact to the property owner if they want to operate a parking lot on those properties. So the zoning administrator issued a decision letter on August 30th, and that decision letter did several things. The first thing it did was rescind a prior letter that was issued on August 17th of 2021. And when I say rescind, what rescind means, if you may know, is to take back or to cancel or to void a prior letter. So the August 30th letter voided that prior letter, determined that there was a timely request to exclude the property from the city-initiated area-wide rezoning, and further determined that the property should have therefore retained the YC6 zoning district, which again would allow parking as a principal use on these two lots. The zoning administrator also found that once the zoning classification on the lots was corrected, that the lot owner or the property owner would have to then comply with City of Tampa code requirements for parking lots such as signage, paving the drive aisles, and bumper stops. There is an entire code section that related to these types of parking lots. And so again, this is the decision that was under review. This was the decision that the petitioner in this case sought review of from the hearing officer, that August 30th, 2020 letter. So the petition for review was again filed by Mr. Joseph Caldwell. The novo hearing was conducted by the hearing officer on May 3rd, 2022, and the the hearing officer issued a recommended order dated May 20th of 2022, and based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the hearing officer recommended upholding the zoning administrator's decision that determined that the properties should have retained their YC6 zoning, allowing for parking as a principal use. And the hearing officer also recommended in that order that City Council take corrective action to reclassify the properties to YC6. Again, that original recommended order dated May 20th of 2022 was presented to City Council on October 20th, 2022, and Council remanded the matter back to the hearing officer for further fact-finding, which is allowed under the code, for review of 3 specific items, and they're listed there on this on the screen in front of you. Number 1 was to review the chain of custody of the March 8th, 2000 letter and whether it existed in the city. Second, to obtain evidence regarding other opt-out requests by the authorized agent and the city's response to the request. And then finally, what is the protocol when the city cannot find a copy of a document? So the remand hearing was held on December 12th of 2022, again pursuant to Code Section 2761J1. The petitioner, Joseph Caldwell, appeared. Mr. Steve Michelini and Mr. Jason Accardi, both authorized agents for the current property owner, appeared. Other members of the public who attended included Chris Curry, David Bailey, Stephanie Harrison Bailey, and Nicholas Albergo. So with respect to each of the three remand items, the hearing officer received testimony, received new evidence at the remand hearing, and these are the determinations that he made with respect to the testimony and evidence received at that remand hearing. So first, the city has no record of receiving the opt-out letter prior to 2021. Steve Michelini testified that he, in fact, hand-delivered the opt-out letter to Gloria Moreta, the city's prior zoning administrator, in March of 2000. Mr. Cotton, the zoning administrator, current zoning administrator, confirmed that he received a copy of that opt-out letter directly from Mr. Jason Accardi via email in April of 2021. And Mr. Cotton updated the database for this formal decision to include the opt-out letter and then issued a new letter on August 30th of 2021. On the issue of other opt-out letters, we did find that there were, or the hearing officer found that there were other letters that were submitted, including 2 additional letters that were submitted by Mr. Accardi to the city regarding opting out of other properties within Ybor City to the area-wide rezoning. And the city excluded those properties from the 2000 area-wide rezoning. And then finally, on the City of Tampa's protocol regarding how or whether to accept documents which are not in the files, there really is no protocol. This is kind of an unusual circumstance in this case, and we've never really seen an issue like this before or since. I can tell you that it's not uncommon for when somebody is coming in for a formal decision to establish a historical use. They often submit historical documents that we may not have in the record. And so it's not an uncommon practice. So City Council, I know, has received copies of the requests for oral argument as well as the special exceptions in there. I just wanted to highlight that this formal decision is not about a rezoning. This decision, neither the decision of the zoning administrator nor the hearing officer's recommendation rezoned these 2 parcels of property. There was some statements about reestablishing a document and a statute that is included in the rules of civil procedure and evidence about reestablishing a document, which is not a requirement under our code to follow that statute. It's not about whether the document was valid or not. Ownership of the property was not at issue, and whether or not there was an agent authorization in the file. This is about the recommendation of the hearing officer. He made specific findings of fact and conclusions of law, and that is what is before council for consideration today. So at the conclusion of the hearing, council has several options or actions that it can take. It can adopt the recommended order and the amended recommended order as the final order. It can modify the recommended order and the amended recommended order. It can reject either or both orders, or it can remand the matter back to the hearing officer as you've done in the past. And so turning now to requests for oral argument, council may allow oral argument under the code upon a request filed by a party or upon its own motion. And in this case, we've had about 6 requests for oral argument that have been filed along with special exceptions. Council again may allow oral argument only if it finds that the hearing officer did not address a matter introduced into the record or the recommended order contains an ambiguity. Again, council may limit the scope of oral argument, and its city council attorney reviews the request and then makes recommendations as to whether the request meets the criteria under the code. Council, that concludes my preliminary statements, and I would be happy to answer any questions if you have them at this time regarding.
So the zoning administrator made the decision on August 30th, but they didn't. They made it on August 17th.
If I can,
And
Councilwoman Hurtak, my suggestion would be rather to engage at the preliminary point those discussions, wait until the presentations.
I just needed some clarification, but thank you.
Oh, good. If you want to keep going, then I shall.
Yes.
Thank you.
So it was rescinded.
Correct.
what is the normal procedure when there is a, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Forgive me, Councilman. If you think of the question yet.
Councilman
I'll be more conscious of that. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Carlson, then Moran.
Just a few clarifying questions. Ms. Johnson Velez, based on the conversation you and I started to have today, is there anything different or unusual about the role of the city attorney's office here, or any city attorney representatives playing any different roles, or is it just the way it normally is?
For this type of hearing, this is what we typically,
Okay.
the role we typically.
And then can we ask, since this has gone back and forth, what's currently happening on the lot now? How is the lot being used right now?
I am going to ask that not be discussed, please.
Well,
The question would be for Mr. Cotton, and that would be appropriate for him during his presentation.
well, I can say that the hearing officer did address that in the recommended order and the amended recommended order. So I believe council has copies of both of those.
And if I can,
here-
let me
the-
just say, for the purposes of the record, at this hearing, I have distributed the copy of the amended recommended order of the hearing officer. You have that in front of you, as well as I distributed, and I had done this by email several days before, pertinent copies of the Code of Ordinances in Chapter 27 relative to this case. And I would direct your attention then specifically, as Ms. Johnson Velez has stated, there are specific findings of findings of fact and conclusions of law contained within the recommended order by the hearing officer, and I would ask that you reference those when you formulate your questions, particularly when staff is in front of you. Thank you. Or anybody else for that
Am I allowed
matter.
to ask a question about that now, or I have to wait?
You have not heard oral argument. As a matter of fact, you have not even inquired as you have not made a finding as in fact whether you will open oral argument. That's your first
Okay.
and next
Well,
step. Yes.
But I can tell you that the hearing officer did find that the properties are currently used for parking. That's in the recommended order dated May 20th of 2022.
And Mike, if I can, Mr. Chairman, one final thing that I want to bring to council's
See, I'm not-
attention. What? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'm trying to tread lightly because I don't know whether I'm allowed to read something off this or I have to ask the question, so that's why I'm asking a question. Okay.
Councilman Miranda, is your hand?
Thank you. I sat as a patient. Listen, I said earlier, I had no contact with no one. That's a fact. However, when I heard the name Gloria Moretta, and I heard opt-out and opt-in, I was here, I know it says 2 decades ago, I was here sitting on this council, I believe, when there was 2 property owners that opt-out. I remember that. I don't know which properties they were, but I remember there was not one, there was 2 properties, 2 small pieces of property on one side, 2 on another side. That's all I remember about, because you're going back 20-some years. And, but I'm just saying that I said something, now I remember that there was a presentation by Gloria Moretta on properties. I don't remember if it's this property or not. I'm not saying that I don't know. I just don't remember that. There was, I think there was 2 small parcels. There was one, and it came from somewhere in Ybor City. They wanted to change the zoning area. And they finally worked it out that you want to come in or you want to stay out. There was 2 properties in my mind that stayed out. I don't know which ones they were.
Councilmember Clendenin?
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, and again, that has no effect on your ability to be fair and
But I'm just saying,
impartial.
I don't know which ones they were, but I know that there were at least 2, I believe.
Where in code does it authorize the administrator to rescind the letter that was issued on August 30th, 2021?
Mike, excuse me if I can. I'm sorry, if you could hold that question. This is what I'm concerned about, counsel. The question is how we're going to proceed in that hearing. We have now, the reason we're here is because somebody filed an application, a petitioner, for oral argument, and that's why you're here. I think the best thing to do is to conduct the hearing in the order in which it's supposed to be
Oh,
presented.
so I only asked that because she presented it that way.
You raise a very good question. And this is a very, frankly, in my experience, a very unusual case, because normally the city attorney represents the city council. And I believe in this particular instance, as she raised to Councilmember Carlson, she did not, because it would constitute an ex parte communication. So my understanding is that the role of the city attorney, Ms. Johnson-Velez and Ms. Pettis-Mackel, is to represent the department and the city in this matter. She is not acting as your attorney in this matter. She is acting as an advocate for the position of the department and the city's position.
So it would be appropriate when we get to that point after oral arguments, if I wanted a question like that, I would direct that question towards you.
That is, you could actually, as long as it's in the as long as it's in evidence, or it's related to the code upon which the evidence is relied upon, then you can ask the question of anybody who's up there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember
If you make the determination to open up oral argument.
Councilmember Hurtak.
So I remembered what I was going to ask, and very similar along to lines of what Councilmember Clendenin asked, because I don't even think I need to go that far. The formal decision was dated August 17th, and then it was rescinded. But when you don't like a formal decision, aren't you supposed to appeal it?
Counsel, I'm going to ask you to not answer that question. You can pose that, but it's not particular at this time.
It is. It's relevant to me because
It's not, and I'll tell you why. I will tell you why.
In the workflow, it's not.
In the workflow, it's not.
Okay, fine.
No, this is a very important question because Ms. Johnson-Velez did raise this very issue. Because I'm going to direct your attention to the code 2761.
Okay.
And what 2761 says specifically, when you get past oral argument, go to E, Roman numeral 3, final order. And I'd like to read this to you now, because this is your burden. Let me rephrase this. This is your obligation. The city council may adopt the recommended order as the final order, as it is, or may reject or modify the recommended order as provided herein. City council may not reject or modify any findings of fact reached by the hearing officer. If city council determines that a finding of fact is not based on competent, substantial evidence contained in the record, or that a finding of fact does not comply with the essential requirements of the law, city council may remand the matter back to the hearing officer, but only if it determines that additional fact finding is required. If city council rejects or modifies a conclusion of law, it must state with particularity in the final order its reasons and must make a finding that its substitution of a conclusion of law, in parens my comments, contained in that recommended order, must state with particularity in its final order, your final order, its reasons, and must make a finding that its substitution of a conclusion of law is as or more reasonable than that which was rejected or modified. And then again, if city council directs staff to prepare a revised order, the revised order shall be transmitted to the parties and non-party participants and presented to city council within 45 days after adoption. That is city council's obligation. So my suggestion is that we follow the process.
Thank you.
Well, if I could just, on the issue of rescission, it's not uncommon if staff determines that there's been an error in a decision letter to rescind that decision letter and issue a new one with the correction. I believe they do it routinely. Similarly, sometimes...
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson-Velez, I'm sorry. I believe you're testifying to evidence that's not in the record.
I'm talking about...
No, you're testifying to evidence that's not in the record.
All right, let me just
So
say...
please, I'd ask the council, please
just-
disregard that, please.
Okay, well, I will just say that the August 30th letter
I'm
is the
rescinding my
subject of...
question. Yes, and I know that it's
August
subject.
30th letter is the subject of the petition for review. It's what all of the hearings have been conducted upon, and so...
Thank you.
Okay. What's next?
The city council attorney determines whether or not the request for oral argument and special exceptions comply with the code, and then it's up to council to determine whether or not you would like to open for oral argument. Thank you.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Review report decision, final decision. Just give me a minute. I want to cite chapter and verse. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Council, pursuant and in accordance with Section 27-61J, Roman numeral 2. I have reviewed the request for oral argument and make the recommendation as to whether the request for oral argument meets the criteria in subsection 1 above, and I have reviewed the request for oral argument and the exceptions, and I find that the criteria has been met, and my recommendation is that you take oral argument in this matter.
So moved.
We have a motion to allow for oral argument by Councilwoman Hurtak, second by Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Wait, if I can, before you vote.
Discussion?
Yes, please. I would just say, just so you're clear by that motion, what you are doing is you are making a finding, and I just want to be clear that that is the case, that what you are determining is that you are following the finding that the hearing officer did not address a matter introduced into the record or the recommended order contains an ambiguity. Is that part of your motion then? Because that is the basis for opening up oral argument, and that is the basis of my review, and that is the basis for my recommendation and findings.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, based on what you just said to Ms. Johnson-Velez, just to be clear, that the oral argument is limited to what's already been presented still, or we cannot allow more evidence to be admitted?
That's correct. You cannot allow, it is a closed record. It doesn't necessarily have to be only the evidence that's referenced by the hearing officer. It could be all the evidence that was presented for the hearing officer's consideration. And that is through the open record period, that's through from the decision of the zoning administrator, and that's also from the testimony taken at the hearing officer's conducting of the hearing.
And you're going to be the guide on whether we followed that or not?
I believe Ms. Kamaria Pettis-Macco is also familiar with the record, as is Ms. Johnson-Velez, and if somebody testifies to something outside the hearing or the evidence, that if I don't catch it, I would hope that they would, because that was my concern, that's why oral argument and discussion on this case has to be taken during this hearing, because it is subject to specific evidence as findings of fact by the hearing officer, evidence that's been submitted, and also conclusions of law that the hearing officer finds based on his findings.
So, Counsel Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. So, under the code, no person can submit new evidence to the City Council during oral argument, and all persons must confine their presentations to evidence made part of the record before the hearing officer. So, we do have the transcripts, and we do have items that were presented during the open record period and emails and things like that, so we will be able to determine whether or not anyone is exceeding the scope of their.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. We have a motion to open and not allow, allow oral argument by Councilwoman Hurtak, second Councilmember Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Is the gentleman next to speak?
What is, if I can inquire, Mr. Chairman, again, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, what is the order then? Shall we proceed? You will be making your presentation first, sir?
Yes, Mr. Shelby. I think I talked to the city attorney's office. I'm Michael Abbey. I represent the petitioner. Logical sense, the petitioner would go first, present the reasons why we think the decision should be rejected, followed by the property owner if they have any comment.
I'm going to make a request, council, of the people who do speak, to please see if you could designate yourself as a party, as defined by the code, or a non-party participant. If you are a party, and this is for the clerk's direction, they are scheduled to have 10 minutes each, as are members of the staff to have 10 minutes, representing the staff. And so when you please do come up here, please, for the record, state your name. Again, have we confirmed that everybody in this room has been sworn, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I believe everybody, I haven't seen anybody new come in, so everybody's been sworn.
Okay, thank you. So now, sir, did you want to beforehand?
Wait, you weren't in the room when we swore?
I was not in the room when.
Okay, I knew you were out the doorway, but I thought you had just stepped out. If you could please stand, if you haven't been sworn, we'll swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Mr. Labby, before his time starts, has some issues that he wants to place place into the record.
Just a couple procedural things. The discussion about oral argument, I know we talked about how that's limited to the evidence that was presented before, but it also includes any legal argument about the law that controls the decision that happened below, such as references to the code. Mr. Shelby, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the second issue I have is just to place on the record an objection I had to the use of the PowerPoint presentation by the city attorney's office. As was discussed, the city attorney's office is really an advocate for the zoning department's position in this case. As such, my contention is that they should provide everything to the other side for a fair, not trial by surprise, but a fair hearing. I found out 2 hours ago that that would be used. I contacted Ms. Johnson-Velez, and she refused my request to share that documentation. I don't know that there was anything terribly controversial in there, although there were some statements about the evidence that I think included advocacy and were not just recitations about what happened. So for appellate purposes, should it be necessary, I just want my objection noted.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, just back to my question earlier then, if, based on what he said, I don't know if the legal department disagrees, but if the legal department is, and if you use the word advocate for, or the zoning, representative of the zoning department, who's representing the city in this?
Representing the city?
Yes.
When you say the city, the municipal corporation?
Yes,
I would say the city. I would say the city
is different than the
city.
zoning department, who's representing the city? No, it's the same thing we have with city council versus mayor issues. If the two disagree, who's representing?
I would say the city. I would say the city attorney is representing.
Somebody has to represent the city's interest.
If this case is challenged, the city will have to respond to it. If whatever the decision is, the city will have to respond to it.
But what if the city's position is different than the zoning department?
That's speculating at this point, frankly.
I'm just asking about how who's representing the city.
At this point, I would say that the city attorney, maybe not these particularly two attorneys, but the city attorney represents the city. And that's clear by the charter.
But the city attorney's not here.
No, but the city attorney represents the city. That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, just to let you all know, I'm not an attorney, but I work with attorneys every day on major legal issues, and this is a distinction that we need to understand.
Mm-hmm.
If in the sense that you have a question, I'm available to answer the questions relative to representing the city council in this case. And that's why I actually serve in this role, to act as your attorney. Now, I think that'll be a question that's not relevant to your decision today. And it's not appropriate then to have that discussion and to take the time to do that now. My suggestion is if you want to bring that up into argument later, you can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Michael Abbey, and I represent the petitioner, Joseph Caldwell. I'll try to keep my presentation brief, or as brief as I can.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you
Yes.
realize that every person, are you representing a party?
Yes, I said I represent the petitioner, Joseph Caldwell.
You not only not the party, but you also represent him as he is also the petitioner.
Correct.
So per the code, you have 10 minutes, and the timer is in front of you, and
May I have that timer reset, Mr. Shelby?
yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, my name is Michael Abbey. I represent the petitioner, Joseph Caldwell. We're here today for your consideration of Mr. Caldwell's petition to review final decision number 21-125, rendered by the City of Tampa Zoning Administrator Eric Cotton. Pursuant to the code, that decision was first evaluated by a hearing officer, Mr. Derek Schroth, who recommends that City Council approve the zoning administrator's decision. Pursuant to your code, you can either approve that recommended order, thereby approving the final decision of the zoning administrator, or you can reject or modify both. I'm here to explain why you should reject and or modify both. And the reasons is they're because they're legally incorrect. All those reasons relate to one thing: adherence to the city code itself, or a failure to adhere to the city code. Simply put, we didn't play by the right rule book down here. So I only have 10 minutes, but you could ask me any additional questions at the end of my argument and grant me additional time to respond to those questions should you choose to do so. Background, we've covered some of this already. There's two properties. I'll collectively refer to them as the property at 1916 and 1918 Fifth Avenue. On May 26 of 2021, the current owner of the property, Ebor Properties LLC, requested from the zoning administrator a formal determination that those properties the operation of a parking lot on that property was a legal nonconforming use. Thus, from the outset, even the current property owner recognized that the property is zoned YC7, which does not allow for use as a parking lot, as opposed to YC6. The current owner argued that two things. One, the official zoning atlas was wrong and the property should be zoned YC6. Or two, even if the official zoning atlas is correct, the property has historically been used as a parking lot, and that historic use should be approved as a non-conforming use going forward. On August 17th, Councilmember Hurtak, the zoning administrator rendered his final decision rejecting both arguments. He said there's no evidence that this was a historic non-conforming use, and there's even less evidence that the official zoning atlas is wrong here. The current property owner disagreed with that final decision, and despite there being no provision in the code for doing so, rather than filing a petition for review, in which case they would have the burden and not my client, they instead submitted, or I apologize, it was earlier submitted the opt-out letter, but they worked with the city attorney's office. Everyone discussed it. City attorney's office communicated with Mr. Cotton after the final decision. He testified to that at the remand hearing, and subsequent to that, based on those conversations, rescinded his decision. No code provision that allows for rescinding that decision. On August 30th, the new decision that rescinded the old one flip-flopped it. The official zoning atlas is wrong. The property ought to be zoned YC6. That's the conclusion that the zoning administrator reached. That decision was legally incorrect for a number of reasons. First, concluding that the property ought to be zoned in a manner that is not reflected in the official zoning atlas is not the zoning administrator's job. He doesn't have the authority to do it. Only City Council can make that zoning change. Section 27-31 of the code talks about how the official city zoning atlas, quote, shall be the final authority as to the current status of all lands and waters in the city, end quote. 27.29 of the code, changes to that atlas can only be made by an amended ordinance. That amended ordinance is issued by you, City Council, not by an unelected member of staff. 27-30, no changes of any nature shall be made to the official zoning atlas except in conformity with the requirements of this chapter, what I just mentioned, coming before City Council. And if you make an unauthorized change, it shall be considered a violation of this code and punishable as provided by law. That reason alone is the basis for you to reject this order. There was no legal authority for the zoning administrator here to say the property is zoned this way in the official zoning atlas, but it ought to be different. You can't do that. There was a lot of talk in the recommended order from the hearing officer about our burden of proof and whether or not we carried it. We carried the burden of proof to show the zoning administrator was incorrect when we mentioned the official zoning atlas says YC7 and you went in a different direction. By not sticking to that, we've carried our burden. The property owner is saying, like an affirmative defense in the legal context, yeah, I know the official zoning atlas says this, but we submitted an opt-out letter and that should have had the effect of changing the zoning. This isn't the format to do that. What they could have done is, number one, I'll address this later, file a lawsuit to reestablish this allegedly lost public record, or two, and even more simply, come before City Council on an application for zoning change and present the extenuating circumstances that led up to the allegedly incorrect zoning in this case. They didn't do that. Instead, there was a rescission of the zoning administrator's decision and a flip-flop here. That rescission, as Councilmember Hurtak inquired about, is not permitted by code. 27.61 has the exclusive procedure under the code to reverse a final decision after it is issued. It's filing a petition for review. That's not a minor mistake in this case, because when they didn't file a petition for review and there was a rescission of this order, it now placed the burden on my client. The burden should never have been on my client. It should have been on the property owners to come forward and demonstrate this opt-out letter that no one's seen in 21 years is valid. And not only was it submitted, but that the legal effect of that letter being submitted would have been to opt out of the zoning. Instead, all of that was just assumed to be true. Next, consideration of the opt-out letter violated the code. So this is even if it was okay to rescind the decision, and even if I had the burden to come in and talk about this opt-out letter, it was legal error for the zoning administrator to consider it in this case. 27.54 addresses the only evidence that the zoning administrator and the hearing officer can consider when evaluating this case. And it says what was filed with the original application and anything that came in during open record. Eric Cotton testified at the remand hearing, I didn't get it with the original application, and I didn't get it during the open record period. He's prohibited from considering it, but he did anyway. Violated the code. Concluding that the opt-out letter, even if it could be considered, had actually was delivered 21 years earlier. There was no evidentiary basis for doing so. The recommended order of the magistrate says Stephen Michelini testified 21 years earlier. He remembered exactly when he hand-delivered this particular thing, and there was no contradictory evidence. False. There was significant contradictory evidence. That 21-year-old recollection was contradicted by both circumstantial and documentary evidence in this case. Documentary evidence in the form of similar opt-out letters issued by the same individuals at Ebor Properties LLC at the same time, which were on different letterhead, had different formatting, and which were actually received by the city. And not only did the city allegedly lose the opt-out letter, it lost the folio printouts that said opt out, which it had for every other property, including the other properties owned by the Accardis. Additionally, 27.52 outlines the power of the zoning administrator. We all agree that this letter was not part of the city's record, so can it be considered? You asked that on remand. What's the policy? You just heard the city of Tampa doesn't have a policy to reestablish a lost public record. Why? Because it's preempted from doing so. The legislature has told us how to reestablish a lost public record. Florida Statute 71.011, you file a circuit court action, you go to a judge, you present evidence, you get a judicial determination that this document has all the indicia of having been submitted as part of the public record, and you get it reestablished. That wasn't done in this case. 27.52 says these are the only powers the zoning administrator has. Not one of those is reestablishing a lost public record.
Could you hold the time for just a minute? How do we want to handle the situation if there's a statement that was brought to my attention that's not in evidence, that was not in evidence during the course of the hearing?
Can we wait till he's done?
Yes. Do you want? Go ahead, Ms. Johnson. We might as well do this now so we could get the ground rules set. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Right now, city staff is working for city planning department. If I have a question, I'm going to ask for him to clarify so that I know right now, as Councilman Carlson said, we weren't allowed to talk to you about this beforehand. So I'm uncomfortable having you answer questions in the middle of this gentleman's testimony. Let's finish his testimony.
What you hear, Ms. Johnson-Velez, you can have a seat, please.
Can the gentleman continue?
What you hear is an argument not as to fact, but as to law. You are arguing ultimately an issue of law in this case, not relative to the evidence that's contained in the record. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Shelby. And if I may finish my presentation
I'm
so this
sorry
doesn't eat into my substantive time?
No, he's not. It stopped.
Thank you.
And I apologize for interrupting.
Not a problem.
Thank you.
May I continue?
Go ahead. Start the
Okay.
clock.
I would encourage you all, I'm sure you've all read it already, it's a riveting piece of writing, to read the exceptions I submitted. It details a whole bunch of other legal inconsistencies and specifically evidentiary problems that were with the hearing officer's determination. I'd like you to focus in on the fact that despite the labels, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, They're really not correctly done in the hearing officer's determination. Findings of fact are what happened, conclusions of law are what is the effect of those things happening. And they're really mishmashed throughout this whole thing, where the hearing officer will say, well, the city received this letter and it had the legal effect of opting out, and he'll call that a finding of fact that you are bound by. But that's not a finding of fact. That is what is the effect of the opt-out letter. The evidentiary reasons that you could read in more detail about why the opt-out letter is ineffective is because it wasn't submitted by the then owner of the property at the time, including a whole host of other reasons why it is ineffective. Conclusion. What would it do here? You have two choices. We have rules, and rules weren't followed. You could either reject the recommended order, or you could reject your own code. And I know that sounds harsh, and I know it's difficult to overturn city council decisions, but I've done it before. I've got an order right here. I overturned city council in St. Petersburg on a very similar issue, where the appellate court said, you didn't follow your own code, and when you don't follow your own code, you're departing from the essential requirements of law. I don't say that in an adversarial sense. I say that to tell you I know what I'm talking about here. If you don't follow your own rules, it will be overturned. We all want to be governed.
30 seconds. Keep going.
We all want to be governed by the same set of rules that's going on here. In addition to that, approving the order here would be sanctioning and approving of the zoning administrator's, in my view, usurpation of your own power, your power to rezone, that's yours. It would open the floodgates of equal protection litigation, because if you're accepting a document based on mere 21-year-old recollection that was never in the public record here, you're going to have to do that in every case. What happens when someone has a marriage license they claim was filed 20 years ago?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm available for questions if you have any.
Councilmember Clendenin.
You stated that the letter submitted by the owner was not by the owner at the time. Was that in evidence during the?
Yes, and it's in the recommended order. In fact, the hearing magistrate makes a specific finding that at the time of the opt-out letter, the property was owned by 3 individuals, all members of the Kirshner family. None of those individuals are signatories to the opt-out letter. One of them, but not all 3, is carbon copied on the letter, but there was testimony below, and it's reflected in the recommended order that Chris Kirshner, the party who is CC'd, said, I never had any discussions with anybody about rezoning. That testimony was accepted.
Can a non-property owner, maybe this is for our city attorneys, can a non-property owner, no, you're going to stop me?
I was going to say that might be a suggestion that you could ask the zoning administrator.
So,
Or you,
can a non-property owner submit by law, can a non-property owner submit an opt-out letter?
my suggestion is, can you make a note of that question, and when, did you want to take questions from, is Mr. Cotton going to be making a presentation?
I'd be happy to address it.
You want to go?
Well, I know what your answer is going to be. I want to know what their answer is going to be.
Well, I can state, counsel, quite frankly, you have in front of you not all the provisions of the code. You've received provisions from the city attorney. You have provisions of 27-52 zoning as the administrator. You also have specific bases for written determination by the zoning administrator. And the answer is?
It's not included there.
Can we ask our own attorney a question? And
Well, wait,
the
let me
record?
just see.
Okay.
Again, if you could restate the question, please, just so I'm
Can a non-property owner submit an opt-out letter?
I cannot state what the law was in the year 2000, but I can state today, if you read the process for applications for written determination of formal decisions, what it states today is that it must be a property owner, or it has to be an authorized agent of the property. Do you want to add something, sir?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Shelby. I don't think that was council members' discussion about who can file a petition for decision. It's who can file or serve an opt-out letter that would change the zoning on someone's property.
I got you.
And I would merely posit that if you think your
Right.
neighbor can change the zoning on your property, then we're going to have a whole lot of problems in the city of Tampa.
And
Susan, you had a comment? Did you have an answer to that from the city's perspective?
Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department, and we can certainly hear from Mr. Cotton, who can reiterate his testimony from the prior hearings, the zoning hearing officer, the hearing officer hearings, that at the time, there was no requirement, or we have no indication that there was a a requirement that those letters be submitted by a property owner, or that those, anybody who submitted a letter had to have an agent authorization from a property owner to submit that letter. And let me just clarify as well, because I think there's sufficient indication in the record as well, that this did not rezone property. The opt-out was not to rezone the property, it was to retain the existing zoning on the property, not to change it.
But isn't that kind of saying the same thing though, just in a different way?
No.
Now, so, but question, so when,
Rezoning property is changing the zoning, retaining it is keeping the zoning as it is.
but the end result's the same.
No,
So-
no, changing the zoning is not the same as retaining the zoning.
It's still-
Two different things.
So, but, okay, so, again, is there anything in the code that authorizes a non-property owner to submit an opt-out letter?
Well, there's nothing in the code.
These are questions for Mr. Cotton, please.
Okay,
is
very
in the
good. Okay,
record.
I'll hold my question.
Councilman
Okay.
Carlson. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Henderson, then Councilman Carlson.
Okay, are you asking council to decide, or I don't know if this is for you or for the attorneys, but are we supposed to believe or take into consideration that competent substantial evidence is the verbal confirmation that somebody said they submitted a letter 20 years ago? Is that what we're supposed to take into consideration? Because it was they said it verbally, oh, I gave it to, someone who worked for the city 20 years ago. Is that what we're considering as competent substantial evidence?
Well, I guess the legal department can speak to what their position is, and certainly Mr. Labby can speak to his position about that.
I'd be happy to address it.
Why don't you, sir, then?
So as far as competent substantial evidence is concerned, I think if you don't believe there was a sufficient evidentiary determination on that issue about whether or not it was received, you can remand to take additional evidence. But I think my argument is really that you don't have to get to that issue because there are so many legal reasons why that the evidence is not even relevant in this case.
Okay, because, the letter was missed in terms of the open records period initially, right?
Yes, that's what Mr. Cotton testified to at the hearing.
In section 27-54C3, that's our code, it says, at the conclusion of the open record period, the zoning administrator shall not accept for consideration any additional evidence. But this evidence was 20 years later, right? This letter?
A point of clarification, the actual hearing was 20 years later, so you could accept the letter, the supposed letter, if it was submitted as part of the application that Ebor Properties LLC filed for a formal determination, or you could consider it separately if it was submitted during the open record period. But as you quoted, and I continue to hear I'm wrong here while I'm trying to make my arguments, it's a little bit difficult, but as you directly quoted from the statute, you are not permitted, shall not accept for consideration any additional evidence or information after the open record period. So you were correct there.
Ms. Johnson, can you comment on that?
So I suspect that a lot of this is gonna come out in the, so maybe we should let the
Oh,
process.
this is not the hearing part?
No.
This
The
is
oral no, this is the oral argument. You're going to hear from,
First timer, I'm sorry.
yeah.
But
This is a,
but I'm happy to address, so, first of all,
Well, why don't we wait, why don't we just wait and let this thing process out, and then you can come back and
Well,
respond?
yeah, why don't we do
Well,
that
but
then,
there are
please?
so
So
many,
let her answer this.
I mean,
If you,
I would
counsel,
like to
counsel,
clarify
if you
what
want to have a debate during oral argument between the parties, that's not contemplated, but if that's what you wish to do,
But
I'm just asking
there's-
you,
I'd like an opportunity to respond because
then if you, it's council's
I
pleasure.
would like to respond to Councilman.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So, first of all, testimony is evidence. Documents are evidence. Both can be considered, and both were considered and weighed by the hearing officer at the two hearings that have been conducted on this petition. There were 32 pieces of documentary evidence. There was plenty of verbal testimony. Both of those things can constitute competent substantial evidence. In this case, the hearing officer did take testimony from the applicant's agent, the property owner's agent, as to what he did and who he submitted the letter to. As I stated, Mr. McLeany testified at both hearings that he submitted the letter, hand-delivered it to the city, to Gloria Moreta, in March of 2000. The hearing officer received that testimony, determined that there was no testimony that directly contradicted that. And so that is evidence, and that is part of the hearing officer's job. So that's with respect to that testimony. With respect to the formal decision and what the zoning administrator can consider, I would like to read directly from the code, the first sentence in section 27-54. The zoning administrator shall consider all written documentation received as part of the application and through the open record period, and this is the important part that I would like to highlight, any other relevant information obtained through research conducted by the zoning administrator or designee. Now, Mr. Cotton received the March 8th, 2000 letter, a copy of it, on April 12th of 2021. Not,
That's, you know, that,
no.
yeah, no, Ms. Johnson Velez.
I'm stating
no.
what's in the
You're-
record.
What we're engaging in is we're engaging in legal argument at this point, and quite frankly,
I'm just correcting the record. I'm
it's
just trying to correct the record.
it's in
I'm
it's
happy
in
to-
it's in the code.
No, it's in the record of the proceedings.
What is?
What I just stated is in the record of the proceedings. It's in evidence.
What is
in
in
the
evidence,
proceedings.
Ms. Johnson Velez? What is in evidence?
The statement that Mr. Cotton received a copy of the letter
When?
on April 12th of 2021.
And when was the open record period?
That was after the end of the opening record period, which is what
before.
Mr. Cotton testified to at the
Pardon me,
hearing.
sir, that was
Well,
before
you're
the
misstating the
formal
record.
decision. No, I'm not. That was
look
before
at it.
the formal decision was even filed. The formal decision was filed on May 26th of 2021. Mr. Cotton received the copy of the letter on April 12th of 2021. Those are
Please
just
stop
facts that are in the
testifying.
record.
All right, point of order, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that when folks speak, they could be recognized by the chair, et cetera, because we have a record here, a court reporter here, et cetera. Just point of order on that. If we're going to have a legal proceeding, there's got to be a lane of traffic that folks go through and stay up to the speed limit and not text while driving. That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that also. There's some folks are whispering each other in the audience, but there's also comments coming from the side and from the audience. And I would just ask everybody also to ask for the chair's recognition. I wish there was somebody else from the legal department here. Ms. Johnson Velez is a great attorney, but I think in this case, we need somebody who's just representing the city. And with that in mind, I'm going to defer to Mr. Shelby, and I apologize to do it because Ms. Johnson Velez is a great attorney, and we usually rely on her. But since the city attorney's office is representing the zoning department, I want to make sure we get an objective view.
If I can, Mr. Carlson, thank you for raising that, and I apologize for interrupting. But I'd like to read to you a text that I received from Andrea Zellman, the city attorney. And I asked her if I shall express that in the record. And just to keep this moving, I want to be able to read that into the record so you could hear this response from Andrea Zellman, the city attorney. The city of Tampa, as an entity, is comprised of departments. There is no distinction between the city of Tampa and any of its departments. That's the position of the city attorney.
Look, when there's a dispute between the city and a council member, the council member has to hire their own attorney. In this case,
So forgive me, but
Okay,
you're going off purpose of this hearing.
I disagree a lot with the city attorney's office, but I disagree with that. It's not accurate. I mean, I want to ask some other clarifying questions of the speaker, please. You said, you rattled off some legislation regarding,
Yes.
how to resolve the record, a missing record. Could you tell us the number of that legislation again?
Yes, and I have a copy of it if you'd like to see it. It's Florida Statute, Chapter 71.011. And it is titled Reestablishment of Papers, Records, and Files. It describes exactly the procedure to be used when someone wants to reestablish a document that's a public record that is no longer in the possession of the public entity. So if there's an allegation that it was either lost, it was destroyed, let's say there was 50 years ago a fire and we lost some records or something, this is how you would go about that. You lost my marriage license, you lost my zoning application, could be anything.
If you had that, if you could pass it out and put it in the record, that would be great. And I'm going to ask some other just technical questions from what you said, just to, I realize that there's a lot in the record, but I want to make sure we're careful and that I ask a question instead of stating a fact. You talked about the format of the difference between one document and the other two.
Yes.
Did you have copies of those documents that you can hand out?
Yes, it was submitted as Exhibit 22 at the amended remand hearing. I don't have enough copies for City Council of that, but I do have one copy.
Again, I'm asking to make sure we are consistent with the record, but did your team do any kind of forensic analysis of the comparison of those?
That is actually going to be
That would
going
be beyond the record.
beyond the record.
And then, okay. And then what about, was there any testimony or sworn affidavit from Gloria Moreta?
No, there was not.
And then again, I'm asking just to put this on the record in this meeting. In the document, it says that Mr. Cotton received advice from his supervisor and the city attorney's office. Is there any sworn affidavit or record testimony from that attorney he consulted or his supervisor?
There is not. That's a finding of fact, though, that was made by the hearing officer, Mr. Schroth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else, sir?
If there are any other questions, I'm happy to entertain them. Otherwise, that's my time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir.
No? Who is speaking next? Yes, sir.
You need to hear the evidence. I'll ask somebody else to make a statement.
What's your name, sir?
My name is David Bailey, and before I begin, per Mr. Shelby's request, I'm declaring myself as a party, and I would have 10 minutes to speak, and don't worry, I only need 5, I don't need 10, but per 2761E23, I have 10 minutes to speak, hopefully uninterrupted. And also to the clerk, we have people who are registered to speak online as well, so hopefully those folks are in the queue. Okay, great, 10 minutes. Like I said, my name is David Bailey. I live on 5th Avenue in historic Ybor City. In fact, I live across from one of several 717 dirt parking lots in our National Landmark Historic District. And the following are my exceptions to the recommended order. Page 10, paragraph 8. And I'm sorry that I have to read this to you, but this is the way the process apparently works. The city interprets its code to permit the exclusion of the property from the area-wide zoning reclassification based upon the opt-out letter. This case has dozens of reasons why you should deny it, but everything circles around this magic letter, a letter that the city confirms it has no record of before April 2021. Yes, that's 21 years after this property was rezoned. Councilwoman Hurtak asked a great question in previous hearing about forensics. How do we know that this letter ever existed? Which is a great question. And we know that answer now because before the remand hearing on December 5th, before the remand hearing, our neighborhood association asked the city, what forensic evidence do they have that this letter actually existed? And it was a very specific request. And the response from the Assistant City Attorney, Johnson Velez, and I quote, we have reviewed all forensic records, and no records have been identified that are responsive to the request in item number 3 of your email, referring to the association president. So let me say that again. No forensic evidence exists that this magic letter was sent or received around the year 2000. You cannot look past that. That is a pretty glaring fact. As Councilman Carlson mentioned in another hearing, you just can't, and this hearing, I can't just tell someone that I'm married to my wife. I can't just write a letter and say, you got to trust me on this one. We have legally recorded documents so that we have some semblance of order, and that's what this is all about, even though the city attorney continues to say that's not what this is about. Exception number 2, page 7, paragraph 2. Mr. Steve Michelini testified unequivocally he hand-delivered the opt-out letter to Gloria Moretta over 2 decades ago. Mr. Michelini's evidence is inadmissible because it violated the hearing master's own rules for the submission of evidence. The hearing master said this, and I quote in an email, "Any information can be emailed to me to my above email address with a copy to everyone on this email chain prior to 5 p.m. Friday, December 9th, 2022. He continues to give more reasons and procedures for how we can object to this information, end quote. Sorry, the end quote was before. Now, in any legitimate legal proceeding, if somebody does not present evidence for the opposing side to review, it's game over. But for some reason, this evidence is submitted. We have no opportunity whatsoever to refute it. And then the hearing master decides to chastise us for not refuting the testimony of Steve Michelini because it was never submitted for our review. We show up the day of, it's there, we object to it, it's overruled. So that's exception number 2. Exception number 3, page 10, paragraph 2. The petitioner argued that the current property owner did not have the authority on March 8th, 2000 to make this request to be excluded from the area-wide rezoning classification. In addition to Mr. Michelini's testimony being inadmissible, it's also irrelevant because 717 Parking or Ebor Properties or whatever you want to call them didn't own the property at the time of the rezoning, 1. There is no evidence that they have authority to do so. I'm a developer. I know that you have to sign an owner's affidavit if you're going to act on anyone's behalf. And it's interesting how the city attorney continues to say, well, this was the policy at the time. Has never presented anyone that there was written policy that you don't have to have an owner's affidavit. You don't have to have any permission whatsoever to act on behalf of an owner. You just write a letter. The third thing, which is a big one, so I hope everyone's paying attention to this one. We have a signed letter that was entered into evidence from one of the 3 owners of the property at the time of the rezoning, that they were not aware of any zoning conversations in the year 2000 about the subject property. That is in the evidence. That is with me here today. If you want to see it, happy to show it to you.
Are you asking this to be presented to the council then?
Yes, it's in the
It's
in the record.
You're saying it's already in evidence?
It is in
Okay.
evidence. So the fact of ownership has been made several times during this long 2-year haul. And during the July 14th City Council meeting that was referenced a couple times today, Councilman Carlson asked Assistant City Attorney Pettis Mackle a direct question. At 5:25, if you want to look it up on the tape. Councilman Carlson said, "Sorry, say that again." So the people who own this property, they were noticed in 2000 that it was changing from YC6 to YC7. Pettis Mackle, they opted. They followed the city's policy at the time to provide written documentation to request an opt-out of the area-wide rezoning. This is a lie. This is a flat-out lie. She knew at the time that 717 did not own that property, and yet she continued to elude someone to believe that the owners wrote a letter to opt out. All of the documentation of noticing at that time went to 3 people. It was a Kirshner family with 3 people in it. In addition to that, the deed, which is in the public record and for everyone to see, including the zoning administrator and the city attorney, clearly shows that the owners are the 3 Kirshners. So, again, we have this letter clearly stating not only did they not know about this letter that 717 submitted, but they had no conversations about any of the rezoning process. And today, the city attorney continues to lie, this time about the use of the property. Today it was stated that this property is currently used as a parking lot. When you leave here, do me a favor, go down to Ybor City, take a look at that lot and see what it's being used as. It is a grass lot. So let me wrap this up. I got 2 minutes, but I don't need it. So here's Pandora's box. If you approve this resolution today, you're basically setting a new precedent. If you don't like your zoning, just send the city a letter with the date from the past, and they'll change it for you. As city council members, you know that there's a rezoning process. Most of you have been through that before. This ain't it. This case right here breaks every process, every protocol, everything that I've ever seen in the city of Tampa that has to do with rezoning. And again, the city attorney will tell you, this isn't about rezoning. Amazing. From my living room at my home, I see a 717 parking lot. I've seen many fights, occasional shootings, public urination, tailgating, cars doing donuts. Lots of noise and trash. This is how the city has treated our National Landmark Historic District for over 30 years, and it's shameful. Please.
Mr. Bailey, I'm sorry to interrupt, and forgive me if you could stop his clock. Just with regard to that I don't believe is part of the record and is in evidence. So I would just ask that if you have a legal conclusion or you want to state something related to the evidence itself, I'd please ask you to keep to the record, and again, counsel.
Here's my legal conclusion. Please stand up for Ybor City. Please, I ask you that tonight. Please deny this special magistrate's recommended order, which we have, if you don't get it by now, how much it was based upon lies, misinformation, I don't know that you will, but this zoning has been in place for 22 years, and you're being asked to overturn that tonight, and I beg you not to.
Thank you very much, sir. All right.
Is there anyone else who filed for oral argument that wishes to speak? Yes, please.
Now, Mr. Shelby, the people that are registered online, are they treated as typical 3-minute public comment or no?
We will find out who they are. If they are parties, they're entitled to 10 minutes.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Hey, everyone. I am Stephanie Harrison Bailey, a resident of Ybor and a party on this issue. So although I get 10 minutes, I will not take it. I am here to lay out just a few of the many exceptions to the special magistrate's recommended order dated January 22nd, 2023. Number 1, from the recommended order, page 2, paragraph 4. Mr. Cotton determined because there was a timely request to exclude the property from the city-initiated area-wide rezoning, the property should retain its original zoning classification of YC6, which allows parking as a principal use. The timely request, as we've heard, is a letter that has been inadmissible from the beginning. There's no proof this letter was submitted or even drafted prior to 2021. It was not in city record. The city has admitted that there is no chain of custody before it prior to 2021. 717 Parking did not own the property, Ybor Properties did not own the property at the time, and there is no proof that owners were made aware of this letter, and there is no owner agent affidavit on file. In fact, our neighborhood association, as you've heard, has a letter from Chris Kirshner, one of the owners, stating that he does not recall being a part of any conversations regarding zoning matters. Exception number 2 from the recommended order, page 10, paragraph 2. Based on uncontroverted evidence, the former owners did not object to the request in March 2000 to retain the original zoning classification. Furthermore, Mr. Accardi testified the property owner had authorization from the former owners to act as their agent. Once again, the evidence in question has been contested loudly for 2 years. There's no chain of custody on this letter, no proof the former owners even knew about this letter, and it'd be really hard to contest something that you don't know exists. If it was indeed written in 2000, as Mr. Accardi claims. There is no owner-agent affidavit once again, and once again we have a signed letter from one of the 3 owners stating they have no knowledge of any zoning conversations. You've all heard and will hear many more exceptions to the most recent special magistrate's recommended order, but I focused on a few of the most basic facts that the neighborhood has spent 2 years of time and money continually bringing to attention of the city because the city has failed to do the most basic of due diligence, and indeed, many in the city seem to be ignoring these glaring red flags. Why are private citizens the ones bringing up the fact that previous owners had no knowledge of this letter, that 717 didn't own, nor have they provided evidence that they were at all even connected to the property in 2000? There's no proof that 717 had any connection. These lots are not used for parking now, nor have they been for at least the last 15 years. You can look on Google Maps, go back as far as it goes. There's not a car anywhere on that lot, and when you drive by it, and I hope that you do, you will see that it is a grass lot. There's nothing. There's no cars ever there. On October 20th, 2022, Councilmember Hurtak made the motion to remand this case back to special magistrate. As you've heard, the city has admitted that there isn't a chain of custody before 2021, but they're still trying to stuff this rezoning down our throats. This is an absolutely unacceptable way for a city to operate. Ybor is Tampa's only National Historic Landmark District. Because of all the glaring issues the neighborhood has raised regarding this case over the last 2 years, I and the nearly 50 residents who have written and spoken to you regarding this property request that City Council make a motion to deny the special magistrate's recommended order and retain the YC7 zoning that's been in place for 23 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, could we have the online folks speak?
Yeah, hold on a second. So the online people, Mr. Shelby, we have 7 registered individuals. They have not been sworn in. If they are not a party, are they treated just as general public comment with 3 minutes?
There is no general public comment, Mr. Chairman. Per your code, they are non-party participants. And I can read that definition again. If they don't have any connection to this item up until this point, or just sending a letter into City Council, that would be general public comment.
So that would be limited to 3 minutes.
I believe that everybody on this list, with the exception of Ms. Keebaugh, who I believe is present, who is not.
Person by person, Mr. Shelby, because as you know, the definition of party is more expansive in this
Yes.
setting. It's not just the petitioner and the property owner, it's actually anyone who participated at the hearing and gave testimony is also a party. I know that's confusing.
But no, I think that's a good idea. Ms. Johnson-Velez, here are the names that I have, and I believe that they are all parties, and correct me if I'm wrong. Jose M. Caon, is that person online?
Mr. Shelby, I'll just go through the list to let you know who exactly is online. The
Okay.
only person I have is Nicholas Albergo, and I have Chris Curry online as well. However, he does not have video capability.
So Nicholas Albergo would be the only person that is logged in and has video capability.
Yes.
Okay.
He's on right now, but his screen is.
Can he turn on his video, or you don't know? But we'd
Mr.
have to find that
Albergo, if
out.
you can hear me, if you're on, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. We'll swear you in and give you time to speak. Nicholas Albergo.
Yes, I'm here, and I have turned on my camera.
We can't see you, so is it his issue?
I
Okay.
did receive a message from you all to share my video, and I have done so.
We can't see you. Can you turn off the video and turn it back on, and maybe that'll help it?
Well, I see a block, and I see my name in the block. I agree with you that I don't see a picture.
Yeah, we can't see you. So what we'll do is,
We'll see if we can take
there
off.
is Caitlin Keebach, you're here? Okay, if we can go to her since she's here in the public, and then we'll go back to Nicholas Alberto. All right, so if Caitlin Keebach, if you'd like to, yes?
Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. She is not a party or a non-party participant.
But I will say that.
Wait,
No, no,
wait, yes? So,
I'm not going to make any comment. I'm just going to reiterate what I spoke to you about is my online registration was given to a party participant because they did not receive the link despite registering.
okay.
It would be Chris Wojcik. Voidovich.
Yeah, he was provided a link yesterday at the same time you were.
Okay.
Yes, Chris, what y'all with? I have him unlisted, and he was provided a link yesterday.
Okay, but is he online? Is he no? Okay, we'll go back to Nicholas Albergo if he's, we still don't see him on the screen.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, but we can't see you. We have to see you. That's just how the rules
Uh,
are.
Ms. Johnson-Velez knows me, as Ms. Zellman does. All three of us have spent our entire careers together. Wouldn't surprise me that she can vouch for my voice.
Mr. Shelby, what do I do here? Since we can't see him, what?
Inquiring of the clerk. Ms. Lucas.
I have TNI contacting Mr. Albergo right now to assist with the video capability, so we'll just need a couple of minutes.
And when you send out the information to the people who request to participate in a quasi-judicial hearing, are they informed that they need video capability?
Yes.
All right, so we'll have TNI contact them. TNI is going to contact you and try to figure this out. Who else can we go to in the meantime? Are you a party?
Yes.
All right, not you, Mr. Albergo. I'm speaking to the gentleman in the room. Please state your name.
Ed
and-
Austin.
Say it again?
Ed Austin.
Ed Austin. Okay, sir, you are a party? You are a party?
Yes.
Yes, so you have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to take a...
He's on the list as a party, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name's Ed Austin, resident of Ybor City. I'm not an attorney, so please pardon my non-legal layperson perspective on this issue. I've lived there over 5 years, and I've never seen any parking activity on this property. 717 is saying that they filed a request to exclude the property from city-initiated citywide rezoning back in 2000, before they owned the property. So since they didn't own the property at that time, my layperson thinking is that there would be some justification for them acting on the property owner's behalf, right? Yet there's no such justification on file. I'm told it's called an owner-agent affidavit, and the city has no record of that. What's even more puzzling is that the neighborhood association, which I'm a member of, has a letter from Chris Kirchner, one of the owners at the time, stating that he does not recall any conversation regarding zoning at that time. There are lots of technical reasons this lot should be kept at the YC7 zoning, but to be honest, the common sense reasons are even more compelling. Ybor City is a National Historic Landmark District. The city needs to support the highest and best use throughout Tampa, especially in the gem of our historic Ybor City.
Sir, Mr. Austin, forgive me for interrupting again.
Yep.
If you could speak to the evidence at the hearing,
Okay.
and if you can, if you have any issues about the conclusions of law that you want to bring to the council's attention based on that evidence. But if you can confine yourself to the evidence that's in the record.
Understand.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Please do the right thing here. I request a motion to deny the special magistrate's recommended order and maintain the zoning of YC7 that has been in place for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other party in the audience that wishes to speak? Yes, sir. You are a party. What's your name?
Yes, sir. Michael Santos.
Is he
Party.
on the list?
Hold on one second. Yes, he's a party.
Go ahead, sir. You have 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, Council. My name is Michael Santos. I live on Fifth Avenue in historic Ybor City as a resident and homeowner. I'm here to testify today that I've been privy to these proceedings over the last 2 years through my participation in the Neighborhood Association of Historic Ybor City. The numerous and reoccurring irregularities have raised much concern with members of our neighborhood and adjacent neighborhood organizations. We place an enormous amount of faith, especially as a CRA, in the city council and in the city government to follow the laws. It is our responsibility as residents to learn those laws and follow them properly. It is also the city's to enforce them fairly and regularly.
Mr. Shelby.
Oh, I was going to interrupt, but I did not. Basically, what your argument is to the conclusions of law as to whether the law was followed? Is that what, or are you arguing, or are you making an argument as to that?
Sir, I am highlighting my fellow neighborhood members' assertions of irregularities in protocol and procedure from the city government that have transpired over the course of this case.
In this case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lastly, I would like to say, as a full-time resident of Fifth Avenue, I walk by the property in question daily and have never observed.
Sir, that is outside the scope of this hearing.
Understood, sir. Withdrawn. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Are you a party?
I'm a party of the property owner, Jason Accardi.
He's good? All right. State your name.
Steve McElhaney. I think that they've done an admirable job of confusing the matter. This was remanded back to the hearing officer for clarification and additional testimony. It was extensive. The first hearing was extensive. And I testified on the record, and I've been sworn today. There were 3 parcels and 3 letters that I hand-delivered to Gloria Moreta 20 years ago. And I have sworn to that, and that's an accurate statement. I don't know where we get the idea that there's ambiguity. That was the process. And there was no requirement by the city at that point to have an authorization from the property owner. It was a long-term lease that Jason Accardi and 717 Parking had on that property, and the transaction for sale was imminent. And that occurred shortly after the opting out letter was prepared. You know, when we go back to a remand, and then the city attorneys, which I take a great offense at being called liars, because they are not liars. They examine the evidence, they go into depth, and have spent countless hours examining this particular request for reconsideration on behalf of the property owners. Whether there's 1 or there's 10 people that get up and say we don't like it, that's not the basis of this request. The request is, did they meet the code at the time, and are they vested? And the city staff has told you, and they have done a thorough examination of the record, and they've said, yes, you have met the record. You have done what you were supposed to do. So getting up and saying, well, it's not this and it's not that, is not sufficient. The neighbors had an opportunity to challenge the validity of each of those documents. They didn't do it. They simply said, oh, it's a mystery letter. Well, it's not a mystery letter. All 3 of those, on all those different parcels, were delivered at one time. I don't know why one slipped out. I have no idea. When you try to refute testimony, you have to go back for 20 years. You can't suddenly in 2021 or 2022 say, well, we don't believe it, or the city staff lied, or the city attorney's office lied. They didn't. They spent an extraordinary amount of time, and you have to look at the legal established process for determining that this was that this was a legal non-conforming lot. When we went through this process, City Council voted to remand it back to the hearing officer with very specific instructions. And then at the beginning of this hearing, the city attorney's office read to you 5 or 6 items that this is not about this. It's not about the letter, not about the zoning, not about the use. It's not about the validity. It's only about giving whether or not the hearing officer gave proper and correct analysis of what happened. And I would be telling you that they did give proper analysis of what happened here. This is not some wild scheme that somehow is determining to cheat somebody. If this were the case, anybody could come up later and say, well, we don't like your zoning, I want you to take it away. They never rezoned the property. They had YC6, they opted out, and they retained YC6, just like the other properties that they had. There weren't any other challenges to that request. And did they follow the code? Absolutely followed the code. Was there a process for an authorized agent at that time? No. But they were the tenants on a long-term lease, and then they end up purchasing it. Did they follow, I'm sorry, what else did we have? Commercial and legal errors. There weren't any errors. Eric Cotton went back to the legal department to determine initially when the letter and the additional documentation was provided, and the legal department said it was sufficient. Then we went to a hearing officer. The hearing officer said it was sufficient. And on the remand, they were asked to determine whether or not there was an appropriate chain of custody, whether they had followed the rules, and the hearing officer came back and said they followed the rules. So I guess, you know, what I'm saying to you today is what other process at the time should we have followed? That is and was the process. We followed it. The city staff analyzed that and determined that that was accurate. The city legal department looked at it and determined that it was accurate. The hearing officer looked at it and determined twice. And the same neighbors came up and they used the same objections before, as they did today, and they were found not to be competent. The competent and substantial evidence is what you have in the record and what the hearing officer verified and certified twice. And then you heard the city legal department verify it. You've heard Eric Cotton verify it. He hasn't spoken yet, but if you ask him, I'm sure he'll verify that. Did the hearing officer do his job? He did his job twice, and he did it well. And there was extensive testimony at both of those hearings. The same arguments were raised. There's no chain of custody. The letter is a magic letter. It suddenly appeared. And I've told you on the record in a sworn testimony, I delivered 3 letters to Gloria Moretta's office at the time that this was taking place, and there was an area-wide rezoning. There was a lot of discussion about, do you want to be opted in or out? And because it affected other properties that the Accordis owned, they opted out. It couldn't be more simple than that. It didn't rezone the property. It maintained the zoning that it already had, and it continued on. And it's with deference to the attorney, Eric Cotton and his staff didn't rezone the property. That's the next step, that if this is certified by you as a city council, then they have to go back and prepare a resolution changing it back to YC6. So there is another process to go through here. This is not automatic, and they don't have any inherent rights. They can't get permits on that property right now. You asked about what they were doing. This has gone on for almost 2.5 years now. And it's time to certify the hearing officers, his orders, both of his orders, and to listen to the city staff, the city attorney's office regarding what's happened here. I respectfully request that you don't get confused. You don't get thrown around here about, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. That's retrospect, okay? That's not what the code was, and that's not what the process was at the time. And you can't go back and apply 2023 standards to something that happened in 2021. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized to address 2 things that were not part of the record that Mr. Michelini just testified to?
Mr. Shelby, is that allowed?
Everything I said was on the record.
Well,
If are you making an objection to something that was outside the record?
Just as we did with every other witness who went beyond the scope of the record. Mr. Michelini went beyond.
Well, why don't you come back and state what you want for the record, please?
So, number 1, Mr. Michelini.
Your name, please.
Michael Labby on behalf of the petitioner. First, Mr. Michelini just said that below there was evidence that at the time of the area-wide rezoning in April of 2000, that the Accordis had rights under a long-term lease. The evidence below, and it was a letter dated November 6, 2007, that was presented below, signed by Jason Accardi, said 717 Parking has leased the above referenced property since September of 2000. 6 months later, 5 months later, not at the time of the area-wide rezoning, which is what was just testified to. That's the clarification.
Thank you very much. Okay? Yeah, we have them online. So we have Nicholas Albergo. If you could raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. We can see you. Huh?
And Chris Curry.
And Chris Curry. If you can raise your right hand. Mr. Curry, there you go.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
We can't hear you, Mr. Albergo. Please unmute yourself.
Yes.
I do.
Okay, start the clock and, yes, sir. Mr. Albergo, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Nicholas Albergo. I am a party. I live at 1913 East Fifth Avenue, directly across the street from the grass so-called parking lot. Honestly, I just want to add a couple of things. I've been an engineer and have owned my own engineering firm in this town for 30 years. the hoops I generally have to go through to demonstrate whether or not a letter has been submitted or accepted are substantial. I was floored when I went to the hearing initially and found at that time that a letter all of a sudden was produced at the hearing after the point at which supposedly such information was closed. That letter was submitted, it was accepted. We didn't even get a chance to look at it. But I would urge the council, if you get a chance to look at it, you just heard Mr. Michelini say that he delivered 3 letters at the same time 21 years ago. Take a look at those letters. 2 of them are identical. They're in the file. The 3rd letter that supposedly was submitted, but no one has a copy, doesn't even look like the other 2. Now, if in fact they were in fact submitting 3 letters at the same time, why aren't all 3 identical? They're not. Clearly, the letter in question was not prepared at the same time, nor was it delivered at the same time. That's, I think, an extremely important distinction. The idea that Mr. Michelini gets up and says they were leasing the property is absolutely false. Not only did the owner say they had no idea about any letter, they weren't leasing the property at the time. I can't imagine how anybody is allowed to make decisions on behalf of property that they do not own and that they do not even lease. It makes no sense to me, with my experience with the city, on what's required to get a decision made of any kind. So I would say that, and again, you know, it's such an inappropriate use as it is. I know this is in the testimony. I know I'm the one that testified as well as others. This is in the middle of houses. It's totally inappropriate. It is not being used as a parking lot, has not been used as a parking lot. And the fact that we're even to this point is extremely frustrating for those of us that actually live there. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Curry, you're next.
Hello, appreciate the time, council. My name is Chris Curry. I am a party in this process. I'm a resident of Ybor City, and I am the president of the Historic Ybor Neighborhood Civic Association. Council, I submit to you today that the city, the attorney's office and zoning administrator and the special magistrate have failed to perform basic administrative and investigative duties. They've repeatedly ignored material facts in favor of hearsay and unjustly denied Mr. Caldwell and others like myself that oppose this 8/30/21 formal decision due process by placing the burden of proof on Mr. Caldwell and us instead of Jason Accardi, Ybor Properties, and I'd like to explain why. On August 17th, 2021, the zoning administrator, Eric Cotton, issued a formal decision which denied Jason Accardi's request to allow the properties located at 1916 and 1918 East 5th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, to be used as principal use parking. In the aforementioned letter, it states, if you disagree with any of the findings stated in this determination letter, you may file a petition for review, section 21-61D. On August 17th, 2021, that same day at 9:01 a.m., Jason Accardi forwarded FDN 21-125 to then City Attorney Gina Grimes via email and asked, can you let me know when you're available to discuss this denial letter from Eric Cotton attached? Now, because Mr. Accardi objected to the findings in FDN 21-125, letter dated 8/17/21, Mr. Accardi then was granted special privileges and accommodations by the city attorney's office, which violated city code. 2761 petitioner review, 2761D time for filing petition for review, and most importantly, 2761 burden of proof. The petitioner filing the request for review shall have the burden of proof. On 8/31, as a result of this email to the city attorney's office and subsequent conversation, Eric Cotton sent out a subsequent letter reversing the 8/17/21 formal decision and allowing the parking as well as YC6. This 8/31/21 reversal letter is based on a letter dated 3/8/2000 and provided to the city of Tampa by Jason Accardi, Ybor Properties, in April of 2021. The city had no record of its existence prior to this. On 3/8/2000, the properties were not in fact even owned by Ybor Properties or Jason Accardi. What the city attorney's office is asking you to do today is to ignore these basic facts. They're asking you to ignore the fact that Jason Accardi and Ybor Properties did not own these subject lots on 3/8/2000. They're asking you to ignore the fact that the city of Tampa has no record of the opt-out letter prior to April of 2021, 21 years later. They're asking you to ignore the fact that the opt-out letter was not included in Jason Accardi's written request for formal decision, nor was it entered in during the open record period. They're asking you to ignore the fact that the opt-out letter has many material differences, including letterhead and content from the other opt-out letters that were also written by Jason Accardi and actually received by the city of Tampa in 2000. The opt-out letter also only CCs one of the actual property owners. There were 3 at the time. The city is asking you to assume that CCing a person does not mean that they received a copy of a letter and they agreed to what the letter was proposing. In fact, Gary and Karen Kirshner were never mentioned or CC'd. It cannot be inferred that they were in agreement or aware of anything. The city attorneys is asking you to ignore the fact that no lease or agent affidavit were provided by Jason Accardi. Therefore, it cannot be assumed or inferred that he was representing the wishes of the property owners at the time. The city attorney's office is asking you to ignore that Google Street View clearly states that these properties have never been used as parking lots. Also, ignore the testimony of the 38 residents that are parties to this proceeding that have all stated that these parking lots have never been used in parking lots. And also the fact that it took the current property owners 21 years to figure out what was going on with these. Council, I believe the city attorney's office has attempted to mislead and misdirect you and silence public comment because they violated the code and failed to perform basic due diligence on this matter. And it's for that reason that I ask you to reject the recommended order, because the finding of fact is not based upon competent substantial evidence contained on the record, and the finding of fact does not comply with the essential requirements of law. Because of this, City Council for the City of Tampa should affirm the petitioner's request and deny the August 30th, 2021 formal decision letter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other parties? Those are the only ones that were registered. Anybody else? Mr. Cotton, are you next?
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. I just want to reiterate, I did receive the letter from 717 via email in April of 2021. And when the application was uploaded into Acela, which is the portal that we do everything, that letter was not included in that packet. So when the original letter was issued, I was not party to the conversations between 717 and the city legal department. I was contacted and said, you did have this information, it should be part of the record. I discussed that with my supervisor, we did have that discussion. I do want to say this came to our attention, and I don't know if this is in the record or not. This resulted in, correct me if I'm, y'all, this came to our attention because he was cited for it as a code violation for having a parking lot there. That's how this whole process started. It was not in there, okay. So that's what started this entire process, was the violation from code enforcement for 717 having a parking lot. They put up a sign and I imagine they started parking cars there on a Saturday, or Friday or Saturday night. That's how this process all started. Once the decision was rendered, but when I rendered my decision, the next step in that process was to come back before council for a Scrivener's error to correct the zoning and put the zoning back to what I believe was the original request, which was to keep it, was to exclude it from the, through the opt-out process that we used to take place to allow it to remain YC6.
Councilmember Carlson, then Councilmember Clendenin.
Marty, stop me if we venture off, but I asked earlier if the lot is currently, if there's parking currently on the lot, and the answer was yes. A couple of the members of the public just said that it was not, that it's not being used as parking. Do you know the current status of it?
I cannot testify that one way or the other. I don't know the answer.
The current status is not part of the record.
What's the current zoning?
No. Current zoning on the property is YC7. Yes.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry, I
then
misunderstood the question.
and then the other thing is you are not a party of the conversation between Mr. Carty and the City Attorney Grimes, but you consulted someone in the City Attorney's office and you consulted your supervisor. That's written in the record that's here. I have underlined.
Yes,
can you tell us the names of those people, and have you testified as to what was discussed in those discussions?
Well, if you could just answer the second question first. Did you testify as to what was discussed during that?
I don't recall if I did or not. I don't know.
No.
And were the names of those people discussed or revealed in the testimony?
No.
And that would be additional evidence at this point.
And so no, there's no testimony of either of those two people as to why they made the recommendation to you.
That is correct. There's no testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Clendenin.
So 2754 open records, it defines how when the record is open. So you received this email, I just want to verify, it wasn't during that open record period.
That is correct. It was before.
So it was just an
before
email
the
that you'd
application
received
was-
it some months or whatever before it would not have been a part of that file. Now, when you made the evaluation to rescind that letter, did you consider whether or not that letter was submitted by an owner of the property or not?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
I took it for face value. I did not check the ownership of the property back in 2000.
So I could have submitted a letter to you and you would have just.
I would have taken it at face value. You would have indicated,
That I
own this
wanted to
property.
opt out of XYZ property that I had no affiliation with, you would have accepted that and rescinded a letter?
That's also not in
Okay, thank you.
evidence.
I withdraw my question.
Okay, thank you.
I knew I was treading there.
He got you. All right, anything else, sir? Thank you.
No, sir.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Have you testified, and if you did, could you tell us how much of your decision was based on your own experience versus the recommendation from the person you spoke to in City Attorney and your supervisor?
That wasn't discussed. That was not part of the hearing.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Have we heard from all parties?
Can we confirm that we heard from all parties?
We've covered the online folks. Anybody in here? Have we confirmed?
Is nobody online, is that correct?
Okay, back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. I just wanted to add to the, I guess, staff comments, and point out, again, there are two orders here that the hearing officer issued after receiving evidence and testimony at two different hearings. All of the comments that I heard during the oral argument this afternoon were presented to the hearing officer at one or both of the hearings. The hearing officer considered all of that. The hearing officer considered, and you can read it in his original order as well as his amended recommended order. He heard testimony about the difference in the letterhead. He rejected those arguments. He heard testimony about various different things, whether the owner of the property has to submit an affidavit or to authorize somebody to submit a letter on their behalf. He heard all of those arguments and he rejected those arguments. that is what his role was in these proceedings. So city council is, considering that in light of all the evidence, but all of the arguments that you heard during oral argument were considered by the hearing officer and rejected. Now, city council has the opportunity to, modify those or reject those, and we'll give you that standard in a few moments. But I did want to, first of all, point out that it is a finding in the orders that the properties are used for parking lots. That's not me lying. That's the hearing officer making a specific finding in both of the orders that that's the use of the property. So I'm not asking you to believe that. That's what the hearing officer found.
Was there evidence submitted to reinforce that?
Yes, there was. The testimony of Mr. Riccardi as well as Mr. Michelini. So it's the hearing, that was testimony that was offered, and that was,
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, there's a letter that the other parties put forward from Chris Kirschner. Was he interviewed under oath, or is there any affidavit under oath?
There's no affidavit.
And
under oath.
did the hearing officer did anyone consider, what was his letter put in? His letter was put into evidence.
His letter's in the
was considered.
evidence. It is not, and it was asked whether it was notarized, and it is not notarized. It's not an affidavit.
And then was former city attorney Grimes interviewed or at all, or
With
did she
respect to this
testify or provide an
hearing.
affidavit?
No, she did not.
And then is it normal city policy that a city attorney speaks to an applicant within a day or a few days of someone being rejected?
That's outside the scope of the hearing, sir. That's
Okay.
testimony that we outside the hearing.
And then, but we also heard, you can reaffirm this, Mr. Cotton said that the attorney he spoke to was not interviewed as to whether this document was real. His supervisor was not interviewed as to his real. Ms. Grimes was not interviewed as it real. There was no analysis of the document compared to the other two. There also was no, there's no city policy specific related to that. My question is, some of the testimony was that there is a legislative process that holds if there's a dispute about whether a document is real. Was that discussed in the hearing at all as an alternative?
The statute?
Yes.
The statute, again, that is addressed in the amended recommended order. The hearing officer noted that that statute was not raised as an objection to the document at the hearing. It was only raised after the hearing. I can point to you where that is addressed.
So the hearing officer doesn't have to consider the law, just the law that's presented by the
hearing officer. The hearing officer considers relevant law, and I can point to you. He says on page 8, beginning on page 8, petitioner's argument: the city should have filed lawsuit under section 71, and this is the amended recommended order. Under section 71.011 Florida statutes to reestablish the opt-out letter is denied because the opt-out letter was introduced into evidence at both hearings without any objections. Evidentiary and he cites a case for the proposition that evidentiary and authenticity objections are waived if not raised when the evidence is introduced. Furthermore, the hearing officer states section 71.011 Florida statutes does not mandate that a municipality like the city of Tampa have a court reestablish a document before a zoning administrator can consider it. And there's nothing in the code that speaks to reestablishing the document in either the formal decision process or the petition for review process. I know adherence to the proper law was raised as an issue, and so what we follow in this process is the city code.
But as Councilmember Clendenin just said, the code has this open record period, and so wouldn't that have superseded these other arguments if the document was not?
That's a discussion among council, unless you're asking the opinion of the people who are.
Well, so the hearing officer compare that and contrast that to, that sets the precedent for the burden of proof, right?
Well, and also, council, if I may, just for the purposes of clarity, I'm going to direct your attention, and complete record, direct your attention to 2761. JC, Roman numeral 4, where it states, formal rules of evidence shall not apply. Any relevant evidence shall be admitted. So in that case, he cites to a law that I believe I can't testify to, but I suspect it is something that is perhaps following Florida statutes with regard to the rules of evidence. But that's a question of, he cites a case to that, but I just want to let you know that your code specifically says the formal rules of evidence, and I'm reading it verbatim. The formal rules of evidence do not apply.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Sorry, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted to, I'm sorry, I'm Susan Johnson, Les Legal Department. I know there was also comments about the burden of proof. I know it's tough when somebody has the burden of proof, but the code, and again, it's not me wanting them to have the burden of proof. The code establishes that a petitioner filing a request for review has the burden of proof. And I know throughout here, after evaluating the testimony and evidence, and the hearing officer found, after hearing everything that you heard the parties and non-party participants present today, that the petitioner did not carry their burden of proof. And those are the conclusions that the hearing officer came to after conducting the 2 hearings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Councilman Moran?
Thank you. This case is just a mirage of different things. The clerk's office got no records, I guess. The no TV records can be found, I guess. Any recording of any tapes can't be found, I guess. No records in archives, I guess. YCDC never existed. I didn't exist. Gloria Moreta didn't exist. And we're all here. We don't exist. I don't know what else to say. And I'm just scanning through these things here, and I just hit one here. It says E on page 11 of 11. Other letters requesting opt-out area rezoning responses there to the city of Tampa. And I don't know if this is, I should say this or not. I don't know. But stop me if I'm wrong.
Where are you reading from, Mr. Miranda? I'm sorry.
I'm reading from the record that you gave me.
Is that the code or is that the review? The petition? And
This
again,
is
it's from the amended recommended order, affirming the formal decision?
This is from the resolution 247, I guess.
Are you reading from the resolution itself or the document that follows it?
Well, I guess the document that follows it.
Which is, if I understand the title, it is amended recommended order denying petition and affirming formal decision of the zoning administrator. Is that what the title of that says, sir?
Let me see, sir. I got to find the title.
Please, as long as we're on the same page for the record, I appreciate it.
I have, this is from the David Bailey Party, case number F 21-125, 1916 and 1918 East Fifth Avenue. Party's exception to amended recommended order.
I believe that's an exception to the recommended order. Mr. Bailey is here if you want to talk with him about that, but I believe that is not what is being considered specifically today. That is the exception to this recommended order submitted by Mr. Bailey with the request for oral argument. So you're welcome to read that.
Like I said earlier, I'm just flipping through. I wasn't looking where the order, I saw this and I said, let me read what it says here, and that's what I hear. But I respectfully then don't say anything.
Oh, you
But
can if you wish.
Okay.
This case has got to be, there's got to be some record somewhere of this case. There's got to be. And not all these areas don't have anything at all.
Well, we have, and that was the final thing I wanted to clarify. So there was, again, statements made today about an affidavit that Mr. Michelini attempted to submit at the remand hearing should not have been accepted. So the hearing officer did not accept that affidavit. He said to Mr. Michelini, I'm not going to accept it because you didn't submit it timely. However, I will allow you to testify verbally. And as I said earlier, verbal testimony is evidence. So he allowed Mr. Michelini to make his sworn statements on the record, but he did not accept the affidavit.
Council have any other additional questions that it wishes to raise with anybody who has previously presented oral argument? If not, then council can discuss it amongst itself.
Yeah, I do.
Councilmember Viera, we haven't heard from you in the
Thank you. And I have a question for the, I guess, appellant or attorney. if I may. I want to be clear, because how shall I say this? And Mr. Shelby, I always try to be careful if I'm saying something, whatever it may be, just let me know. But I heard some accusations, including I potentially believe from your client, about misrepresentation, intentional misrepresentations on the part of the city attorney's office. And that's what I want you to speak to, because I take that very seriously, because I know these two women, and I think they're.
I take it very seriously as well.
And if I may, just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're cool. Very outstanding women, and I want to see how relevant that is to your position in your case.
Yes. Number one, you didn't hear from my client today. My client's not physically present.
My apologies.
I was only arguing on behalf of my client. I certainly did not suggest, or if I ever did, I would definitely correct myself, that there was any lies or any intentional misrepresentations from the city attorney's office. I don't think that's what this case is about. I know some people are very emotional about this case. I'm a lawyer. I'm looking at the rules. I'm just looking at was the rule book adhered to? And I don't think it was. Whether or not there was any intentional effort to subvert the rules, frankly, I don't think is relevant. It really isn't. I don't believe I don't have the evidence to support that there was anything untoward happening, nor do I really care. All I care about is were the rules followed, and my contention is they weren't. But thank you for asking for that clarification.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, and I wanted to clarify that because sometimes folks do get emotional. We're all human. I understand that. Just want to make sure from your formal position as it applies to your case. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Clendon?
So I know Mr. McElhaney's in the room, but I think the attorneys could probably answer this question because what's been presented in the record has been presented in the record. So one of the key points that have been made is the evidence that Mr. McElhaney made a statement during the hearing that he had personally delivered this letter outside of that open period. But during the open period, I correct myself. But
I'm sorry. Excuse me, sir. Mr. McElhaney testified that he delivered the letter in March of 2000 to Gloria Moretta.
Correct.
March of 2000, which was in or outside of the open period?
It was 21 years before the
Okay,
open period.
way before. Okay, very good.
Correct.
So, but that being evidence, Mr. McElhaney's a professional person who comes before us all the time. Was with that evidence, was there contemporary diary entries, calendar entries, copies of email, anything else that would substantiate that evidence to give it more weight?
There was Mr. McElhaney's testimony.
So it stands alone?
Sworn testimony by Mr. McElhaney at
okay.
both of the hearings as to
Thank
when
you.
and whom he gave the letter to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So would you consider the verbal testimony a record? Because it says here that anything after, the administrator shall consider all written documentation received as part of the application through the open record period and any other obtained through research. So is this research or, conducted by the zoning administrator designee? Is it a record?
You're asking for a conclusion?
Is the letter considered a record?
Is the record?
Accepted after the open record period?
Well,
It's
so,
not,
Or is?
I'm sorry, I
can-
think you're confusing the two things. So the open record
It's verbal
period,
testimony, it's not research.
the open record period relates to the formal decision, which happened in 2021.
Okay.
The testimony by Mr. McElhaney relates to what he did back in 2020. I'm sorry, in 2000, during the area-wide rezoning that the city was undertaking in 2000. So there was no open record period, there was no formal decision in 2000. The formal decision and the code section that you're reading from refers to the formal decision happened in 2021.
Okay, yes, that is the formal decision area. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
So then it's just verbal testimony,
It is verbal testimony, which is
although
competent
it was about
substantial.
a letter.
Correct.
Okay.
And verbal testimony, as well as documentary evidence, is competent substantial evidence, and the hearing officer's
That's
job.
argument, to be fair.
that's not a finding.
Okay.
Well, to the
That's
extent
what-
that the decision has to be based on competent substantial, and the record and the findings have to be based on competent substantial evidence under your code.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
But just to ask her second part of the question again, that testimony and document came after the open record period, correct?
No, which testimony?
The the copy of the document, the third document, the letter that was given to Mr. Cotton.
The letter was submitted by Mr. Carty directly to Mr. Cotton on April 12th, 2021, which was about 6 weeks before the formal decision and any open record period was ever commenced. So it was submitted prior to the formal decision application ever being filed.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
But excuse me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Hurtak, then Councilwoman.
Mr. Cotton,
Yes, ma'am.
when you receive documentation from anyone about a subject property, what are the rules to make sure that letter attaches?
That is something that could have been raised at some point, but at this point in time, that is evidence that is outside the record.
Okay, never mind. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, with all due respect, what the code says about that
Oh,
is
that's
not
a
evidence.
different,
That's a legal question,
That
and
is
that's
a
why.
different question. Is that the question you asked? Or you
Yes,
asked,
what-
or you
what-
asked a factual question?
No, what is, no, I can't, I can, yes, what is code? Like, what do you do with that?
When I receive an email document, it sits in the email until I reference it for something else, or someone calls and says, can we discuss this site plan from, this proposed site plan on a piece of property or something like that. Other than that, it just sits in the email. It's part of the public record.
Is that in the code? Do you have a code process for that, for documentation?
For receiving emails,
For receiving any documentation about a property?
it sits in the email. It's just a public record. We receive hundreds of emails a day throughout the city. When somebody sends us an email regarding something, it's part of the
Okay,
public record. It just
thank
sits in
you.
the record. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Cotman, but wasn't it that letter that caused you to rescind your decision, your original decision?
The April 12th letter, the one that was received prior to the submittal of the formal decision?
What date was the letter?
Yes.
2021?
Yes, if it's the April, if we reference the April letter from the email with the attachment. Yes. The email containing the documentation that we're discussing, yes. That was received prior to the submittal of the application, and that was what I used for the recension of the original letter and the second letter that was issued in August.
Councilman Carlson, Councilman Clendon.
Mr. Cotton, stop me if I'm wrong if this isn't the record. Did you testify once that you received the letter one way and then testify a second time that you received it a different way?
I don't believe so.
Okay, does anybody, that wasn't?
I believe it was asked and I stated when I received it.
You can,
That's
an issue.
Can I ask the attorney, what was the testimony that was entered in the record about how Mr. Cotton received the documents?
The testimony below, and this might help to visualize the timeline, is that in April of 2021, Mr. Cotton received an email containing that letter. This was prior to the application to initiate or to obtain a formal decision was even filed. So this is just receives a random email. Then a month later, the application to receive a formal decision is filed. He testified to that below that it wasn't part of the application packet, it wasn't part of the subsequent open record period, it was merely received in April of 2021 prior to that via email, and that there was no record in the city in the 21 years prior.
Councilman Clendon.
That actually answered my question, that date is in the record, and everybody concurs that that's a stipulation of fact?
That email was received in April of 2021, yes.
Thank you very much. Do we need a motion to close a hearing? Do we do anything like that?
If there's nothing further, yes, and then you could have the discussion. I believe, Ms. Johnson-Velez, do you want to, before they close the hearing for deliberation, did you want to present anything with regard to what the process is?
Yes, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Marty, and I just can't find it. Someone spoke to it earlier about what the zoning administrator looks at.
I believe that was Ms. Johnson-Velez, and she read from the code, if I recall correctly, Ms.
Yes,
Johnson-Velez.
if you could read me that part of the code again?
I can certainly put it on the, do you mind, yeah, can I have the podium, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So this is the code section,
Can
and
you please
there's,
put that on the Elmo? Okay, so can you tell me the
I was
section of
reading
law?
from subsection 7, Susan Johnson, Velez, Legal Department. I was reading from subsection 7, what the zoning,
Can you start with the actual number?
section 27-54 of the
Okay,
Land
54,
Development Code.
okay, that's where I was, okay.
And it's titled Process for Applications for Written Determinations as Formal Decisions.
Okay, hold on, process for okay, here I am. Oh, okay. Excellent, never mind, I got it, thank you so much. I actually had marked it myself, but I didn't mark it clear enough. Thank you,
Okay,
that's
you're
all I
welcome.
had.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of council?
Do we close the hearing?
Do we have that, we have a motion to close? We have a motion to
So
close from
moved.
Councilmember Vieira, from second Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, what is the pleasure of council?
How about discussion?
Can I clarify one
What's the
thing?
pleasure of council?
Can I clarify one thing? The folks that have testified already, now that it's closed, they're not allowed to speak, right?
That's
The
right.
hearing, you've
And-
closed the hearing.
And then, does that carry to the city attorney's office as well? So only the city right now, only city council and city council attorney can speak?
If you have questions that relate to law, let's see where this goes. If you could direct your questions to me, if not, if the hearing has to be reopened, we'll reopen the hearing.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
And excuse me, I've just put here the council's options with respect to what you can do with these recommended orders and the amended recommended order if you, depending on the action you decide to take.
You could leave that up if you don't mind.
I will leave it up, that's why I put it up. Thank you.
Yeah, discussion.
Okay.
Go, Councilmember Hurtak, Councilmember Pandemi.
I have a couple things, but that section 27-54,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just want to be clear on what you have in front of you. That is not the exact full language of sub 3, the final order, is it? Is it the full thing? I just want to make sure it's full. The hearing officer. A summary. I would prefer.
To reopen?
Motion to reopen the hearing from Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, there was a,
I just think we ought to get this resolved and then go to closed session and not reopen.
yeah.
I just want to, just for the sake, may I, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay.
They have it.
Okay.
They have the full final order, what the final order is. And the reason I present this to council is that I want you to know the context in which your discussion should go in order to comply with this code and come to your decision. It states that you may adopt the recommended order as the final order, or may reject or modify the recommended order as provided herein. City council may not reject or modify any findings of fact reached by the hearing officer. If city council determines that a finding of fact is not based upon competent, substantial evidence in the record, or that a finding of fact does not comply with the essential requirements of the law, city council may remand the matter back to the hearing officer, but only if it determines that additional fact finding is required. And that was the finding that you had made previously when you remanded it. Now, you being here today after the remand, if city council rejects or modifies a conclusion of law, it must state with particularity in the final order its reasons and must make a finding that its substitution of a conclusion of law contained within that report, contained within that recommended order, is as or more reasonable than that which was rejected or modified. And again, I read this earlier, if City Council directs staff to prepare a revised order, the revised order shall be transmitted to the parties and non-party participants and presented to City Council within 45 calendar days for adoption. That is the paradigm in which you are directed by the code to evaluate the recommended order as to whether to accept, adopt, or reject or modify. And I'll leave that up on the screen if that will assist you. If not, I'll take it down.
Move to close.
Are you sure? We have motion to close from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council? Is there a motion? Is there a discussion?
Motion for discussion? We have to have a motion, just discussion?
No, just
Okay.
go ahead.
You want to go first?
Well, go right ahead.
Okay, I listened to all of this, and what I find is I try to kind of peel this, this is an interesting onion to try to peel all the way back to get to the core. And part of what I see is I try to find the original sin. And it seems to me like when I reviewed and looked at section 2754 of Municipal Code about the open record period, it says upon receipt of a complete application and payment of the appropriate fee, the zoning administrator shall direct the applicant to provide notice as follows. So you had to have a complete application. So I think that's where we have to kind of look back and find, did they establish a complete application? I know that during the zoning administrator heard evidence from Mr. Steve Michelini that a letter had been submitted, but it wasn't based with any other substantial evidence like calendar entries and all. It was just verbal testimony. So when I weight that evidence, I don't find that to be substantial evidence. So I don't, as far as a finding of fact, that decision, just with all the other things that we've heard and all the other things we've considered, I would say that back to the original sin of like when that document had to be submitted, what the city had to have received wasn't satisfied based on competent and substantial evidence. And, I could discuss and have a lot more discussion about many of the other problematic areas of this case. But to me, that's the most simplistic part of what I heard today.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Council, I'm going to suggest, and I know it's perhaps time-consuming, but as a result of this discussion, as part of what your motion is to prepare an order, and depending on what that is, it'll come as a result of whatever findings are made by this council. So there may be, if it's council's pleasure, it depends on what your direction is, certainly, but that discussion, if council wishes to go in any particular direction other than adopting the recommended order, that would have to be contained in your final order. So my suggestion is, and you could hear from other council members, but if there are other things that need to be raised that may be relevant to your decision, either
well, I would assume that other council members would have heard things that maybe they want to highlight. I just focused on the one issue, and if other things that I've observed does not come forward in the other discussion, I'll come back and ask for the microphone again.
Councilwoman Pertak.
For me, the crux of the matter is section 2454, subsection B, subsection 7. The zoning administrator should consider all written documentation received as part of the application and through the open record period and any other relevant information obtained through research conducted by the zoning administrator or designee. And for me, that's the big one, because Mr. Cotton said that that's how it works. He saves things in email and then he goes to them when he needs them. And he had the time to research, to find relevant information, and that wasn't done. And if that was his fault, whoever's fault it was, the issue to me is I'm still back on August 17th because I don't believe, because the applicant didn't provide all that information and assumed that Mr. Cotton would find it. That's an assumption. If I'm an applicant, I'm giving way more. And normally, everything that comes in front of us, we get so much more information than we need because every applicant wants to make sure we have all the information. And that wasn't done here. There was an assumption. And so what happened instead was the city attorney was like, oh, whoops, you forgot something. But here's the problem. If he forgets something, once a formal decision is made, there is a process for fixing that. And you simply have to, I'm sorry, it's been a long day. What's the word I'm looking for? Petition for a review. And it should have been the burden of the applicant. So for me, this just goes back to August 17th. And, you know, we all are very busy. Staff is wonderful. We are human, though. We all make mistakes. And you know, because this email wasn't included or this document wasn't included, you know, ultimately though, that's the applicant's mistake, not, and to penalize another party for the applicant's mistake, I just think is, and the fact that it was rescinded and re-put is just unacceptable. And I'm absolutely going to do whatever I can to change that going forward. All of this needs to be redone because this is confusing to the public. I mean, it's confusing to council. I basically had to learn law school stuff. And I mean, I'm confused. And if anybody up here isn't, then you all are smarter people. Well, maybe our actual lawyer here. And he's saying he doesn't understand it. So we have to simplify this process. This is an aside, but just saying for me, subsection 2754B7 is what is the crux of this for me.
Councilmember Carlson.
I agree with what my colleagues just said. The timing of that document and the validity of that document ties into who has the burden of proof. And so if that document and that argument didn't exist, the burden of proof would be on the applicant. And so that's the point at which everything changed. I'll just rattle off some things. I'm disappointed there was no record of what the city attorney said or the supervising officer. But somehow they made a decision with the staff person to rescind, which the evidence has been stated really as a power of city council. If the document was a document, sometimes I guess it's possible, I've never heard of it happening here, but it's possible that a government could have lost a document that they had issued. If the city had sent a response and the applicant had a copy of the response, then we could go in and forensically look to see if something happened to the city's files. But in this case, there's no evidence at all that the city ever even responded. And there's no evidence that the city received this. The only evidence is one person's testimony, and not to question, that person, but it should be supported by other evidence. We also have, although it's not sworn testimony, a letter from the owner at the time. By the way, the property was not owned by this applicant at the time. That was part of the testimony. And one of the owners at the time wrote a letter that which is in the record but not sworn, that he and his family were not a part of this and did not apply, which seems to contradict some of the other evidence. The consistency of the evidence, there's been testimony about how the two letters that were received by the city were very different in design and style from the new one. And I'm disappointed that nobody did any kind of forensic look at, you can look at printers and figure out what model they are and figure out if the model is from 2022 or from 2002. And nobody apparently did any of that. There's no record of Gloria Moreta. There's no log of someone coming into the building that day. There's no video presented. I don't know if they had it at the time. And then also there's been testimony given that the question about the validity of the document, which everything really hinges on, without the document, the burden of proof is on the applicant, the testimony is that it should have gone to a court to decide. So anyway, that's some of my notes.
Thank you very much. Is there an official motion?
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, if I may, very interesting, can't prove either side, but my problem is that I was here. So I know there was 2 properties, I don't know if it was this one, that opted out. No one called Gloria Moretta, or no one asked her, I guess, what she remembered, because she's the one that did the presentation for the city. And there was a lot of property owners from Ybor City involved. So it's just very difficult for me because I was here and I remember 2. Is it this one? I don't know. That's where I'm at. I'm not saying you're right or you're wrong or you're wrong and you're right. I'm saying that I was here and I know there was a discussion on this on 2 properties that I remember. And Gloria Moretta made the presentation to this council when I was here back in 2000 or 2001. So that's where I'm at.
And anybody else? Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby.
And just, Mr. Miranda, I appreciate you sharing that and what your recollection is, frankly, I understand the relevance of it to you, but when you make your decision, then it should be, again, the application, and I'll bring it to your attention specifically. Your review of the findings of fact and the basis of the conclusions of law, and those are listed out. The conclusions of law are listed out on page 9, starting on page 9, and that is letter V, conclusions of law. They are listed 1 through 10 through page 11, and again, if there are differences with the interpretation or the law that was used or the essential requirements of the law as you have applied them to be relative to the facts, that's where the discussion must go. This, I will grant you, is very different than your usual review hearing. There was a time that other reviews in this city perhaps went this way, and this is not a de novo review. That's the point I want to make, and it's not reweighing evidence, and it's not modifying or rejecting findings of fact, but it's a very formal process. That's the way this section of the code is set up, and that's the requirement. So whatever council decides, it just has to be in compliance with the essential requirements of law. This decision, like your other decisions, in a quasi-judicial hearing, due process, competent, substantial evidence, and the essential requirements of law, have they been met? And again, your decision also has to follow those rules too.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I'm gonna go ahead and try.
Well, let me say one more
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Two more points as far as observations. Code 2753, C2. The zoning administrator is not permitted to make changes to this chapter or to vary the terms of this chapter to carry out their duties, and then except as specifically set forth in the chapter. Based on what I've heard, it seems to me that the decision to rescind that letter overstepped the authority of the zoning administrator. So I think that would be in a violation of that, based on what I heard and what I'm reading here, 2753, that he extended above and beyond his role in acting as a zoning administrator by rescinding that second letter, which kind of tossed us into this chaotic state. Secondly, I think I want to double down. I know that Councilman Carlson hit at it, but I want to double down that Jason Accardi or his subsidiaries were not owners at the time that this property, this letter was submitted or due, and so I question even the validity of the legal authority of them to be able to submit that letter during that period of time, as they were not landowners or in that piece of property, and that if a letter was going to be submitted, it'd be somebody that would be have land ownership. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I move to reject the recommended order and the amended recommended order. I move to reject the recommended of the hearing officer for FDN 21-125 according to City of Tampa Code Section 20 7, 61 subsection J, subsection I, subsection E, subsection 3 for the following reasons. That the zoning administrator did not adhere to 27-54B7, that they shall consider all written documentation received as part of the application and through the open record period and any other relevant information obtained through the research conducted by the zoning administrator or designee. Also, I find the conclusions of law, number 1 on page 9 of page 11 of the petition, that the petitioner has standing to and properly and timely challenged. I don't think the petitioner has standing because I don't think they did. I don't think that the formal decision was decided, or the second formal decision was appropriate. The first formal decision should have stood. Conclusion of law number 4 requires basically what I just said in subsection 27 or 27-54 B7 of the Tampa City Code that requires the zoning administrator to consider all of these things. That didn't happen in the initial one. And 6, the petitioner argues that the current property owner did not have authority to make the request. We have it here that on a letter by the owner that says that's not something that they were interested in at the time. So I'm going from all of this information. I am happy to take some amendments from, friendly amendments from my council brethren. Does anybody want to second it first?
Second.
Thanks.
I would amend, with Marty's approval, I would amend to say that the hearing officer should have done more due diligence or forensic investigation, particularly because we remanded it to them. And there was no thoroughness of it. There was no forensic look at the documents. There was no additional testimony. The city attorney was not interviewed. The attorney that Mr. Cotton consulted was not interviewed, and his supervisor was not interviewed. And so since the burden of proof was based on that document, the hearing officer, the what do you call it?
Yeah, hearing officer.
Hearing officer should have been done a more deeper research on those documentation, and also should have recommended that in the case of a dispute that they follow section 71.011 of Florida statute to resolve the efficacy of the document.
We have a motion and a second with further discussion.
I'll
in
accept
addition
that
from-
amendment.
with
I'll
the-
accept that amendment.
And I have another addition I'd like to make to that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak with an amendment, second and an amendment from Councilmember Carlson and Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes, I'd like to also add to that this is a finding of fact that the city of Tampa has no record of receiving the opt-out letters dated before April of 2021, and that the verbal testimony received by Mr. McElhaney submitted that he had personally delivered that letter is not competent or substantial evidence to prove that the letter was in the city's hands at that time.
Do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
All right.
And I'll add another amendment to say that there was testimony that in a comparison of the 3 documents, the 2 that were accepted by the city and the one that was discovered, the format and design style were different.
I'll accept that amendment.
Wait, hold on.
Okay. If I can,
You can.
I'm
amend.
going to because I have to. Mr. Carlson, what you have just done is you went to look at the findings of fact and not the conclusions of law. And what council is doing is council is not.
I'll rescind that last amendment. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, then let's still continue, because the issue is there are findings of fact. Excuse me, there are conclusions of law, and the question is, has council, in terms of, it looks like the direction based on the motion, your motion is to do what again?
I'm rejecting the order.
Okay, your motion to reject then requires you And of course, perhaps I can help in steering that if that's council's asking for my assistance.
That's what we've been doing. I did 1, I did 4, I did 6.
She was very specific.
Yeah, I've been talking specifically about the decisions of law.
Okay, and now, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. And that's on the screen in front of you. It's going to be now, based on what you have done, if you reject or modify a conclusion of law, and it sounds like you're rejecting law, you must state with particularity for your final order its reasons and must make a finding that a substitution of law, that your substitution of law, what that is, and what was your motion again? Did you make
I rejected the order because of 2754B7 and 2761D.
And what is your conclusion that is more reasonable than that which was proposed by...
Are you rejecting what she proposed, or?
No. The question is, the hearing officer has prepared this order. Now, you are then you must state with particularity, and just for the sake of clarity and the preparation of that order, I believe that's necessary, you must state with particularity in the final order your reasons.
That's what we were just doing, Marty.
I just said that.
If you reject it, then we need to...
So for number 1, I said the petitioner has standing to and properly timely challenge the formal decision. And I said that is not the case because it should not have even come to this.
She was very specific.
Yeah.
Can I
ask a question? Wait. Okay, I just want to be clear. Go ahead.
It was very clear. Councilman Clendenin.
Okay.
Is it appropriate for us to take a 5-minute recess for the maker of the motion to consult with the attorney to draft?
No,
it was clear.
No, thank you for asking, but no. No, I just want to be, because what's going to happen is your next step then, depending on how this outcome of this motion is, we'll have to deal with that when it comes. But as long as, if there's any other additional findings that council, based on what you've heard, oral argument from any member of council to include in that motion, this would be the time to do it.
That's what we were just doing.
That is what we're doing.
But you said that, anyway.
Okay.
The only difference was Councilmember Carlson rescinded the final discussion piece.
She stated hers, I amended, Clendenin amended, and then I tried to amend again, and you said no, so we...
And I would like to make a mention that Councilmember Clendenin, when he talked about the facts relating to the opt-out letter and the authenticity, that's law number 7. Right. So we are covering most of them. And then I want to add number 8. The city interprets its code to permit the exclusion of property. The city's interpretation of its code must be accepted unless the interpretation is unreasonable or clearly erroneous, and I believe it was. Yes, my finding is that it was unreasonable and clearly erroneous. Yes, so that's and if Mr. Carlson accepts my amendment, yes. I am done.
Councilmember Hurtak has made a motion. Councilmember Carlson has seconded this motion, added an amendment. Then Councilmember Clendenin added another amendment. Those amendments were all accepted. Is there any other discussion? If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Yes, sir. Councilmember Vieira, Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you. 2 things, if I may. This and Councilman Clendenin, if you don't feel, I hate being asked questions by people, put on the spot, et cetera. You had said that potentially Mr. Riccardi did not even own the property at the time. Are you comfortable going into detail as to why?
Yeah, I believe we heard evidence that was a statement of fact, that Mr. Riccardi or his subsidiaries did not own the property, that it was owned by 3 other individuals, and that they had for a few months, not quite a year, that they had a lease, but they were not property owners of the property at the time when that letter was submitted to opt out.
Okay, the one that Mr. Michelini testified to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if I may to Mr. Shelby, the testimony by Mr. Michelini as to given the letter, what is the requisite standard on evidence that can be admissible for us to rely upon for such an assertion? I'm tired, long day.
No, thank you. We're not even. We're all.
Yeah.
So much for us.
Thank God for Jericho.
please repeat the question, just so I make sure.
Yes, sir. For
Direct
the
it.
assertion that Mr. Michelini handed over this letter, his testimony, what is the standard of evidence that such a assertion must be compared to, I guess, if you will, or set to?
Formal rules of evidence shall not apply is contained in 2761, and also basically the duties of the hearing officer has to base the decision on competent substantial evidence.
Okay.
And that is your determination. That was his
Thank you.
determination.
That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson.
I just want to receive a clarification from Councilmember Hurtak when she said erroneous. What did you consider erroneous, and what were you referring to when you said number 8?
Number 8, page 10 of 11 of the petitioner's for review proceedings, because that's what he had asked us to reply to. What were the conclusions of law? Because it says in there that the city's own interpretation of its code must be accepted unless the interpretation is unreasonable or clearly erroneous. Whatever. And I did find it unreasonable because going back to 7, with the opt-out letter and its authenticity, I found it unreasonable that they would find that authentic. Mainly because of chain of custody and other issues.
May I ask, I believe there was discussion, and somebody here had referenced 2753 sub C, sub 2, where you said that, was that something you had raised, Councilwoman? Because I know somebody on this board did.
It's not permitted to make changes.
2753.
So I did, the Councilman Clendenin, it was 2753C. 2, which is, C is limitation on written determinations. An application for written determination shall be limited as follows, and somebody made reference to 2. Is that you, Councilman Clendenin?
If I could find it.
Here, page 1 of 2, the second page of the rules.
Yes. That was part of my findings when I was listening to the testimony. So starting with C, limitations on written determination, an application for written determination shall be limited as follows. Under no circumstances is the zoning administrator permitted to grant exceptions to the actual meaning of any clause, standard, or regulation contained in this chapter to any person making application to excavate, construct, move, alter, or use either a building or structure or land, or the zoning administrator is not permitted to make changes to this chapter or to vary the terms of this chapter for carrying out their duties except as specifically set forth in this chapter due to that limitation and on the zoning administrator's authority. A written determination shall not be construed as a waiver of any provisions of this chapter.
And is that included then as part of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, that was my amendment.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Call for a vote.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilmember Carlson, with all accepted amendments. Roll call.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
No.
Miranda,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Vieira and Miranda voting no.
All right, we're going to take a recess.
We're not done
What?
yet, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, and forgive me. But twofold. Number 1 is council now then, pursuant to your code, has to then direct staff to come back with a final order. Let me just get that in front of me. And I believe I read this sooner, 2761. It says that, and I'm going to read it in this case, if the city council rejects, I read that already. If city council directs staff to prepare a revised order, the revised order shall be transmitted to the parties and non-parties and presented to city council within 45 calendar days for adoption. Now, that should be a motion if that's council wishes to make that as a motion. And then it depends with regard to staff. You could direct the city attorney to do it, you could direct me to do it, you could direct the two of us to, me to work and confer with the city attorney relative to a final order to have it brought back to council, but it includes the next step of making that request to have it come back to city council as a final order.
I'll make a motion to direct city council staff and city attorney staff to work together to create the revised order due back to the parties on August, what was the date?
Well, actually, what they'll do is they'll have to do it, if I can inquire of staff, how does it get, will it get scheduled when the order returns? Does it get brought back to council? Does it have to go through SIRE? Does it have to be placed on an agenda? Or how do we handle that? Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion. If you don't have an opinion. Okay. It has to be transmitted to the parties and presented to council. Do you wish to, within 45 calendar days for adoption? So it has to be, if you want to schedule it 45 days out, we can do that.
Somebody have a date?
You got August 24th.
Sir, council. Well, why don't let's have this discussion, because I've just been advised by the petitioner's attorney, and when orders are presented, usually the prevailing party does draft the order. No?
The code is silent.
The code is silent as to this? Well, now the
It says
attorney
you
is getting
may
up to make a
assign staff.
statement as to how we're going to do this then. What?
May I just
How we did
tell you
what?
what I think code says?
Well,
What? Excuse me, Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't privy to the comment that was made, but what was the question? I don't.
the question, why don't you state?
Sure. I'd like to say my objection on the record then. My objection was, as the prevailing party, being excluded from the process of drafting an order, since Ms. Johnson Velez's office, should it be appealed, will be the one seeking to find error in that order. I think I should be involved as part of drafting it, whether in conjunction with the city attorney's office and Mr. Shelby, or just myself and Mr. Shelby. But I don't think it's appropriate for the party who thinks the order is wrong to be drafting it.
As maker of that motion, would it be appropriate for me to just redirect to our city council attorney, Marty Shelby, to draft this order independently?
Yes. What?
So
Well, ultimately, because the city attorney represents the municipal corporation, the city, normally the city attorney has a certain.
But that's not right in this case, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
council's decision may have to be defended in a court of law. So the question is, I will tell you this, if you keep your motion the way it is, then I will certainly confer with parties in the drafting of the motion. And
Well,
what?
I'm sorry, the code says, if city council directs staff to prepare a revised order, the revised order shall be transmitted to the parties and non-party participants and presented to city council within 45 calendar days for adoption.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in here about parties or non-participant. I mean, we've had 7 people as parties and more people online who, and so.
It gets.
So why don't we simplify this? Let me restate my motion. I would like the city council direct Marty Shelby to draft this revised order and submit it to city council on August 24th. And then city council could take action based on the information that you provide us at that date.
And is that, just to confirm, how many days out is that then? I just want to be
It's
sure.
more than 45 days.
Is it more than 45?
Well, it's June 15th, whatever it is today, and then you have.
Yeah, that's a month.
You want
too long.
something sooner?
That's too far, yeah, it's got to be within 45.
August 3rd.
No, that's gonna be too, that's too.
I haven't calculated the dates, council. I haven't.
While someone is, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
While someone's calculating the 45 days, Mr. Shelby, it says that the revised order shall be transmitted to the parties and non-party participants and presented to city council within 45 calendar days for adoption. Does that, in your professional opinion, mean that the parties and non-party participants need to get it before it's presented to city council? Because in my view, I would think that the parties and non-party participants should have ample time to review it.
This is a closed hearing. You've made your decision.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have to come back with an order that comports with your decision.
Okay.
And what happens then is, it is really, there's not going to be an opportunity necessarily for oral argument on it. It either meets council's criteria for being a reflection of what its order is, or it needs to be amended and to be corrected.
Okay, well, July 27th should be
Yes.
within the 45
July
day window.
30th is the 45 days, so it's July 27th, regular session.
Is that
Perfect.
doable?
That's perfect.
It's doable.
Excellent, because we don't have a lot of staff reports that day, so.
And that's going to be set for, now, mind you, this is still a quasi-judicial matter, and your order is not prepared yet. So in this case, your decision is not final in the sense that this is still a pending matter. So I'm going to advise you to not comment with the public or engage in ex parte communications about this matter. If you're contacted by the press, it would be inappropriate to comment on it. You are still in a matter that is still pending, and I'd ask that you govern yourselves accordingly.
Councilman Carlson.
Mr. Shelby, everything you just said gets back, and this is why I want to say it before we finalize this, gets back to the potential conflict of the city attorney's office. If the city attorney's office could not speak to me before this because it would be ex parte communication, that means that during the period after this, that they also cannot speak to us because of ex parte communication. If they cannot speak to us because of ex parte communication, that means that they have a conflict. And so I mean, it seems to me that an outside attorney would say we cannot have them do that. The second thing is that the what do you call it, petitioner attorney just said, sorry to put words in your mouth or paraphrase, but you just said that there's a possibility that the city attorney's office would appeal for the zoning administrator.
Correct.
And so I want to make sure there are only two there is not a judicial branch of the city. There is a legislative branch and an executive branch. The legislative branch has just ruled on what we want. There's no right of the city attorney to go against what the legislative branch says. The city attorney is not the judicial branch. And if the city attorney somehow thinks it's in their best interest to defend a department of the city against the decision of a branch of the city government, then they need to get city council's approval.
Mr. Chair, may I just?
Go ahead.
Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department. The city is not a party to this petition or the formal decision. We have the petitioner and we have the property owner and we have neighbors. The city is not a party.
Is there?
So the city would have, there would be no appealing by the city.
So there's
And
no
I
ex parte
believe-
communication from this point
Right,
on?
I think, Councilman Carlson, when you and I spoke, it was to the effect that there was a hearing today and that the questions that you had were addressed in the amended recommended order that you would be considering today, and that what I advised was that we wait until the hearing and then we could address and detail the findings of the hearing officer at today's hearing as opposed to, you know, in a separate conversation.
And just to be clear, I said this before, but I have the utmost respect for you, and nothing I've said has any implication. I trust you completely, and I think you're a great attorney. My experience in the past with some elements of the city attorney's office is that they haven't fully represented city council's ruling. And I want to make sure that anybody listening knows that the legislative branch of half the city government just made a decision, and the legal department needs to go with that decision, or they need to come back to city council. That's the main thing I want to say. Thank you.
Yes?
I was just going to say, if there's any confusion about it because of this ex parte communication, if we have any concern, and it does have to go to legal, if it does go to court, we have attorneys on retainer who could take it over if we felt that was necessary. So there are options.
Councilmember Clendenin, you had a motion?
Yes, I would like to motion, the city council directs Marty Shelby, city council attorney, to prepare a revised order. And the revised order shall be transmitted to parties and non-parties participants by July 27th. And presented to city council by that date as well.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? What's the clap about? That was awful. Yeah, we have a recess. We're in recess for 5 minutes. like to call this Tampa City Council evening meeting to order. Roll call. Might as well.
Carlson. Here. Hurtak. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson. Present. Vieira. Miranda. And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical form.
We're going to do consent agenda real quick, 2 minutes, and then we're going to 62. Councilmember Miranda, you have Public Safety Committee.
4 through 9.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, you have 10 and 11.
Yes, I move items 10 and 11.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, you have Public Works, 12 through 20.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Councilmember Miranda, you have the Finance Committee
Yeah,
with
we've done
everything.
21. I move 22 through 26.
No, and minus.
Minus 25.
Yeah. We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda to move items 22, 3, 4, and 26. Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Carlson, you have building zoning, except for 33. You said you wanted to take that separately?
27 through 42, excluding 33.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we have item number 33 as a separate vote.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
I just want to say, I've brought up economic development in the EDC, and I won't belabor this, but the two biggest successes the EDC has had in the last 4 years, one of them was Pfizer, which Adam Harden has testified more than once that he was responsible for, not them. But the other one was CAE, which was moving its global headquarters to Tampa, and that I attended that announcement in 2019. They have the article. I didn't print it out, but I have the article. Just a few months ago, they announced that they're not moving their corporate headquarters here. This is a relatively small amount of money, and it's just for the QTI program, which is verified by the state. But the principle of it is that the model of the EDC is an old model. 2 or 3 of the clients they've had in the last 4 years have gone out of business, and we need to stop this model of subsidizing companies. This one is the biggest failure of the EDC in their 12 or 13-year history, and it's really embarrassing for our community that happened. So I'm voting no on this.
Councilman Clendenin, would you like to move item 33?
I move file number BZP 23820077.
All right, we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no, Hurtak and Vieira being absent at vote.
Councilmember Clendenin, would you mind taking 43 through 48?
Yeah, I move items 43 through 48.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
And who would like to move 49 and 50 just to set the public
I'll
hearing?
move 49 to 50.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll go to item number 62. Item number 62. I believe everybody was sworn in. If you were not sworn in, if you have to speak on any public hearing this evening, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in if you've not been sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, City Council members. I had on my notes, good morning, City Council. But good evening, City Council.
It was a good morning.
It was a great morning, yes, sir.
Long gone.
My name is, my name is Dana Crosby Collier. I'm an Assistant City Attorney in the City Attorney's Office. You have for you today for review, agenda item number 62, file number ARC 23-131-C. This matter is for property located at 831 South Delaware Avenue in the Hyde Park Historic District. The petitioner in this case is Mr. Stephen Parker. Mr. Parker requested the Architectural Review Commission grant a certificate of appropriateness to allow him to replace all the wood windows in his house with aluminum-clad wood windows. On April 5th, 2023, The ARC unanimously denied petitioner's request, finding the request and the match of materiality and window design, particularly for significant areas of visibility, inconsistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, including the U.S. National Park standards for replacement windows, and our city code. I provided council's attorney with packets containing 2761 of the code, the process for review of board decisions, section 27-111 of the code, the intent and public policy relating to architectural review, and section 27-115 of the code relating to the certificate of appropriateness. Additionally, I have included the procedures for this hearing and sample motions to assist you at the end of the hearing. You'll be glad to know that we're going back into familiar territory, and the council will apply a de novo standard of review in this matter. This means that the city council is not limited in its review to the information, documentation, or other evidence upon which the ARC based its decision. The council will follow all applicable ordinances and standards in arriving at its decision and may receive new evidence at this hearing. In a moment, Mr. Dennis Fernandez will provide an overview of the application and the ARC decision. Following the hearing, the City Council may take one of three actions. You may affirm the ARC's decision and deny the petitioner's request. You may remand the matter back to the ARC for further proceedings with specific directions to the ARC and indicating the basis for the remand back to the ARC. Or the City Council may overturn the decision of the ARC and approve petitioner's request for a certificate of appropriateness. So I'm happy to take any questions you have about the process at this time, and if not, I'll turn it over to Mr. Fernandez.
Do we have any questions at this time from council members? I hear none.
Okay.
Mr. Fernandez. Yes, sir. Councilmember Clendenin.
Is it appropriate now to disclose that, one, I live in the Hyde Park Architectural Review Commission area, and that I'm a member of the neighborhood association there?
You're not an officer of the neighborhood association?
I am not an officer, no.
And you live in that area presently?
I live in that area presently, yeah.
Okay, and would you base your decision today on competent, substantial evidence?
Yes.
And would you be able to be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Fernandez.
Good evening, council members. Dennis Fernandez, Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Manager. As part of my role as the preservation manager, I also administer the Architectural Review Commission. And so I'd like to begin by familiarizing you with the subject property, its location, and its appearance. An application was submitted to the Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Office on January 24th, 2023. It was assigned the case number ARC 23-131. On April 5th, 2023, the ARC reviewed the case for the subject property. It is located at 831 South Delaware, is a contributing structure which was built in 1917. It's located in the Hyde Park Local Historic District. A contributing structure is a historic resource that was constructed through the period of significance for the area and retains its historic character. The map on the Elmo is the 1929 Sanborn map. The subject property is indicated in the green box. You can see that it is present in the location and verifies its presence as a contributing structure. Here's the aerial. You see some of the density. The subject property fronts Delaware. This is the bungalow structure and its condition. There is construction going on. See some of the original windows. These are a portion of the windows that are being requested for removal and replacement. There are 17 of them. A little further shot kind of showing the side area. Moving along the side, you have some of the original windows present in the foreground. As you move to the north side of the property, it's a little more difficult to photograph, but zooming in on that area, you see the original wood windows and then the new construction that's going on with aluminum clad windows. Zooming in, you see the original windows here. They're a 3/1 pattern. And then the replacement windows that are part of the ongoing construction which the applicant is requesting then be approved on the portions of the original structure. The construction that you're seeing in the photographs are part of a certificate of appropriateness that was issued in March of 2022 under ARC 22-111 for an addition to the primary structure, new construction of an accessory structure, a gazebo, and site improvements. Under that project approval, the rear addition included the incorporation of new windows to comply with the Florida Building Code, the product approval requirements of the Florida Building Code. The windows reviewed by the ARC during the March 22 public hearing were identified as wood windows on the drawings presented, some of which were on the original portion of the building, but aluminum clad windows were substituted at the time of permitting. That was a detail that was missed by the reviewer. So the aluminum clad windows were approved for permitting, but never authorized by the Architecture Review Commission. You see the plans for that particular hearing on how the window openings that are the subject of the addition are notated as wood double hung windows. Some of those windows were approved in portions of the original structure, which is usually reserved for historic windows, but were represented as wood windows in the drawings. There was a minor footnote in the window schedule, although the window schedule identified the windows as wood. There was a minor footnote that said that all the existing windows are to be inspected and replaced with metal or vinyl clad wood double hung windows, impact insulated glass, low E clear. So now part of the applicant's justification for continuing the aluminum windows on the original portions of the house were that there was this miscommunication of window types at the time of permitting. The remaining windows that exist on the historic structure, number 17, on the front and sides of the house, the decision of which now is the subject of today's review. In making its determination for certificates of appropriateness under 27-115G, the ARC shall approve or disapprove each application for a certificate of appropriateness, including its decision, its reason using the criteria contained in the applicable design guidelines or standards, which are in this case the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, the Secretary of the Interior Standards, Chapter 27, and other applicable provisions of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. During the April 5th public hearing, the staff report that was presented to the board did find a conclusion for the window replacement as inconsistent, and it did cite references to both the Hyde Park Design Guidelines and the Secretary of the Interior Standards for the subject of that determination. Moving to the design guidelines, some language that is typically referenced for these types of applications, those that seek to modify original materials. I want to just kind of read through those for you. The key to a successful rehabilitation is maintaining characteristic details and historic fabric. If replacement of any existing material is essential, materials similar in proportion and style to the original should be used. Saving the rotted parts may later assist in matching for replacements. Items such as wood siding and soffits, fascias, and brackets, and wood sash windows and doors often can be restored or at least duplicated. Moving on in that particular section, it clarifies that it is permissible to replace deteriorated materials with materials that match as closely as possible to the proportion and detail of the original material. And also that it is not permissible to add uncharacteristic to the material For example, aluminum siding, vinyl siding, or metal frame windows, etc. Once the guidelines then address specifically windows, window screens, shutters, and awnings, and they state that it is permissible to repair the existing window and wood trim, use the repaired window in the existing repaired window frames, and that it is not permissible to replace sound wood sash windows and frames, replace wood screen windows with metal sash windows and frames. And then lastly, that it is permissible to replace deteriorated materials with materials that match as closely as possible to the proportion and detail of the original material. It is not permissible to add uncharacteristic materials to the building. The other document that's utilized to evaluate historic preservation projects is the Secretary of the Interior Standards for the treatment of historic properties. This is the section that deals with the rehabilitation of historic properties. The Secretary of the Interior Standards is a guideline provided by the Secretary of the Interior through the National Park Service. It presents 10 principles that should be adhered to in the approach to preservation, to the preservation of materials, the repair of materials, and to the replacement of materials. These are the 10 standards that deal with rehabilitation. Specifically in this particular application, standards 2, 5, and 6 I think become relevant. The historic character of a property will be retained and preserved. The removal of distinctive materials or alterations of features, spaces, and spatial relationships to characterize the property would be avoided. And then also distinctive materials, finishes, features, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship that characterize the property will be preserved. And then lastly, deteriorated historic features will be repaired rather than replaced. When the severity of deterioration requires the replacement of a feature, a new feature will match the old in design, color, texture, and where possible, materials. Replacement of missing features will be substantiated by documentary and physical evidence. The standards also promote a hierarchy of preservation, beginning with protecting and maintaining original materials, repairing original materials, and then, when necessary, replacing original materials. And a couple, I think, salient points that is not recommended is changing the historic appearance of a window through the use of inappropriate design, materials, finishes, or colors, which notably change the sash, depth of reveal, mutton configuration, the reflectivity of color, glazing, and the appearance of the frame. There is consideration of technical and economic infeasibility for preservation. There are some buildings that are historic buildings that tend to be challenging to meet codes. The design standards apply to the entire, the Secretary of the Interior standards apply to the entire nation. As that, they tend to be generalized. The preservation programs typically rely on local preservation ordinances for the specificity in architectural review. But it does, under replacement, say replace in kind an entire window that is too deteriorated to repair using the same sash and pane configuration or other details. If using the same kind of material is not technically or economically feasible, then replacing the windows deteriorated beyond repair, then a compatible substitute may be considered. For example, on certain types of large buildings, particularly high-rises, aluminum windows may be suitable replacement for historic wooden sash windows, provided that the replacement are not practical and the design are not achievable to the historic window that can be matched. I think that is an example of how we were faced with window replacement in this building, where the window openings were so large that a wood window would not conform to the Florida Building Code, so an alternative material had to be sought. The National Park Service always provides supplemental information through briefs, and this is a document that talks about which windows meet the standards. And I want to just kind of call a couple things out in this because it does give more of a specific depth of information on window materials. It says replacement windows on primary street facing or highly visible elevations of building of 3 stories or less must match the historic window in all their details and in material, wood for wood, metal for metal. If we go to later on to materials and finish, it says, in addition to surface characteristics, vinyl clad or enamel aluminum clad windows may have joints in the cladding that can make them look very different from painted wood windows. So the guidance within the Secretary of the Interior standards and the Hyde Park design guidelines instill a direction of retaining original materials and when replacing those with a material of a like kind, meaning wood for wood. After reviewing this information, the Architecture Review Commission at the public hearing on April 5th motioned to deny the request for the replacement of the 17 aluminum windows because the match of materiality in the window design, particularly significant for the areas of visibility, are inconsistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards, along with the referenced U.S. Park Service standards for replacement windows. The basis of the ARC's determination centered on, first, the applicant not demonstrating that the existing historic windows were beyond repair and could not be reasonably restored, thereby preserving an important historic character of the house and of the Hyde Park Historic District. 29 windows were removed from the rear of the residence during construction of the addition, which provided ample opportunity for the reuse of the original window assemblies, and that was not a considered action taken by the applicant. Second, that the proposed aluminum-clad wood window was an incompatible substitution that does not conform to the applicable preservation standards, and that code-compliant all wood windows, replacement windows, do exist as alternatives in the marketplace. So that concludes my overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez. Are there any questions? That was very, very, very detailed. All right, next up, we have the petitioner. Please state your name, sir. You have 15 minutes to present.
Hi, good evening. My name is Steve Parker. I'm the petitioner and the owner of the house. I am a lawyer, but I'm representing myself today. So I have a PowerPoint presentation that they told me that they would put up on the screen for me.
All right,
so
there it is.
Come up.
They'll bring it up now. Is that it?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so I've lived in the neighborhood for 20 years. I'm a civil trial lawyer. We have a court reporter here. And then I've actually brought the actual window that I'm requesting be approved. I'll hold it up, but it's very heavy. So if you look at this window, the inside is wood and the entire frame is wood. But when you get to the outside, instead of painting it, it has an aluminum clad on it. So it's a very thin layer of aluminum clad on the outside of the wood part of the window. And so on my next slide, we can bring up. The ARC wrongly denied the request for certificate of appropriateness to replace windows in the front part of the house with aluminum wood-clad windows to match the new addition windows. So we have 29 windows that the city already permitted and approved. And on the next slide, we can see ARC wrongly contends that the law requires Hyde Park windows to be replaced with all wood windows. The all wood windows are an inferior product. They require expensive maintenance, and they have a shorter warranty and they have a shorter lifespan. And I'll go into that more in a minute. And on the next slide, so the blue shows the windows that were already approved, 29 windows. And then the yellow perspective shows windows that I'm requesting the certificate of appropriateness on today so that they all match. So we have all windows in the entire house that match. And the next slide shows another perspective. So this is on the other side. Again, blue is where they've all been approved. Yellow is what we're requesting for today. And on the next slide shows the front of the house. Again, yellow is what we're requesting to be approved. Blue is already approved, and we're just trying to get them to all match. Okay, and the next slide. These are the current original windows on the right. You can see they're rotting. They've been painted and nailed shut for 25 years. It's not feasible to repair them. They don't meet building code. They have very, very thin panes of glass in them. My neighbor's son hit a wiffle ball at one of my windows and it broke. So these are not any type of windows that are going to comply with any type of hurricane standards or impact standards whatsoever. The next slide. So on the right is the proposed window. It's the weather shield window. On the left is one of the old windows that was pulled out of the house. You can see they match exactly in shape and size, the number of panes, the mullions, and everything else. And it's an exact match. Next slide. It's a beautiful historical design. It matches in size, operation, and appearance, and the grills. It is made of wood, so it is a wood-framed window. It has a thin layer of aluminum clad on the outside of it. It's made to last in this harsh environment of sun, moisture, heat. It has a 30-year warranty on the wood rot. If you buy the window that's only wood and you paint the outside of it, then they give you a 10-year warranty on it. So it's an economic issue of how frequently do you have to replace your windows. Do you want the windows you have to replace or that only have a warranty of 10 years, or do you want the 30-year warranty? From the street, there is no way to tell that this window has aluminum clad on it versus is all wood. The exterior is maintenance-free. You don't have to pay every 5 years, which the manufacturer of the wood window says every 5 years you need to sand it and you need to paint it. But when it has the aluminum clad on there, then it's maintenance-free. On the next slide. This was a article that's talking about this particular window. It says, this line of architecturally and historically accurate windows and doors are designed to meet the requirements of even the strictest historic district guidelines. Next slide. So on the right, you can see the windows that were approved through permitting. Those are the exact windows I have in here. You can see that from the street. On the left are 3 windows. Those are old windows. And the ARC has denied the request to certificate of appropriateness for those 3 windows. So the 3 windows on the right can be aluminum clad, but the ARC says the 3 windows on the left must be wood with no aluminum cladding on the outside of the wood. And we don't believe that that's the way the Hyde Park design guidelines are written. Next slide. Things have changed. The Hyde Park design guidelines, I think, were from 1990, and things have changed over the years. The quality of wood has decreased. So if you look on the right, you see 1918 wood. You can see how narrow the lines are between the wood. That's like when the house was first built back in 1915. We had hardwood. Nowadays, you have the sapwood that will rot quickly. It doesn't tolerate the harsh environment. Shorter warranty, so 10 years versus 30 years, and higher maintenance costs. So to sand and paint the outside of each window is about $175, and the manufacturer recommends to do that every 5 years ago. Okay, next. This was just a receipt, not a receipt actually, it's just an estimate talking about how much it costs to paint the exterior of the window. So $175 times 17 windows is $2,975 every 5 years if you have wood windows, or $0 if you have the aluminum cladding on it. Next slide. So over the last 30 years, windows have changed. 30 years ago, this particular window that you're looking at was not available. They were not able to make a wood window and then have aluminum, extruded aluminum cladding on it. And the quality of wood has decreased over the years. Next. So this is the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, section 27-274 of the City Code. Says the Hyde Park Design Guidelines is hereby adopted by reference and therefore has the force and effect of law. And when you read through these, and I've read through them very closely, nowhere in there does it say wood window must be replaced with wood window. It does not mandate wood windows, and nowhere in that does it say that you cannot use an aluminum clad wood window. Nowhere in the design guidelines does it say that. Next slide. What it does say is it is important to maintain the original size, shape, and design of the windows. It is also important to retain the wood trim that frames the window opening. The window that we have that's proposed meets those requirements. Next slide. Design guidelines also say it is permissible to, and it has what's written there that I can't quite see. Let me see if I can pull that up. It says it is permissible to replace existing windows with new windows of size, proportion, and window pane pattern as close to the original as possible, and when the original windows cannot be restored. So it doesn't say it has to be wood for wood. It's mostly going for look to make sure that they look the right way and that they match what was originally there. Next slide. It is not permissible to alter the overall size of the window. We're not doing that. It's not permissible to alter the window pane pattern of the windows. We're not doing that. It's not permissible to change the operation of the windows. We're not doing that. And at the bottom it says it's not permissible to add or rearrange windows on the street facades. We're not doing that. We're replacing the exact same size for size. Windows being added should match existing window size, proportion, and design. Again, it doesn't say anything about you can't have an aluminum clad wood window. Next slide. So this says Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation, but it's actually contained within the Hyde Park Design Guidelines. And the Hyde Park Design Guidelines were developed out of the information found in the Secretary of Interior Standards. It says the ARC will use the Hyde Park Design Guidelines as a basis for review of all applications for certificate of appropriateness. And then what it says is that the most frequent use of the Secretary of Interior Standards is for federal tax incentives for certified rehabilitation. And I was not trying to get any type of federal tax incentives. ARC is not qualified to approve any type of federal tax incentives, but that's what the design guidelines say that the Secretary of Interior Standards are most often used for, is for getting the certified rehabilitation. Next slide. It recognizes, this is the design guidelines, the top there, it recognizes, it says the Secretary of Interior Standards and the design guidelines are different. Secretary of Interior Standards, and I underline there, says may be used as a guide by the ARC in reviewing certificates of appropriateness. And then the bottom it says contemporary design for alterations and additions to existing properties shall not be discouraged when such alterations and additions do not destroy significant historical, architectural, or cultural material, and such design is compatible with the size, scale, color, material, and character of the property. And I would suggest that a aluminum-clad wood window is a contemporary design that should be accepted. Next slide. And so this is what the ARC just put up. If you look at it, it says historic preservation tax incentives. That's not what we were doing. And this is where the wood for wood language comes from. The wood for wood language is not in the design guidelines. The wood for wood language is not in the Secretary of Interior Standards. But this document that came out that says historic preservation is the first place that you see wood for wood. Next slide. So these standards are over 30 years old, and a lot has changed in those 30 years. We now have beautiful, historically accurate, long-lasting aluminum-clad wood windows that look identical to the original windows. And this weather shield window was not available 30 years ago. Next. It says that if using the same kind of material is not technically or economically feasible when replacing windows deteriorated beyond repair, then a comparable substitute material may be considered. So this is an exception to the material requirement of the Secretary of Interior Standards. So if it's not technically or economically feasible, then they allow a different material. And I would suggest that wood is no longer technically or economically feasible because the quality of the wood is not as good. Next page. And so the cost is the same. So if I'm going to put an all wood window that's impact resistant, or I'm going to put an aluminum clad window that's good quality window like this that looks good, the cost is the same. So I'm not trying to save money on the initial install of it. I'm trying to get windows that all match for the entire house. And because of that, you can see that the cost is the same, and it doesn't matter as far as the initial install cost. But the long-term cost is what is more expensive. And I've proposed that it's $55,000 more for these 17 windows. And we go to the next page, I'll show you. So all wood windows, aluminum clad, $45,900 to install both. Year 5, you got to pay some maintenance on the wood windows, $29.75. Year 10, you pay another $29.75. You have to replace them. I put down 15 years since they have a 10-year warranty. So that's another $45,900. Then you got to do more maintenance on them. And then year 30, replace both of them. So $103,000 for all wood versus $45,900 for aluminum wood clad windows. So for the economic feasibility exception, I would suggest that the aluminum wood clad windows are much less expensive. We go to the next slide. So this is the old city firehouse. It is a residence in Hyde Park, and they approved aluminum clad wood windows in this building, and it's they were manufactured by Marvin. Go to the next slide. This is where the ARC approved it. It said this project is consistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines and the interior standards. It was approved by a 4-0 vote. What's interesting is the agent on it was John Prokop. He is now on the ARC board, so he went in front of the ARC to get this project approved, to get aluminum wood-clad windows approved, but then when I go in front of him as a member of the ARC, then he rejected my certificate of appropriateness for that. Next page. So why does the city or county choose windows for historical buildings that are aluminum? It's because they last longer, they're less expensive, and that same standard should apply to me. Go to the next slide. Here we are in beautiful City Hall. It has all aluminum windows, and it apparently met the Secretary of Interior standards. If you go to the next slide. This is where the staff report recommended aluminum windows. The city spent a lot of time getting custom aluminum windows made for this particular structure and got them approved, and they were found to meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Next slide. That's where it was approved 6-1 for aluminum windows for City Hall. And then if we go to the next slide. Gorey Elementary, probably one of the most historic structures we have in Hyde Park. It has aluminum windows in it. Next slide. Wilson Middle School, one of the more historical structures we have in Hyde Park, built in 1915. It has all aluminum windows. So if aluminum windows are good enough for the government to choose, and they choose it because it lasts the longest and is the least cost, and it still looks great, then it should be that the same rules should apply to homeowners in Hyde Park, and we should be able to have the same as far as that. So you can turn off the PowerPoint now. So I had several people here to speak this morning at 10:30, but they weren't quite motivated to stick around all afternoon and such. But in the record, there are emails from about 7 people that have recommended that this be approved. And I do want to make sure that everything goes into evidence. I don't know how we work with that, but everything that's in the Spire system that's been filed, if we can make sure that that's part of the evidence and part of the record in case there is any type of appellate
Do we need
procedure.
to receive and file that, or is that already available?
We can make a motion to receive and file, but all of that.
Motion to receive and file all relevant documents from Councilmember Vieira, second to Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye.
And, sir, you're referring to everything, the documents that have been uploaded in Sire through the clerk's office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last thing, so my neighbor, the ARC approved a window that's mostly plastic. So at 823 South Delaware, they approved Renewal by Anderson. It's a window with Fibrex. See if I can put it up on here.
All right, activate the overhead.
So it's a window made with a composite material called Fibrex. It's 60% plastic and 40% wood. And the ARC approved that for one of my neighbors at 823 South Delaware. And it would seem to me if we can approve a mostly plastic window, if we can approve all aluminum windows, then we should be able to approve a high-quality aluminum clad window.
Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Henderson and Councilmember Clendon. Yes, ma'am.
I know it could ask a lot. Can you bring your window up here
Sure.
behind me so I can check it out
Absolutely.
thoroughly?
We open it and the breeze comes through. And that would be the exterior is what
Yeah.
you're showing us.
Right. And so it has aluminum cladding on it instead of paint.
And wood is on the back.
Wood.
Okay.
That's the inside of the house. And they're double pane. I appreciate you showing it to me.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes, ma'am, any other questions?
You know, this is tough for me considering that I live in historic Tampa Heights and I have wood frame windows. And it's not a personal issue for me because initially I understand Dennis Hernandez's job and everything that he presented, but then you came up here and you really presented a good presentation and showed all of this evidence of where we have aluminum windows, even in the building where we sit today, and now you've made it a very challenging and compelling argument, especially when it comes to the maintenance aspect of it. And that is something that I can understand and relate to, and I know that you're telling the truth on that. I'm trying to understand why the first part of your windows was approved. Can someone explain that to me?
I'm going to question that. So that's going to be part of
Yeah,
what I'm going to talk about.
That's what you want to talk about? Okay.
So, maybe I was like drifting off, but when the city was presenting this, your site plans for the construction on the addition to the home, it showed that it was platted out to be wood windows, and at least they made a statement that the only reason that it got through is it was a mistake by the city inspector of not seeing that these were not wood windows, but that you had spec'd out wood windows for the entire building. Is that not correct?
I believe what they said is when it went to permitting,
Yeah.
they approved the aluminum clad windows at permitting stage.
But that was not it. But they did that without, and that was not within it. So you basically, me putting words in their mouth that you kind of got by with that. But if they had enforced the existing rules, you would not have been able to use those windows in the new construction?
No, I think the answer is that the ARC approves this exact window for any addition or something that's not part of the original structure.
But didn't that plan say wood?
So it said wood, and I thought it had a section where if they can't be repaired.
Which
or
looked
something
like one of
that.
those things that just show up on every plan imaginable, just like a generic stamp that's
Right,
placed
and
on every plan.
I didn't even know that was in there. So my architect had gone and approved everything, and my architect had argued everything, and I didn't know much about what was going on at that stage. But unfortunately, he got cancer and couldn't continue arguing for me, so.
So, I know you brought up these other buildings, but I see a big difference in the one that they're very larger, more, obviously school's an educational facility, but very large, commercially, kind of facility. And then the one is a restored firehouse on a commercial street, an arterial street, not necessarily within the confines of a historical neighborhood. So that it's kind of disingenuous to present these north of Swan properties, again, off these major streets. All three of those properties are on pretty major streets versus a house that's buried on Delaware. I mean, it's a tough comparison.
So I wasn't trying to be disingenuous, but the standard is the same that applies to the schools, that applies to me, that applies, because they're all Hyde Park design guidelines.
I don't remember whether it was your evidence or it was the city that presented them. We talked about the differences between the ARC standards and the historic Hyde Park standards versus the national standards. And the national standard did call out the differences between, they said high rises and stuff, but they were talking about these very different buildings of how they utilize this building material, which I think probably is more applicable to like where we're sitting here in City Hall or Wilson or, at one of these schools. It looks, at least for me, that's what it looks like.
So they talk about 3 stories or higher, so I can understand for this structure, but all these buildings had solid wood windows when they were first built.
Right.
And so if you were trying to rehab them and restore them so they were original, then you would put in wood windows to replace them. If you could build wood windows in 1915, we can certainly build a wood window now.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much. We go to public comment now. If you're here to speak on this is item number 62. Please come up. You have 3 minutes. State your name.
I have 2 borrowed minutes. Here's my speaker waiver form that I was going into.
Are they here in the room?
Yes, they're right here.
Thank you, and that is Pam Canella and Jenny Smith. Thank you. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Thank you and good evening. My name's Mary Lou Bailey. I live at 912 South Oregon Avenue, and I currently serve as the president of the Hyde Park Preservation Neighborhood Association, which is the association in which this property resides. The Hyde Park Preservation, Inc. Board is here to ask Tampa City Council to uphold the decision of the Architectural Review Commission to deny a certificate of appropriateness for 831 South Delaware Avenue on the matter of replacing wood windows on the original structure with aluminum-clad windows. Prior to the ARC, our board reviewed this, and after a lot of deliberation, we decided to oppose it, and we cited in our original motion and letter that was sent to the ARC that it was inconsistent with the Hyde Park design guidelines. 2 of our board members even testified at the ARC to this effect. When we learned that Mr. Parker was appealing the ARC's decision, we once again convened at a board meeting and reviewed it again very extensively. The board voted a second time unanimously to oppose putting in these substitute windows. We cited the Hyde Park design guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards, which are both very clear about something that I want to emphasize. The standards are different when you're adding on to your house versus what you can do on the original footprint. And we were clear about that. It's also very clear in the standards that you're supposed to make every attempt to restore the windows. In my words, I think he should have Frankensteined it from the windows he took out in other places. He didn't. That ship has sailed. Okay, now, since we've had all these board conversations and everything, I went back and painstakingly watched the 1 hour and 42-minute ARC hearing on this, and I read all 50 pages of the applicant's filing. I'm going to boil it down to 2 things. I think he makes 2 arguments. First, he argues there is no relevant standard requiring him to replace wood for wood. Second, in his appeal, he says, well, if that argument fails, then I should get a feasibility exception. I find both arguments wrong. The first argument about the standards and guidelines is factually wrong. Dennis showed you chapter and verse. Others behind me will come up and do that as well. Both the national and the local guidelines are very clear that you need to replace original material. The original material is wood. That's what needs to go when you're working on the footprint of the house. I have firsthand experience with this. I have a 100-year-old bungalow. When I was doing things to the front original part of my 100-year-old bungalow, I had to match the materials. When I built onto the back of the house, I was allowed more latitude to put in substitute materials. It's very clear. That's not ambiguous. The second backup argument about feasibility does not hold water. Having large windows that can't be replicated in wood in today's building code was why those were granted. And I also know that schools are often exempt from complying with codes. It sometimes gives us some pain in the historic district because they don't have to follow the same rules. But that's the law. So also the assertions about durability and maintenance are not credible to me. Neighbors who will come after me are going to cite a number of renovation projects where people are following the guidelines and replacing wood with wood. I have wood windows in my 100-year-old bungalow. I've owned it 28 years. One time have I had to sand and repaint it. Not every 5 years. So in addition to providing competent and substantive evidence to refute the applicant's 2 primary arguments, I'm going to give you a third line of defense to support the ARC's denial of the COA. Those of us who purchase property in the historic district have every right to assume that the protections that govern the local historic district will actually be upheld. We have invested money, hours, love, labor into protecting our homes. This appeal has a direct bearing on the property values and the quality of life of all of us in the historic district. If council overrides the decision of the ARC, then others could appeal rules on various levels. This could make our special historic district disappear. Authentic preservation is not making something look like it's old. It's actually applying the preservation guidelines, laws, rules, standards. Tampa is comprised of a mosaic of neighborhoods. Each of them have special character and should be protected. Each deserves to be protected by enforcing the already codified rules. In Hyde Park, we rely on the ARC. It's staffed by individuals with professional expertise and ongoing training to interpret these local and national standards. I and the HPPI board, in closing, ask you to affirm the ARC's decision to deny this certificate of appropriateness based on the authority of both the Secretary of Interior standards and the Hyde Park design guidelines that govern this matter. I thank you for your service on City Council.
Thank you very much.
3 seconds to spare.
Next speaker.
Well, good evening after this long evening. My name is Patrick Chimino. I'm president of the Historic Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I live in the Historic District, of course, and I want to share what I consider competent and substantial evidence that one, and this came up in the expansion of the local historic district, and thank you all for approving that, were involved. The local government is empowered to regulate preservation. It's well established, and I'll show the code in city code empowering the ARC using the Hyde Park Historic Guidelines as well as the Department of Interior standards to do this, the regulation. And the Secretary of Interior standards and the Hyde Park Guidelines both state wood for wood replacement. So I'm not going to go into this. Our attorney mentioned in the when we expanded the district. However, this is from Florida State University Law Review, sort of corroborating what I said. Local governments can, in fact, regulate preservation. This is city code, which Dennis cited, and it explains that the ARC is empowered with the certificate of appropriateness, and they are empowered to use the Secretary of Interior standards. This is the Hyde Park Historic Guidelines, page 43. It is not permissible to replace wood screen windows with metal sash windows and frame. That's directly from the local guidelines. This is an excerpt from the standards, the Department of Interior, that when you replace materials, you'll match your old materials and composition. I just replaced windows in my house, casement windows, 100 years old. They're wood, all wood. So basically, HHP&A strongly recommends that the City Council affirm the ARC's denial of the request to replace wood windows with aluminum-clad windows by denying this appeal. And recognize the ARC is empowered, they're expert. This was a unanimous vote in the ARC. And it's consistent with the Department of Interior and local historic guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker, please state your name.
Get out of here. Good evening, Council. Aaron Albretts. I'm here on behalf of Hyde Park Spanish Town Creek Board, Neighborhood Association Board. We're here, and I'm here representing the board to express our strong opposition to the applicant's request to use unapproved materials for windows on the property located at 831 South Delaware Avenue. We believe that upholding the established guidelines and maintaining the integrity of our local historic district is crucial for preserving our community's character and heritage. The HPSCCA, mouthful, fully supports the decision recommendations by the ARC, the expert body, recognized expert body, responsible for assessing and approving design and construction proposals within our neighborhood. The ARC, composed of qualified professionals with extensive expert knowledge in architectural preservation, have meticulously reviewed the applicant's request and concluded that the proposed materials do not comply with the guidelines set forth on our local historic district. It's also important to note, and a personal note, to myself, most of council was here for this, that City Council recently voted to expand the boundaries of our local historic district, expanding Hyde Park, reaffirming its commitment to preserving the architectural heritage of our community, and importantly, Dobyville. This decision was made in recognition of the historical significance of our neighborhood and the importance of maintaining the aesthetic harmony that defines it and maintaining and preserving the history in our Hyde Park area. By upholding the guidelines established for our historic district, we not only honor our past, but ensure a sustainable and vibrant future. We respectfully urge City Council to uphold the decision of the ARC and deny the applicant's request for unapproved window materials. By doing so, the council demonstrates its commitment to preservation of our local historic district and the guidelines set forth to ensure its protection. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Harold Walker, and I'm a 38-year resident of Hyde Park at 901 South Delaware. To begin, I would like to, I got here early this morning, not quite as early as y'all, and I'd like to, tip my hat to your durability as well as ability. Heard quite a bit about historic preservation, heard quite a bit about preservation. Recently, there was some media recognition, some council members, the Memorial Cemetery Park cleanup effort, the Jackson House renovation effort, and would like to sincerely thank you for all those efforts. My wife and I moved into our house in May of 1985, the same year that historic preservation came to our neighborhood and the ARC enacted their guidelines. We've been blessed and fortunate to have that structure during the time that we've been there. The applicant mentioned several things that were causing his request for the aluminum-clad windows, and I would like to bring up a few things that might counter those. Number one, in the 400 or some houses in the historic Hyde Park area from Rome East, north to Swan, south and east to Bayshore, there's a ton of renovation going on, quite a few additions, y'all are aware of that. I did a sampling of recently, I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, I'm fairly green at this.
Upside down, turn around.
Upside down, okay. That's not the first time I've done that. Shows 14 different homes that either have recently been completed or under construction. Of those 14 homes, 3 of which are on Delaware, they have all used all wood windows. All used all wood windows. Beyond that, this is just a small sampling of the amount of renovation that's going on in the neighborhood. Amongst this group, there's 14 projects, 4 all wood window suppliers, and 5 different contractors. These 5 different contractors have been, are, and will be active in the Hyde Park area because of their recognition and support of the ARC guidelines. One of the companies, 7 out of the 14, is a company called Geldwin. They produce a window called Oralast.
Keep going.
Oralast. They're made out of wood. They have a limited lifetime warranty. Window materials, just as an FYI, do not denote the glass. They denote the wood frame. So these windows are all custom, so the homeowner, buyer can put in hurricane glass, whatever the case may be. Real wood, easy on the environment, wet weather protection, tough on termites. Our house, upside down again, we have 56 wood windows, double hunger casement, all wood, 38 years, prepped and painted twice.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Last, I know I'm a severe violation here, is an addition, non-contributing piece of the house versus contributing, a difference, all wood windows. We'd like to thank Historic Preservation, City of Tampa, thank the ARC.
Thank you very much.
And appreciate your denial of this appeal.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon or evening. Barry Carpe, 715 South Boulevard. During the ARC hearing, comments were made by the applicant, which I'm here to clarify or refute. Wood windows require sanding and painting and is a cost incurred every 4 to 5 years, which impose an economic hardship. According to his testimony, when asked at the ARC hearing, how many times has the applicant painted his windows, he replied, 2 times in 20 years. He made the point that the wood windows today are made of pine and not very good quality. However, research shows that one manufacturer, Marvin Windows, offers wood windows not only in pine, but also in Douglas fir and mahogany. I offer my own personal, I was on that list. June 2020, Architectural Products installed 16 Sierra Pacific wood windows at my house. I had them primed and painted with a high-quality exterior paint. Since the installation 3 years ago, they're showing no signs of deterioration. I have, however, had my home pressure washed and have had wood siding repaired, performed on the house, but the wood windows are holding up just fine. He also made the point that the lead time to restore windows would slow down his project and claims supply chain and vendor availability issues are pervasive in construction at this point. I've been in the home building business since 1976. I currently work with 2 national home builders and monitor builder challenges regarding the materials shortages and its impact on cycle time. The supply chain and vendor availability issues have improved significantly. In fact, I spoke to a fellow by the name, I discussed the situation with a fellow named Wayne Fernandez. He's the executive VP at Delato. Delato renovates homes in Hyde Park. Mr. Fernandez confirmed whether the windows are wood or clad. The delivery time is 16 to 20 weeks. Finally, the restoration of existing windows would not meet hurricane rated or wiffle balls. However, the wood today, the panels today meet the newest Florida building codes and are custom made. Many options for glass with different ratings are available, but this is not the issue. The wood frames are. We've shown many homeowners in Hyde Park are installing various wood windows which meet the ARC design guidelines and the Florida Building Code. My wife and I invested in wood windows that comply with the ARC guidelines, and they're holding up fine. These points made by the applicant do not warrant overturning a 5-0 decision by the ARC, and I ask that you deny the applicant's request to overturn their vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Before I begin, we had a neighbor who wanted to speak today in person but couldn't be here, got COVID last minute and missed the deadline to appear online. Could I have an extra 30, 60 seconds? I may not need it, just to read his brief letter.
That's fine. And
Thank you.
If the applicant needs an extra 30, 60 seconds, just to be fair, I will be happy to grant it. So go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Blythe Creelan and I live at 810 South Orleans Avenue. I am here along with my neighbors to ask you to support the decision made by the Architectural Review Commission to deny a certificate of appropriateness for aluminum-clad windows on the original structure at 831 South Delaware Ave, which is in my historic neighborhood. The character of the local historic district of Hyde Park relies on the enforcement of the Hyde Park Design Guidelines, as well as the underlying Secretary of Interior's standards. Both of these are clear that original windows are to be replaced only with windows of the same material and composition, if the original ones cannot be restored. The rules are different for additions, but this request is for the original footprint of a contributing structure. The ARC is authorized by city code to make decisions about COAs with reliance on both the local guidelines and the national standards. The applicant has not presented any credible argument as to why his project should not be held to the same standards as the many other homeowners who have restored and renovated their contributing structures in conformance with the preservation standards for the district, including with replacement wood windows. Citizens like myself who purchased a home in the local historic district expect to have the rules enforced to protect the value of the property in which they invested and their quality of life. I purchased my home here precisely because I wanted to live in a historic neighborhood, and I am concerned about the character of my neighborhood changing. The Hyde Park Historic District is an asset to the city of Tampa. If the ARC's decision is overturned, others will seek to leverage this to weaken other standards. The integrity and future of this historic neighborhood will become compromised. Please affirm the decision of the ARC in denying the COA for this request. Thank you for your service. And now I will read my neighbor's comment. His name is Michael Lynch, and he lives at 720 South Boulevard. He asks that you uphold the decision made by the Architectural Review Commission to deny the COA for clad windows on the original structure at 831 South Delaware Avenue in Hyde Park. This decision is important to preserving the character of our neighborhood and ensuring that our historic fabric is protected. We purchased our home in the local historic district expecting the rules to be enforced to protect the history and value of our neighborhood. I live in a house that is over 100 years old. 8 years ago, we restored the original wood windows. It was not a big deal to have them sanded, their mechanics fixed, and to put good paint on them. They still look great. I am now in the process of putting in new wood windows for an addition on the house. The Hyde Park Historic District is a great asset to the city of Tampa. This is evident by the number of people that attend our home tour yearly. If the ARC's decision is overturned, others will seek to leverage this to weaken our standards. Please affirm the decision of the ARC, and on the projector is a list of other neighbors who have signed a letter, sent letters into the city council saying that they would like this to be upheld.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, you have 3 minutes to state your name.
Hello, my name is Karen Rieger. I'm a resident at 801 South Willow Avenue. I'm also president-elect of the HPPI board starting next year. Thank you, first of all, for taking your time and for your patience to this point. I'm writing here to really express my support for the decision made by the Architectural Review Commission to deny the certificate of appropriateness for the aluminum-clad windows. Windows within historic districts are as varied as the houses themselves. The original windows in our neighborhood, they add texture, they add depth and aesthetic appeal, and they're a significant character-defining feature. The historic windows were made to be repaired, and they can last indefinitely if taken care of. Not only are they an irreplaceable resource, but repairing windows is also cost-effective and environmentally friendly solution. In keeping with historic guidelines, replacement of historic windows should always be a last resort, and thoughtful consideration needs to be given to the windows chosen for replacement. Allowing the homeowner at 831 South Delaware to replace the historic windows on the front of the house, which is a conforming structure with which is a contributing structure with non-conforming aluminum-clad windows would be a mistake, especially when there are alternative replacement solutions available that satisfy the historic guidelines. Furthermore, if the ARC's decision is overturned, it will set a precedent for homeowners in other historic districts throughout our community that historic preservation standards are optional. Preserving the character of our local historic district of Hyde Park relies on compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards and enforcement of the Hyde Park design guidelines. The ARC is empowered by the city code to make decisions about COAs with reliance on both the local guidelines and the national standards. Property owners who purchase a historic property in any neighborhood conservation district are aware of the guidelines surrounding alteration to appearance and historic integrity. The applicant has not demonstrated why this project should be excluded from the same standards as many other homeowners who have restored and renovated their historic windows in conformance with the preservation standards of the district. Please affirm the decision of the ARC in denying the COA for this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is David Bailey. Kinder, gentler David Bailey this time. One of the Hyde Park residents had to go to a medical appointment, so I'm reading this for Roger Grunke. Councilpersons, from my professional viewpoint, registered architect, licensed building contractor, urban theorist, I am writing you to voice my opposition to the request by Mr. Steve Parker, to waive the window requirements for the Hyde Park design guidelines. Residents of Hyde Park, and especially those residing in the district administered by Tampa Preservation, Inc., have received optimum real estate value return on their preservation investments. These financial gains have been realized largely through the strict adherence to the Hyde Park design guidelines. This district is a gem of national and local designated historic districts in the state of Florida, and draw admiration not only to the neighborhood, but to the entire city. To start whittling away at the guidelines in the city's most important district will diminish the quality of preservation and the quality of our historic neighborhoods across the city. Windows are the eyes of every building. It is imperative that the original contributing structure in this district retain their true materials, while levels of strict interpretation may be a reasonable consideration in neighborhoods of lower income. To claim economic hardship in this case would be hypocritical. All materials decay and require repair or replacement. Oralast wood windows are insect resistant and rot resistant. Metal windows require maintenance as well, as metal is damaged by the salt and pollutants in our Tampa air. Please support Hyde Park residents' hard work, exceptional investments, and love for their historic district by supporting the Hyde Park design guidelines. Please vote no to the request to install metal windows in an original contributing structure. Sincerely, Roger Grunke, registered architect and certified building contractor.
Thank you very much. Next, last speaker. Please say your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I am the Vice President of THAN. A vote of THAN members was held, and the result was unanimous to support Hyde Park in their efforts to protect the rules of their historic district. But the THAN membership also voted to defend the historic districts and overlays throughout the city. They want to protect the neighborhoods they love and preserve the history of this city through the history of our neighborhoods. These neighborhoods worked incredibly hard for years to get these overlays and historic designations. It is staggeringly difficult to do. The neighborhoods that don't have these protections wish they did. Tampa's comp plan has many, many references to the character of neighborhoods and repeatedly mandates the city to protect the character of all neighborhoods. The neighborhoods of Tampa all agree on this. Defending what makes us love our wonderful neighborhoods is the fundamental goal of every neighborhood leader, which is evidenced by the presidents of all 3 Hyde Park neighborhood associations and letters from 20 individuals. As leaders of THAN, our job is to advocate on behalf of neighborhoods. Tampa is comprised of unique neighborhoods that weave a tapestry that creates the overall character of Tampa. The neighborhoods of Tampa want the guidelines of overlays and historic districts respected. If this exception is granted, it will be used as a precedent to unravel other guidelines that protect all local historic districts and all overlays. Hyde Park is both a local and national historic district. If you do not honor and protect that, how can the rest of the neighborhoods believe they can count on you to protect them? All neighborhoods are unique and valuable. We need our city council to value them as much as we do. Please do not approve this. Please do not create a slippery slope that will harm us all. Affirm the unanimous decision of the ARC based on the guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members of, or any staff comments? I'm sorry. Anything else to add, Mr. Fernandez?
Once again, good evening, council members. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. I did want to respond to some of the information that was presented. In Mr. Parker's presentation, he did refer to the Secretary of the Interior standards as being somewhat outdated and 30 years old. But I do want to point out that the Secretary of the Interior standards were updated in 2017. So these are current standards, and there's an emphasis on the maintenance of original materials in these standards. Secondly, I think the weather side window that's being shown today is a nice window. It's an architecturally significant window. It would be an appropriate window for new construction or for additions to historic properties. There's a difference when you get to the historic components of the building. There are technical or economical issues that come into play. I mentioned the ones with Old City Hall and the fact that the wood windows that were available at that particular time would not meet Florida building code. So we unfortunately had to go to a substitute material. That was an exhaustive process that required, some of you may recall this, several years to accomplish. And I just want you to see one of my evaluations from that period in 2010, just pointing out the need for accuracy with the historic windows and asking for modifications to the proposed aluminum windows that had been presented for my review. This was not a haphazard decision to change the windows. It was necessitated through code compliance, and there was even mock-ups of the original windows that were presented for everyone to review in the city. Under the fire station, that would have been a case that was reviewed in 2017. When this certificate of appropriateness went to the Architecture Review Commission
in January of 2017, it was proposed with Geldwin R-Last wood windows as the replacement window. And that's because many of the windows had been replaced. There was not necessarily a complete inventory of historic windows. That was modified subsequently in the construction process because the R-Last wood window would not meet code because of the size of the windows on the fire station. The oversized windows led to the need to go to a clad window, which is of course a technical issue that has to be accommodated. Wilson and Gorey, I totally agree that these schools are iconic in our community. They're also owned by the school district, which has certain exemptions to the architecture review process and often utilizes them. I've been with the city for 22 years. The historic district was established in 1988. I could find no record of any approval for these windows. I believe these windows may have been installed before the historic district was established. I find no record for installation of windows. We have other records for permitting, but not for window installation. Hillsborough High School, another property that was referenced, constructed in 1922, but the district, Seminole Heights, was established in 1995. When this was inventoried in 1987, 60% of the windows were enclosed. The project that came in, if the windows are enclosed, then the original windows are missing. So there was a restoration process that reestablished the openings and introduced compliant windows at that particular time, which are of metal fabrication. Lastly, I did want to reaffirm that the subject property was approved with wood windows during the certificate of appropriateness process. There was a miscommunication of that at the permitting phase, which approved the weather shield window that the applicant is now, as he testified, prefers that all the windows match. So he's making an elective decision to extend those windows to the historic structure. I've seen no evidence of technical or economical hardship presented. The ARC and the city's preservation programs approaches preservation in a reasonable manner. Both recognize contemporary lifestyle needs of homeowners and neighborhoods and routinely approve projects that add significant square footage to historic buildings or modify them to accommodate new use. Under the subject approval, the house was added in excess of over 50% of square footage to allow for contemporary lifestyle needs. But there has to be a line when you get to the historic portions of the house that you're trying to maintain. Maintaining original materials in a historic district is critical to its integrity, legitimacy, and character. Owners of historic properties serve as stewards to these buildings and have an obligation to meet the requirements of the district. I wanted to just end with an example of three, because I felt a little bit, as the preservation official, a little bit upset about hearing that there might be a double standard in place. But the city invests in its historic buildings, and it does so in a code-compliant manner. I'll give three examples. The Tampa Theater has wood Geldwin R-Last windows in it. That was the window that was replaced a few years ago. The Centro Español in West Tampa recently repaired its original windows and did so with all wood components. And then I think we all know the historic Plant Hall has the original wood windows that have been restored many, many times and I think are an iconic characteristic of that particular building. So that concludes my rebuttal, and I appreciate any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parker, you have 5 minutes rebuttal. I know I gave somebody an extra few seconds. If you need an extra minute,
All right.
go ahead.
Thank you. Steve Parker, the petitioner. I do want to admit this into evidence, the 823 South Delaware, where the ARC approved a 60% thermoplastic polymer and 40% wood fiber window, and it has the ARC sticker on it.
Sure,
So-
if you want to give it to the attorney,
Okay.
we'll put it in the record.
And I noticed that Mr. Fernandez did not address the approval of 823 South Delaware, so I would be curious what the reasoning is on why the ARC approved composite plastic and wood window for that. So I'm not going to read all the emails that people wrote in support. 5 or 6 people wrote emails. They're in the file. There's nothing nefarious about putting in aluminum-clad wood windows on the addition. ARC agrees that if you do an addition, you can put in aluminum-clad windows. So there are aluminum-clad windows all over Hyde Park. They're all over the place on additions. This issue is, can you put it on the front of your house? And when Ms. Bailey got up here and suggested that you could Frankenstein the windows and use other parts to put them together, what you end up with is a window from 1915 that's not impact rated, it doesn't meet Florida Building Code, and it doesn't meet Hurricane Code. And that's not a sufficient window to protect a house during any type of hurricane. So, it's not Monticello, it's not Mount Vernon, this is a house in Hyde Park. It's not even on the list of historic structures. It seems to be, if it looks great, if you can't tell from the street if this is a aluminum-clad window or a wood window, then it should be approved. I think any of us here, if you had the choice to get a window with a 30-year warranty or a 10-year warranty, you would go with the 30-year warranty and go with an aluminum-clad window. And that's all I've got. And thanks for working so hard today. I know you guys have been here a long time.
Thank you very much. All right. We have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now going to entertain any motions or discussion by council members. Anybody? Anybody?
I'll discuss. You know, I think, one, we as a city, we do value historic preservation. You know, we've got beautiful Hyde Park. We've got Ybor City and functions, parts of West Tampa and these great cigar factories and the historical clubs we've referenced, and of course Tampa Theater and University of Tampa. But Hyde Park is definitely special, and when we talk, we value home rule, you know, how it was established, you know, back in the day when it was established, and the neighbors that fought for it and the people that have fought for it subsequent to that to keep its integrity. I think people that live in that neighborhood benefit from that shared value that they're going to protect these standards that are established within that neighborhood. So, I mean, it's, you know, given a choice, you're right, but when you live in these areas, just like my fellow councilman, Mr. Vieira, they live up there in those gated communities in New Tampa. They have to conform to all kinds of rules up there that many neighborhoods don't have to conform to. So, you know, Hyde Park is one of those special places that you have to conform to rules because, you know, that's the way everybody kind of came together and did it. And even our code 27-111, you know, sets out how much we value as a city historical preservation. So I think that while I appreciate your concern, and you know, and they are beautiful windows and all, but you live in Hyde Park, and those are wood windows, and I think that the city did a good job of presenting a case that based on the ARC standard and the national standard, that to replace those windows, as long as it's feasible, that you should be able to replace those windows with wood replacement windows and be able to achieve what you're looking for and still conform to the ARC standard. And again, I appreciate your case and what you made, and I understand why you want to do it, but you live in Hyde Park.
Second. Gonna deny.
No.
I haven't done it.
That wasn't a motion, that was just a comment.
I mean, I will be. We're ready.
Any motions? Anything else?
No.
Councilmember Carlson?
Some others can help me with the backup. I mean, this is a difficult issue in some ways, but the rules are the rules, and as interpreted by the experts representing the city and the neighborhood, the rules are pretty specific. So I move to affirm the ARC's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness requested in application number ARC 23-131 for the property located at 831 South Delaware, because the replacement of the original windows with aluminum-clad windows, particularly for significant areas of visibility, is inconsistent with the Secretary of Interior standards referenced in the U.S. Park Service's standards for replacement windows, the city code, and the Hyde Park design guidelines.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Roll call.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
It's tough, but yes, I'm sorry.
Vieira?
Yes.
Miranda? Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak. Yes. And Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item number 60. It should be quick, and then we go into the second readings. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
It should be quick. You told me that 5 hours ago.
One of those days. I don't sleep after these meetings. So. Raw salmon's in the flesh.
It's been a while.
Go ahead, sir. This is item number 60.
Yeah, Ross Amos Development Coordination presenting file number VAC 23-13. The applicant's name is ALV Gazoot Tampa LLC. Representative's name is Addie Clark. Property address is 300 West Tyler Street. This proposed vacating request is to vacate a portion of airspace over a portion of Tyler Street lying north of Cass Street, south of Tyler Street, east of Hillsborough River, and west of W.C. McKinnis Place. This application was filed on March 17, 2023. The applicant owns property on the south side of the airspace that is requested to be vacated. The applicant's reason for the application is vacating airspace above a portion of West Tyler Street to nullify the right-of-way encroachment agreement, ENC 22-21. The street was created by subdivision plat. The airspace is above the elevation of 35.67 feet. This is the area of the airspace proposed vacating, the Straz and Tampa Arts Museum. Quick view of the area in the plat, the area in the Arts District. Again, here, this portion of Tyler Street, the airspace that is requested to be vacated. Here is the survey provided to show the elevation of the airspace that is requested to be vacated. Here is the elevation shown above ground, above grade. Above Tyler Street is 35.67 feet. Up to near the top of the current structure is 310.33 feet. This shows so this linear feet here is 2.5 feet into the street. So above 35.67 feet and out 2.5. Originally, there was an approved encroachment for 150 balconies. And here's the view of the structure now. And again, it's for the north face of this current structure, and it's 2.5 feet. Staff have no objections to the vacating request. Natural Resources must comply with Chapter 27 regarding tree preservation and site design for any improvements to adjacent trees in the vacated area. I'm available if you have any questions.
Council members Carlson, then Hurtak. Hurtak first, then Carlson.
Thanks. Vacating air rights, can you explain? I mean, I know that's something typical in larger cities like New York, but we don't have that come in front of us often. What,
Yeah, it's
like,
a bit unusual.
I mean, if it's starting up, you said at 30, 35, and then going
It does.
almost, but not all the way? Like, what's the rationale?
goes-
I just, like, explain that to me.
As far as the reasoning, I'm not going to explain. I will let the
No, yeah,
petitioner do that.
but why would you need that done? Like,
Again, that will be
Okay.
a good explanation for them to explain why they need that. But as far as the legal standards, as far as what a right-of-way is, technically it's from the ground up when they plat it, it's straight. So imagine this room is a right-of-way and it's straight up in the air. And usually it's to around 500 feet, I think, because of navigable airspace, and then different entities are involved in what's allowable at that point. So, do you have anything to comment on that?
Yes, so when dealing with the right-of-way, it goes straight up vertical, so they allows for
commercial vehicles, construction vehicles, buses to pass through and utilize the right-of-way.
What's your name, sir?
I apologize, Ron, Wigington Legal Department.
Thank you.
So in this case, they are extending into the right-of-way over the air rights with the balconies, but this is above the level that is necessary to have traffic go through there.
So, maybe this is a question for the applicant, but does that mean that they just built where they weren't supposed to build?
Actually, they had an encroachment easement prior to applying for this vacating, but the encroachment agreement provides that if the director of the mobility department requires the removal of that encroachment, then the developer or the petitioner must remove it. So I imagine that the petitioner will be able to respond, but I imagine it has something to do with financing. And
Okay, thank you. I'll let the petitioner respond.
Councilman Carlson, then Councilman Clendenin.
Yeah, my question was a flavor of that, which is, why wasn't this proposed when the building was zoned in the first place?
I'll let you respond to that if you want, yeah.
Hello. Sorry, I think I'm Addie Clark, for the record, 400 North Ashley Drive. If there was an outstanding question, I have a little short presentation that might help some of the questions, or we can go right into questions.
We'll go through the questions, then we'll get to the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Clendenin? No, all right. Anything else? No? All right, we'll go to the, please state your name. You were sworn in, correct?
Yes, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive, and representing the applicant. And so, as Russ mentioned, maybe please. There we go. So this is a picture showing the balconies as it is right now. This request is somewhat common, like Councilman Hertak mentioned, in larger cities, but in downtown areas, we've seen this before. And so this is kind of an example of vacating this 3D box of air, if you will. And really the purpose of this is because these balconies, these 150 balconies facing north, are permanent investments in this structure, such as like a sky bridge, which we've seen before, especially in this downtown area. And with the encroachment agreement, because we are above the ground where, say, mobility maintenance would occur or where vehicles would traverse, we thought that the vacating just made more sense. These are permanent structures, and if there were to be some sort of maintenance on one, the encroachment agreement would not have to kind of be removed and then placed back into place. So the vacating just made more sense from a permanent structure standpoint. And then again, I think this image is pretty helpful, showing this 3D almost shadow box, if you will, for these 150 balconies. So you can see the air rights starts 35 feet from the ground and is about 2 to 5 feet wide for this kind of box of air. I like to think of it as kind of a shadow box. And so, again, it'll start at the 3rd floor and extend a few feet out from the face of the building, where the balconies extend out just a little bit, which is shown again here with the yellow that we shaded in. And so starting at that 3rd floor ensures that there is no intrusion into the maintenance area from the mobility department. It's evident by the approvals of all the reviewing agencies, including the mobility department and utilities. And that's really it, but we're available for any questions.
Any questions? Yes, sir. Councilman Carlson?
Explain to me the two categories, sorry it's late, but the category of what you got before and then what you're getting now and the difference between the two of them. I understand the right-of-way and the rights, but I don't understand why that wasn't entitled in the first place.
So previously, the encroachment agreement was active, and this today we're asking for a vacating of the same, relatively the same area, that shadow box.
Why wasn't that an original application, I wonder? I mean, why wouldn't that be a normal thing to ask for that in the vacation?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm sure if you're looking at him. Yeah, thank you.
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Bluntly, we just got involved in this project, so I'm not really sure what happened originally. This is the building. The face of the building's right at the property line. So if you look up from the property line, you're going to see the bottom of balconies going up 30 floors. The first way the city deals with that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The public has a lot of concerns about how the city took this land from the Straz Center in the first place. But then, to echo what my colleague said, it sounds like this was built without the entitlement.
I don't believe that's accurate, Councilman. This went through a DDR process. This is downtown, so this never would have come to City Council.
But what if it was 6 feet instead of 2.5? What would have happened then?
What do you mean?
I mean, if
it
the
went 6 feet out?
balcony stuck out 6 feet instead of
So
2.
the way this can get blessed, the fact that there are balconies in one of two ways. The first way is through a right-of-way encroachment agreement, which those come before council fairly frequently. The reason why our client, the developer, believes that the right-of-way encroachment agreement that has been entered into doesn't work is because the city attorney's office will never allow a right-of-way encroachment agreement to provide that encroachment can stay forever. The city can always come in and make you take it out. So you think of the Sky Bridge that goes over Florida, it goes over Tampa Street as you go through downtown. I'm not sure whether that's been, the air rights for that were vacated, I'm guessing not. So there's somewhere out there an agreement that will let the city come in and say, remove all those balconies. We don't think that's a reasonable thing for the city to ask for. And so by vacating the air rights, by vacating this little space here that's congruent with the face of the building, it guarantees that those balconies can stay there in perpetuity. And I know there might be a long story with the history of this project and the land acquisitions. I don't know anything about that. This is an unusual proceeding. I think to Councilmember Hurtak's point, air rights you hear in other cities are typically when you vacate the land, the air on top. And that becomes a transferable development right. That's how the High Line got built in New York City. This isn't that. This is just saying that the balconies we have that encroach, and those are on all of the original plans. So, yeah, we were not involved in the entitlement, but this was not a surprise. It was not a surprise that the balconies extended over the property line. I think what happened was the developer and perhaps prior folks involved said, this encroachment agreement, that's a fine way to do it. But then I think they started reading the fine print and said, well, hold on, the city can come and make us take these balconies out. That's a big problem. We got involved when they discovered that problem. And this was the solution that was discussed, I believe, with Ross and city staff. The best way to make sure the balconies stay where they are being built is to vacate these air rights. So that's why we're here. But there's certainly a longer story.
And legal, stop me if I can't ask this question, but has Stratus Center weighed in at all?
Not that I know of, not at all.
Yeah,
it definitely would have been in the notice area, and we're not aware of any.
I want to say this just so you can react to it, but just for constituents watching, whatever objections people had about the prior developers and the way the prior administration handled this, that doesn't weigh in tonight. I don't think we can consider any of that. So we just have to deal with what we have tonight.
I think that's correct, Council. I think this is it's a fairly limited question before you. Is whether this volume of air should be surrendered to the private property owner.
I just pray the city never does a deal like this again. Thank you.
Hurtak and then Clinton.
It's a very, so this 2.5 feet is we're vacating the air rights, so basically the property owner will own that air.
Yes.
Will they be paying taxes on that air?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if that would become, the balconies are a fixed personal property to the building. And I am absolutely not an assessor, an appraiser, or anything remotely like that. But there is material, there's the balconies, which add value to the improvements.
Yeah.
The whole building is gonna be taxed, and that includes the balconies as well, which are in this airspace. So I think it's more likely than not that the air isn't going to be taxed. I don't think you can tax that, but the balconies that are into them will be a part of the building that is taxed.
So I don't know if staff has an answer to this, but it just seems like, before you were just kind of like borrowing the space, but now you want to get it, and are we going to get anything for that?
Sure.
In that those balconies are
it's a
part
good
of the
question.
building and the.
Yeah, and I think for perhaps as a future policy change, for example, when we try to vacate right away and it turns out the city owns the land underneath, it's common that the city will make the developer, whoever, pay for that because they own the land. Air, we're not quite in philosophical territory, but it's more of an intangible thing. It's not something that's accustomed to having a value, but it clearly does have a value. And I think in the future, that's a very fair thing to visit. But for now, there's no separate assessment for what we're seeking because the city hasn't placed a value on it, and I'm not sure how they could.
Well, I mean, I disagree with that because I think New York places a value on their air. And so
They
if
do.
Yeah.
I would say the council, I think one distinction with New York is that New York said, you can do 500,000 square feet above this building. You're going to sell that to someone else, so they can do 500,000 square feet elsewhere, a transfer of development right regime. Here, this air right, what's being vacated doesn't have a transferable value. I'm not saying it doesn't have any value, but it doesn't necessarily have a transferable value.
Okay.
So I don't think you all are going to see a lot of these, to be candid. This is a bit of an unusual situation, but it definitely raises some very interesting questions that are probably worth exploring.
So, Mr. President, that's kind of a good segue into my point. I made this point with staff. I don't have a problem with granting this request, but I kind of do in perpetuity that it goes along with the land and not just the building. So I'm kind of inclined to put a council condition that I know I'm going to be dead, gone, and worm food long before that building's gone, and so it's not going to affect me. But something that this yes, worm food, this a council condition that if this building is substantially raised, or demolished, that these air rights are rescinded and revert back to the city.
I think we'd be fine with the reverter if the building were, God forbid, to have a casualty and it goes away and it's not rebuilt in a manner that utilizes them. I think that's completely fine. Obviously, if we want to build the building back where it was, we'd like to keep what we got. We hopefully get this evening. But if it's
Well, I mean,
back,
I think I'm talking like 100 years from now, that building's gone past its useful life expectancy, and they raise it and tear it down and want to build a new building. That the air rights don't go along with that property.
yeah, I'm just
It's
trying
not
to think,
like
I'm just trying to think on the
alcoholic
fly here.
It's the land kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, so.
Well, the reverter is not going to last because we're not giving it to the religion, government entity. So the reverter is going to be a little bit tricky because there is a statute out there that says that reverter goes away, I believe, in 40 years after the reverter is a condition of any conveyance of interest of land. Now, there's an exception to that, and that deals with religious entities, governmental entities, educational entities. So like if you give property to a government and say it always has to be used for park purposes, and if it doesn't, if it stops being used for park purposes, then it reverts back to the grantor. That can last in perpetuity. But in this situation,
maybe that's it. Maybe if these air rights aren't being used for a continuous period of 5 years, they go back to the city, because you think we have enough time to rebuild a building in 5 years if it gets blown down. So.
Yeah, now could we have a thing that is something like, so if you say it's 40-year time period, that in 40 years this expires and has to be revisited?
the reverter goes away outright. I'm sorry, Ron Wigington, Legal Department.
So explain that to me, I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you convey property to someone else and you put a reverter clause in there, basically what that says is if you don't satisfy the conditions of that conveyance, then the property reverts back to the grantor. However, there's a statute out there that prevents that because basically what it does is it ties up property forever. Now, they make an exception for certain entities like governments and educational, religious organizations and stuff like that, because there is truly an intent to make sure that the property remains for that particular purpose. So that's why the state legislature came up with that.
So if I attached a council condition that this is,
it would be a reverter interest that is tying up their property, but they don't qualify as an exception.
I think
40 years from now, it would expire and be
completely.
But we might still.
It would go away.
If I just suggest, Council, we might still have, hopefully the building's still there in 40 years. I hope it's being constructed.
I'm sure it'll be there in 100.
I think if it's not used for a continuous period of 5 years, then it would revert to the city, and someone in the future would have to come back again and ask a future council.
If I made a council condition that said that this easement air rights would be granted under the condition that if it's not used for a period of 5 years, the air rights would reverse back to the city. Would that be acceptable to y'all?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Anything else? No, we can't.
We're not there yet. I just wanted to reach a meeting of the minds.
Morris, you want to go?
I know I'm not supposed to be negotiating from the dais, but.
Anybody else?
Morris Massey, Legal Department. The only thing I would caution you all, and I think Mr. Wigington was cautioning you, there's a state statute that basically no matter what the reverter says, it goes away after the term of time.
40 years.
I think it's 21 under the state statute, actually.
But we'd be more restrictive to that, because we'd say if it's not used for 5, it would go away.
Well, I think that basically, if the reverter expires 21 years after it goes into effect, so it doesn't matter what the 5-year time frame is. It's basically, the state legislature has basically declared that these types of provisions are problematic in connection with title to property, and therefore they're frowned upon. And so, except for exceptions for governmental and religious institutions, they want them wiped out after a fairly finite period of time. That's I just warn you that.
So a lot of wasted energy, is that what you're telling me?
Well, yes, go ahead.
Morris, while you're up there, could you maybe give us insight into why, what was it called before, encroachment, and now it's air rights? Why would the city have done it that way back then?
Yeah, the city typically, I mean, we have habitually through the years, approved encroachments into our right-of-way. I think part of the philosophy of doing it by encroachment ordinances or the encroachment agreements that we've approved is that it allows the city latitude, if it needs the right-of-way back, to require the encroachment to be removed. I think in this case, what they're saying is, this is not something where they could easily remove all these balconies, and so they're asking for that to be permanently vacated, so it attaches to the building.
So the encroachment is something that kind of goes, it plays on the city's favor, but it's kind of a variation of what he just proposed. If we kept the encroachment, then the city could go in at what's the rule? The city could go in at any time and change it? And
Well, I think the way the agreements and the ordinances have read in the past is not for any reason whatsoever, but for instance, if the director, typically it's the director of public works or mobility now, declares that there's a need for that area where the encroachment now exists, then the city could ask that it be removed. But it can't be for any reason whatsoever, but there has to be a public valid reason why that encroachment is a problem for the public.
So if we do nothing, what's the hardship?
If you do nothing, you mean you don't approve the vacating?
Right.
I think.
Because this building's already under construction.
Correct. I think.
Substantial.
And they'd have to explain to you that, but from a property owner's perspective, and it's somebody who's, for instance, if they try to condominiumize this later on, those balconies become elements perhaps that are part of the condominium, and you can't really declare that part of the condominium if you don't own it. So I think it kind of limits what they can do with the building in the future, perhaps. That may be part of the issue. So.
I don't have much to add to that, but Morris is right. I mean, to be candid, we're afraid that someone in the future might say, take all your balconies off. And the only way to guarantee that is for this 2.5 feet of encroachment, which encroachments are fairly common in the city, especially in newborn places like that. We're just asking for this 2.5 feet to the extent of the building, starts at 30 feet, goes to 300, that we have that. And I think putting in a reverter is fine. I don't think we need to clothe it in statutory exception. The statute will speak for itself on that, or whatever Tallahassee does. But we think this is a very minimal amount of space. I think this is a very unusual circumstance, and unlike broader discussions about right-of-way vacating, the city losing something, I respectfully submit, I don't think the city is really losing anything on something this minor, and would ask for council to approve.
Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 60? I see no one. Do we have anybody registered online? The person that was registered is here. Nope. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to take 60?
Sure. Item number 60, file number VAC 23-13. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning the airspace over that portion of Cottage Street right-of-way located north of 10th Street, south of Fortune Street, east of Hillsborough River, west of W.C. McKinnis Place, within the plat of AER in the Arch District subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 2 thereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, restrictions, and more particularly described herein, providing for enforcement of penalty and violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, and repealing conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin with Councilwoman Hurtak, yes?
It feels like this is a instance of asking forgiveness instead of permission, and that this could have been built 2.5 feet in. And I wasn't here for that, so I'm actually gonna vote no on this.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of hold my nose and vote yes. This project has been full of problems, and it's the problem when the city says get her done versus good planning. And we have had, I don't know how many times that this project's been back before us asking for CRA money and all kinds of stuff because it was planned very badly. It was a piece of road that was reconfigured. And but we're in an impossible situation where at this point with the current owners and everyone, it's just not it's not a good idea to not allow this. And I just hope that this is the last on this project, but I hope that the city never does something like this again. Somebody in an earlier case was talking about Frankenstein. That's how this was brought together, and it was stolen from the Strata Center, which is bad. But anyway, we are where we are, and so I'm going to vote for it.
Councilmember Clendenin.
I mean, yeah, definitely, it's definitely forgiveness rather than permission, but, we are where we are, the building's under construction. And I also had a conversation with planning before this about the size of the sidewalks underneath it. They're very wide sidewalks that are underneath there, so we have ample room. So I will be supporting this. I'll be voting yes, and, it's not the best way to do business, but I'll be voting yes.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
No.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira? Miranda?
Yes.
And Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 13, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 51. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Emily Phelan,
Wait,
Planning
were you
Commission
sworn in?
staff.
Were you sworn in?
No, I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry, these are quasi judicial, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. Okay. Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. Item number 51 is TA CPA 2229. It's a map amendment located at 111 North Tampania Avenue and 2412 North A Street. The request is to change the future land use from residential 20 to community mixed use 35. The amendment was approved at the April 13th, 2023 hearing and is in front of you today for second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Do you have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 51? Do you have anybody registered online to speak for item 51? No? Can I get a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson, would you mind reading item number 51?
Yes, file number TACAP 22-29, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 111 North Tampania Avenue and 2412 North A Street from residential 20 R20 to community mixed use CMU 35. Providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Hurtak and Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Item number 52. Yes?
I'm going to have to
Emily?
say for each of these, sorry I missed like 5 or 6 of these, but I watched the video and read the file, so I'm ready to vote.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. Item number 52 is TA CPA 2230, a text amendment to amend Land Use Policy 5.1.6 regarding blending in an urban village. The request is to allow lands outside of an urban village to proportionally weigh the floor area ratio over the entire site and permitted uses within each of the land use plan categories to be considered if the site is located within a half-mile outside of an urban village boundary, and the project is approved through a planned development that is at least 1 acre in size or maintains frontage on an arterial roadway. The provision cannot be used for lands outside the Central Tampa Planning District. The amendment was approved at the May 25th, 2023 hearing and is in front of you today for second reading, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? No. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 52? I see no one. Do we have anybody registered? The only ones I see are the applicant's representatives. All right. Do we have a motion to close?
I'd like to discuss. Can I discuss it first, or let's make a statement?
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a statement because I voted no on the first reading of this, and I will say that I spent countless hours reviewing this and reviewing with staff. We went painstakingly through each parcel of property that would potentially be affected by this proposal, and it alleviated most of my fears. I was mostly concerned about unintended consequences and the impact that would have on some of our traditional neighborhoods. Through that work with staff, those fears have been eliminated, and I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Anybody else?
If I may,
Yep.
when this passed, I was the one that made the first motion. You asked me, Miranda, I read the thing, and I said, I qualified it by saying I may change my vote during second reading. I think this is the one that allows the reduction in parking all over the area. No? Give me a briefing what this is. Real quick, 1 minute.
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Right now, in a lot of the urban parts of the city, if you've got two different land uses, you have two different densities in a PD, like you got a 1.08 FAR here and a 0.5 FAR, you can blend them together and put 0.75 in the middle or move it around. That flexibility was widened a little bit for parcels that are 1 acre. We're asking that parcels, PDs, like new PDs that come before you, this only applies to brand new PDs. You should have that same flexibility if you're less than 1 acre, but only if you're on an arterial road. So this is going to apply only to new PDs that have two different colors of land use and are within a half-mile of an urban village and are on an arterial road. This was filed not in isolation. This was filed in support. It's a required passage for a rezoning that's up for second reading that was unanimously approved by this council and was fairly enthusiastically supported by the neighborhood in Armory Garden, Ms. Sandy Sanchez. I don't think this flexibility that you would grant by approving this text amendment would be used more than once a year, if ever. It's for an isolated circumstance, but we think this flexibility is a good policy. I believe staff would agree with that. And the most important thing for staff or for council to keep in mind, this flexibility is only for brand new PDs. No one gets anything by right by voting yes for this. Everyone who would use this flexibility must come before you and make their case to this council and future councils.
But what I see here is at least 1 acre in size or maintained. So it's got two meetings, not one.
Well, right. Originally, the way it is right now, you can do this blending if you have 1 acre. There aren't as many 1 acre sites anymore. And so we're saying you should be able to do this blending if you're not 1 acre, if you're less than 1 acre, but only if you're on an arterial road. That's the most high intensity roads we have, and there aren't a lot of them. And again, this only applies to brand new PDs that will come before you in the future. So I think there's a lot of safeguards that this will not be misused.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Clendenin in the last meeting bringing up the issue of the Central Planning District. I think we have to address that in new business or something, but there are concerns about Hyde Park, about anything that's in this, and it will be easier in the future if Hyde Park's not included. But I had initially the same concerns as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I've also had discussions with staff about that and the Planning Commission, and we're formulating a plan to make those proposed changes, including the islands, by the way.
Motion to close?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from? Councilmember Carlson with the second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to read item 52?
Yeah, I move file number TACPA 2230, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, amending land use policy 5.1.6 that would allow lands outside an urban village to proportionately weigh the floor area ratio over an entire site and permitted uses within each of the land use plan categories to be considered anywhere on the site if, one, such land is located within a 1/2 mile radius of an urban village boundary, and two, such project is approved through planned development or planned development alternative zoning that is at least 1 acre in size or maintains frontage on an arterial roadway. This provision may not be utilized on any lands outside the central planning district, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
We have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no. And
Thank you.
VR being absent at vote.
Thank you. Item number 53. 53, do we have the applicant online? We do? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. Item number 53 is TA CPA 2302, a map amendment located at 7702 South O'Brien Street. The request is to change the future land use designation from light industrial to residential 10. The amendment was approved at the May 25th, 2023 hearing and is in front of you today for second reading. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? Nope. All right, do you have the applicant on, I see Diana Aponte. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Diana Aponte. I'm representing Ohio Real Estate Group, LLC, the owners of the subject property 7702 South O'Brien Street. And I'm here today because our goal is to get the future land use changed from light industrial to residential 10. We have also applied for rezoning from IG to RS50. As previously stated, the lot is located in a high hazard coastal area. However, it is surrounded on all sides by residential homes, and this lot being non-residential seems out of place. The plan is to use 4,284 square feet of the 5,000 that the lot provides to build a single-family detached residential home. Our hope is that we receive your approval today. Thank you.
Motion to close?
Wait, any public comment for this item, 53? We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurtak, would you mind reading item 53?
Of course. File number TA CPA 23-02, an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 7702 South O'Brien Street from light industrial LI to residential 10 R10, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
And I forgot to say that I did review the file and the video. Thank you.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with VR being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Item number 54.
And I reviewed the file and video on this one too.
Thank you. 54. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Emily Phelan, Planning Commission staff. Item number 54 is TA CPA 2304, a map amendment located at 1222 Channelside Drive. The request is to change the future land use from heavy industrial to regional mixed use 100. This amendment was approved at the May 25th, 2023 hearing and is in front of you today for second reading. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? No? All right. Do we have the applicant here? I see Tyler Hudson.
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Nothing has changed. I would ask for you to support again. Thank you.
Any questions? Nope. Anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 54?
Motion to close?
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Carlson, 54.
I'd like to move file number TA CPA 23-04, an ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 1222 Channelside Drive from heavy industrial to regional mixed use 100, RMU 100, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing effective date.
Do we have a second? We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
All right, item number 55.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 55, case REZ 23-15. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 2517 West Kennedy Boulevard, 111 North Tampania Avenue, and 2412 West North A Street. Proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily and CG commercial general to PD planned development residential multifamily and storefront residential commercial office uses. Site plans have been turned into the city clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for Zane? Nope. All right. So do we have applicant?
Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. We made all requested changes and would ask for you to unanimously support this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments for the applicant? If not, do we have any public comment for 55? And no motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, if you would read 55.
Item number 55, comment RE 2315, being presented for second reading and adoption of notice rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2517 West Kennedy Boulevard, 111 North Tampania Avenue, and 2412 West North A Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RM16 residential multifamily to CG commercial general to PD planned development residential multifamily and storefront residential commercial offices uses providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Move the resolution.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
Second.
We have a motion to move this resolution from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 56.
Good evening, Council. Kate Wells with the Legal Department. This is second reading on an ordinance correcting a Scrivener's error that was in the legal description. I ask for your approval. Thank you.
All right, so we don't have no applicant. Do we have anybody? You do? Oh, all right. Mr. Porter?
Jim Porter for the applicant for when he's asked, for Jackson, I asked for your support as well. No comments.
Any
You're
questions?
here late for a Scrivener's error.
Cut into his martini time. Anybody in the public wish to speak on item 56?
Move to
No.
close.
Nope, motion closed from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Councilwoman Henderson, if you would read 56.
I move file number REZ 22-31, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance amending ordinance number 2022-205, which rezoned the property in the general vicinity of 4848 East Bush Boulevard and 9214 North Hialeah Road in the city of Tampa, Florida, in order to correct a Scrivener's error in the legal description of Exhibit A to said ordinance and replacing same with the attached and corrected Exhibit A, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote.
All right, item 57.
Good evening, Council. Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. Plans have not been certified between first and second reading. During the initial hearing, there was a motion by council to include a landscape plan between first and second reading. Those plans were not submitted officially to the city. They were emailed to Aaron Mayer, who's here to discuss the plans themselves. But the plans themselves were not submitted either through Acela or hard copies that are required to be certified. So as a result, staff recommend this be treated as a first reading to address just the landscape plan issue itself. And like I said, Aaron Mayer here is here from Natural Resources to review the plan, and the applicant has their landscape architect here also.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm going to submit these documents into the record for the revision sheet.
Aaron, Mayor Development Coordination. I just want to go over again to remind you of what the waivers were that the project was requesting for REZ 2318. This is, they were requesting 0% tree retention for a 50% tree retention required by code on a non-wooded lot over 1 acre. They have a waiver for the use-to-use landscape buffer adjacent to single-family home to the west of a parking garage. The required is 15 with a masonry wall to 10 feet is what they're requesting. And there is a waiver for the reduction in green space for the 30% of the parcel minus building footprint to 26% and 5,718 square feet of green space. So I have now reviewed the site plan before you that was submitted, the landscape plan, I'm sorry, for justifying the waivers they are requesting. I do want to go over the fact that this project requires 51 code required trees, and the mitigation required is 39 type 1 large canopy trees. So just to remind you here, your large canopy trees are things like live oaks, the ones that give us all the urban canopy. Type 2 trees are your tall and narrow trees, you know, cedars, pines, cypress, a lot of your evergreen species. And type 3 are crepe, you know, those are your short and wide canopies, so like crepe myrtles, things like that. So back to the site plan. So there's a total of 90 trees required with mitigation and for the code required trees. So as you can see on the site plan before you, I've labeled numbers showing where the type 3 trees are going and where the type 1 trees are going right here in these landscape islands along the alley and along the right of way here on Amelia is what the applicant has proposed, potentially along the FDOT road, which I'll get to. The project is requesting to plant type 2 trees in the 10-foot buffer, which is allowed by code. However, originally the applicant had submitted the trees to be spaced 10 feet apart. I don't think, the code requires a 20-foot spacing for type 2 and 3 trees. So I've requested them to delete a tree so they're not competing for, you know, light, nutrients, water, that sort of thing. And so overall, the applicant is proposing to plant 9 total trees on the parcel. So here we have around the perimeter is what the applicant is proposing. Most of their trees that they're gonna put on site are in the right of way. So we will require a maintenance agreement, and we ask for one in perpetuity, as they are getting, you know, they're getting credit for some of these trees. So 27 trees are proposed to be planted in the right of way. I want to let you know that I had discussions with the City of Tampa Mobility Department about some of the trees that they're proposing. These trees right here along Columbus, Mobility was concerned there was a site triangle issue, and so some of those crepe myrtles or type 3 trees might have to be deleted, as well as along Tampa Street here to the east is an FDOT road, and they were concerned that, and as you heard this morning, that in 2024 there's going to be a project where they take away the curbs, expand the sidewalks, and they're concerned that these trees, if they're planted, these type 1 trees, if they're planted along Tampa Street, they're going to be removed. So we are asking for the applicant to coordinate with FDOT, and I have in the revision sheet a project manager who's going to be working on that project. So 64 trees approximately cannot be accommodated on the site and will have to be paid into the tree fund. And then I'm going to go over some of these other specs that we found concerning in these details on the site plan. So the applicant has proposed to submit structural soil or silvicells in their detail, and we are in support of that. However, there is some concern with like how they listed the amount of square footage they're providing. Natural Resources would like to see the rooting specifications, soil volume in cubic feet to a depth of 3 feet, which is what you typically remove to replace the soil with, soil that is recommended to plant, new trees. And in some of these, I don't need to go into all these details, they're on the revision sheet, and I know you've had a long day, but there's like overlapping, they're sort of double dipping with some of the square footage that they're showing between trees, and it should be a per tree calculation, soil volume. So for instance, they have a 24-inch diameter tree requires approximately 1,700 cubic feet of soil. Larger trees require even more rooting volume, and what their specification is showing here would be around 1,080 cubic feet. So now 1,700 cubic feet is what we would like to see. That's something that can support a 24-inch diameter tree. So 24 inches, 2 feet. Another thing is we would not like to see tree grades. They require a lot of maintenance. They could lead to girdling of the trees over time. And Natural Resources prefers the use of guards. I have an image just to show what tree guards are. They typically go around the perimeter of the tree basin. They keep, people from walking on it, compacting the soil, that sort of thing. And then the sidewalk is quite wide along Amelia Street, and we think there's ample room to have a sufficient planting strip of a minimum 12-foot wide without the use of grates and without 3-foot deep root barriers, which just brings me to my next point. This is another structural soil layout detail that they submitted on the plan that we have concerns with. They're showing 3-foot deep root barriers almost on all sides of the structural soil extents, which we are opposed to. You're limiting the space that roots can spread laterally, and we want to encourage root expansion. They have one along the curb. They have a 1-foot deep one right before the sidewalk, which Natural Resources is fine with. And we're saying that 3-foot deep root barriers can go only at the building foundation. So that would be at least 20 feet away from these tree trunks, and we think that would be sufficient. And that's it. And if you have any questions, please let me know and I can answer them.
So how do we get the applicant to where you are on these landscaping plans?
Well, they have my revision sheet, and we have discussed, some of these changes, and I'll let them speak to it, but I think they support what we're saying here, and yeah. I mean, they would be submitting another plan with these changes if this is a first reading. Yeah.
This is the second
This is the
reading.
second
We're taking
reading.
it back to first
No,
reading.
it's going back to first reading.
Did we take it back to first? Oh, okay.
So they can make the changes. That's
Alright.
kind of, yeah.
And then the resolution would be then later adopted.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Hudson, go ahead, sir.
Community Council, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. First, I want to say we agree with everything that Aaron has said, and we're going to do it. Just to do a little bit of recent history, we were here on May 11th. Council unanimously approved this project in Tampa Heights. It's at the southwest corner of Columbus and Tampa. It was supported by the Civic Association. There was significant, I think, community support. There was concern about the degree of tree removal. Candid, there's no question about that. I think council got to a place of comfort because in the revision sheet that you adopted on May 11th, council said that the developer to prepare a conceptual landscape plan. We didn't do that. It wasn't for lack of trying. It's on us. It was more due to lack of clarity. What we provided wasn't good enough. And in hindsight, I think just saying prepare a conceptual landscape plan probably wasn't fair to Erin because she didn't really have adequate detail to evaluate. So what we're asking council to do, and there is still the record from May 11th. I know you all just got here, but I'm going to spare redoing the entire presentation that I gave on May 11th. We're asking that you approve this again, but this is going to count as the first reading, but with a revised revision sheet. And that revised revision sheet has the detail that's required for us to satisfy Aaron's concerns. Ricky's here to address any questions you might have. And I would, risk of being presumptuous, I've talked to Kate about this and talked to some other staff about this. It's worth considering that for PDs that come before you that have natural resource waivers, you require, I think, a conceptual landscape plan as part of the submittal. And I'm happy to talk to any council members who are interested in that offline, not in connection with this quasi-judicial proceeding. But I think it would probably afford the community, property owner, staff, everyone a little bit more certainty about what's going to happen, because candidly, what can happen sometimes is there's a pretty big gap between what a developer can show at its zoning and then what can actually happen in permitting. I think there's a way to bridge that gap by requiring some conceptual enforceable detail at the rezoning phase, again, just for PDs that are asking for these types of waivers. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Would ask that you, again, for a second time, approve this the first time, and with this new revision sheet, which the developer has no qualms with, and we will do it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This was one of the, this was one of my first cases, coming on council. It was a learning experience because, and I'll tell you, so this is one of those things I've noticed, because you presented artist renderings, and remember I questioned about the underground utilities, and I really want to make it clear that from now on, going forward, that when artist renderings are presented to council, they should be very reflective of what the actual project is. So, because I want, if it doesn't show overhead utilities, my assumption is that you're going to underground these utilities. So there's one, like I say, I'm glad you did this, because early on in my term, because it was a life lesson for me, because I'm going to be questioning those types of things from now on. So for you and other applicants that come before council, anybody else that's listening here tonight, make sure that your artist renderings are reflective of the project that you're actually going to permit and you're going to build, because I'm going to be looking at that.
Sure, and that's a point well taken. I think that's all the more reason to look into this, an application requirement for the conceptual site plan. I do think what was shown is very close to accurate to what we're going to do. The revision sheet that you hopefully approve tonight is going to make that 100% clear as opposed to 90% clear. But no question that this, I hope, could be an opportunity to avoid these kind of misunderstandings a little bit in the future. So thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody in the public wish to speak on this item 57? Motion closed? Motion closed from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Where did I leave off? Your turn?
I read the last one.
Okay. Councilwoman Henderson, if you would read item 57 for first reading.
Yes.
And include the revision sheet, the new revision sheet.
REZ 2318, ordinance being read or being presented for second reading and adoption. That one? Back to first reading?
The title remains the same,
Okay.
so all you have to do is change that to first.
Change that word to first reading.
Thank you, and not
Item
adoption.
being, yes, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Item being read, presented for first reading and adoption. Where? First reading, not adoption. Is that good?
That's right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Say it again, Susan.
Consideration.
Thank you. Okay, see, this is a first and a learning teachable moment. I apologize. Let me start from the beginning. REZ 2318, ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2500 and 2510 North Tampa Street, 106, 108, 110, and 114 West Columbus Drive, and 101 and 103 West Amelia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24 residential multifamily and CG commercial general to PD plan development storefront residential and commercial general use, providing an effective date. Sorry.
Do we have a second?
Do I need to start over?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. Yes, sir.
And I read the file and watched the video.
And this includes a revision sheet, correct?
With the new revision.
The new, with, including the new revision sheet.
Perfect. Roll call?
Viera, Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 13, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Item 58, Zane Hussein.
And Sorry, I watched the video and read this one too.
Thank you.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda
You're
item
welcome
number
to stay.
58, case AB 223-11. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at the location 7107 North Florida Avenue. This is for a special use 2 for alcoholic beverage sales for a small venue consumption on premises only. Site plans have been turned in to City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? No?
Oh, Beverly, yeah.
All right, yes, sir. Mr. Porter, sir?
Just for the record, Jim Porter with Ackerman, 401 East Jackson Street for the applicant, here to ask for your approval.
Any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 58?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin, would you mind reading item 58?
I move file number AB 22311, an ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcohol content, beer, wine, liquor, on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 7107 North Florida Avenue, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances as parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak and Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you, council.
Next is
Aye,
item.
Mr. Porter.
Thank you, sir. Very good, sir. Item 59, Mr. Hussein.
And I
Zane Hussein,
watched the video and read this
Development
one.
Coordination. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Zane Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 59, case AB 223-13. This is being presented for second reading and adoption at a location 1501 West Swan Avenue on the second floor only. This is being presented for a SU2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue consumption on premises only. Site plans have been turned into the City Clerk's office. I'm here for any questions.
Any questions? Nope. All right, applicant.
Elizabeth Keller from the firm of Older Lundy, 1000 West Cash Street, Tampa, Florida. Nothing to add from first reading. We're here to answer any questions, and thank you for your time and support.
Any questions? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to item number 59?
Motion to close.
Motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Hurtak, would you mind reading, I'm sorry, Councilmember Clendenin.
No, I just
No,
read
you
that.
just,
It's fine.
Councilmember Hurtak, 59.
Yes, file number AB 2-23-13, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, small venue, consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor, on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 1501 West Swan Avenue, second floor only, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 2, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Vieira being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. We go back to item number 2. This is a correcting a scrivener's error.
Thank you, Council. Kate Wells, Legal Department, for the record. This is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2022-105, which rezoned the property located at 2303 North Ola Avenue and 211 West Park Avenue. We are correcting the site plan. So the site plan that you see attached to this ordinance is the correct one and consistent with council's motion when you considered this application last year. I ask for your approval.
All right, any questions or comments? If not, who would like to read it? Councilmember Carlson, item number 2.
Yes, I'd like to move file number REZ 22-27, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance amending ordinance number 2022-105, which rezoned the property in the general vicinity of 2303 North Ola Avenue and 211 West Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, in order to correct a scrivener's error in the site plan attached as Exhibit B to said ordinance and replacing same with the attached and corrected Exhibit B, providing effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote?
Henderson,
Yes.
Viera, Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 13, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 3 is also to correct a scrivener's error. Yes, ma'am?
Kamaria Pettis-Michael from the Legal Department. This is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 2023-16, which designated the expansion of the boundaries of the Hyde Park Historic District as a local historic district. This ordinance is necessary in order to correct the legal description for the application that City Council approved, and the city is asking to approve this ordinance.
Any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
In public comment this morning, somebody mentioned that this original ordinance did not include Dobyville. I thought it specifically did include Dobyville.
Parts of Dobyville, yes.
Yes, it was incomplete.
Like south of Platt Street or something, right?
I don't know, and I apologize, I don't know
Sorry.
the exact
We
street.
can go back and look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read item number 3?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 3, file number E 2022/8, chapter 27, HBC 2021/4. Ordinance being for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the ordinance number 2023/16 that designated the expansion of the boundaries of Hyde Park Historic District as a local historic district in the city of Tampa, Florida, in order to correct the scrivener's error in the legal description of Exhibit A to said ordinance and replace the same with the attached and correct Exhibit A, providing an effective date.
We have motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second. Roll call vote, please.
Viera, Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
and Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Viera being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 13, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, that takes care of that. Now let me get to the staff reports. We have no administration update. All right, we have an item number 65, which is a $3 million. Mr. Baird, you're still here. Go ahead, sir. Item number 65.
You're muted.
You're muted, sir.
You're muted.
Please unmute yourself. Do we have him muted, or is he muted on his end?
He's muted on his end.
Okay.
Don't jump.
While we're waiting, I'd like to,
All right.
okay, never mind.
All right, sorry about that, everybody. It showed me as unmuted, but Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. This is a resolution accepting proposal of JBS contracting pertaining to Hyde Park groundwater diversion under drains. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? No? Can I get a motion to move this resolution? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, Vic B-Day will be, there he is, virtual for item number 68. You have a written report. Do you have anything else to add unless there's any questions from council members?
Vic B-Day, Mobility Department. I'm available to answer any questions. This is the 26th quarterly report that outlines CIP and maintenance activities.
Any questions for Mr. B-Day? Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I just want to again say thank you for this report. It's always very thorough and very excellent and keeps me updated on what's going on with the stormwater, and I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your patience.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to continue item 72 to July 27th, regular session under staff reports, and that's on behalf of Councilmember Vieira. July 27th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we've got a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Carlson. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Wait, let's see, 71, no, staff was not needed.
You said 72.
Yeah, no, but she's asking about 71. Staff was not needed per Councilmember Vieira's request, so we're good on that, and I think we're good on the rest of the agenda.
If I can we take those then? What is the action on number 71, to receive and file? Or just to remove from the agenda?
Yeah, motion to receive, well,
Oh, that was,
Nothing was received, so I guess there's no report.
Right.
What will the minutes reflect?
Morris Massey, Legal Department. I believe there was a conversation between Mr. Rohiro and Councilman Vieira where this request for the additional money was going to be handled as part of the FY24 budget. So I think that's how it was handled. So.
A motion to,
yeah, motion to remove item number 71. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Councilmember
Second.
Moreno, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that completes the agenda. So before I go to new business, because this is easy, but just a couple of happy birthdays. We have Peggy Land, who's going to be turning 90, June 21st, and former City Council member Charlie Spicola is having his birthday, I think, today. And a very special birthday to Suling Lucas. That is tomorrow. Happy birthday.
happy birthday to all.
We were hoping to celebrate with you. Councilmember Carlson, do you have any new business?
If you talk to Peggy, don't tell her you know how old she is.
I know.
I have some quick ones. Councilmember Clendenin, I was going to make a motion about putting the Central Planning District on the agenda. Do you want me to go ahead and do that, or you want me to wait for your process?
I've been speaking with the Planning Commission folks about that, and there was some discussion about whether we do it through the plan amendment process, which, I mean, I've got some dates, this is what they threw dates at me. That if we did it separately now, we're probably looking at maybe a January finish. If we go through the process itself, it may be June, so it's not really an accelerated. I did hear, in fact, subsequent to the discussion I had with planning discussion, that there may be some rumors about a proposed development on Davis Islands, which may heighten my attention to this.
I was going to make a motion just for staff to come talk to us about doing this on August 3rd. Should I do that, or you want me to wait for your process?
No, that would be appropriate from
Okay.
where I'm at in this process. And when we do this, I think we're going to talk about removing Hyde Park and both of the islands from that plan.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to ask city staff to study the possibility of moving the southern boundary of the Central Planning District to Azeel and Old Water Street, and to report to council on August 3rd. Old Water's good.
Now we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson.
Second.
Anything more?
No.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Related to the long discussion this morning, to give staff the benefit of the doubt, I would like to make a motion to ask Brad Baird, Gene Duncan, and John Bennett to lead a workshop discussion on August 31st about how we can improve transparency and accountability in the contract administration / CCNA process.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, sir.
Motion to ask staff to report to council on, this is related to something I said earlier. Motion to ask staff to report to council on July 27th as to the possibility of reducing the water rate and slightly increasing the solid waste rate to achieve balances of zero and to reduce burden on the general fund.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. Do we have a second?
Can you restate that?
I'm going to support it, but the water rate right now is the lowest that I know in the whole area.
Yeah, can you restate what your motion was? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the point is that if, and I might not remember the numbers correctly, but if water has a surplus of 10 million and solid waste has a deficit of 8 million, as I understand it, the only way to pay that 8 million deficit is in the general fund. So if we're gonna have to, I was talking about a surplus in the water fund and a deficit in the stormwater fund or solid waste fund. So if the only way to fill the gap in the solid waste fund is through the general fund, and instead of doing that, we can adjust the water rate slightly down and the solid waste rate slightly up That way they're even, and it won't impact ratepayers' overall rate most likely, and it won't impact the general fund. All I'm asking is for staff to come back and report on it, and then we can decide what.
May I answer that?
Yes, sir.
It sounds great, and it seems great. However, if you ever go back to the bonding area, we got the lowest bond, and we're the only two in the whole state of Florida that has AAA rating. We're one of 13 in the whole country that have a AAA rating in the water area, and that's because they're healthy. Once you diminish that, I'm not against lowering anything. Once you diminish that, you're going to maybe raise the interest rate, and you're going to lose everything you gain for the tax.
I think in the report, they would talk to us about that, and they made that argument before. I think there's a balance that we have to achieve, but all I'm asking for is for them to come report back on it, so.
Can we just tackle this maybe at another day, take an IOU on it for right now? Because we got a lot of stuff, and it's kind of late in the evening. I mean.
Yeah, the only reason I push this is because we're going to be gone, and then the budget's going to be coming up.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Thank you. I'll support this, but I also know that that extra $10 million goes toward our water and wastewater projects, and I like the capital stuff, and I would be hesitant, because then that means we still have to borrow. We have a ton to do there. I don't really see how that balances out, but I'm willing to listen.
That's fine, we're gonna get there.
I'll table this.
Okay.
The last one is, I don't want to get in a long discussion publicly, and unfortunately, we can't talk about it privately, but I've had some concerns about security. A year or two ago, the city staff looked at security. They built a bulletproof door there. There are some other security gaps that I'd like them to look at, but I'd like them to talk to all of us about it. Access to certain areas of council chambers, people in the public accosting city council members. I had a group of people accost my son. We had a city employee chase a city council member down, essentially assault the city council member, chasing with a phone. And we've got to, I think we've got to look at security. So I'd like to make a motion to ask city staff to analyze security for city council and to interview council members and to hear any concerns and to report back on August 3rd.
If I can, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to raise this issue. Two concerns. Number one is security is a very serious issue, and such so that the state legislature has actually exempted the discussion of security from the public meetings law.
He said individual meetings.
Individual meetings, but is he giving a date for a report that's going to be in writing or not?
Well, I think let's get staff working on it, and then we can, if we need to change the date or do it privately, we can. But at least we can get this on the agenda so we can look at it.
Okay, but I would just be concerned about a public report about security. But we'll deal with it. The administration certainly will deal with that privately with you.
There's a second. I second. If is anybody else second already?
No, second from Councilwoman
Okay,
Moran.
I see. I support this.
Yeah,
This is for August 3rd, you said?
August 3rd, yeah, and look behind me, that. So anyway, if you guys would move this forward, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I second that.
Motion from
I was
Councilman.
concerned about our workshop that we didn't have security.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Motion
we
from
did,
Coun-
we had our one gentleman.
but no screening.
Yeah.
Motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's it, thank you.
Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to say that Friday is the City of Tampa's flag raising and Juneteenth festival. And it was this time last year that city staff was reporting on Councilmember Good's request for the city to follow the lead of the federal government and to make Juneteenth a holiday where all the offices are closed and the employees are paid. I want to thank former Councilmember Goods for his leadership and for pushing the mayor to not settle for a floating holiday, but to give this day the respect and observance that it deserves. Many of us did not grow up learning about Juneteenth, and by making it a holiday that the city offices are closed, it sends the message that African American history is important, and we cannot allow that history to be forgotten.
Second.
I just wanted to say it.
That wasn't a motion.
No, I just wanted to say it.
I agree with you. Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes, I would like to add a short, time permitting, at our next workshop on June 22nd, a short discussion about public comment.
Okay.
As a point of order, I don't think we can because we limited the number of items we have at a workshop. What is our?
10?
22nd.
we have what, 14 items?
Yeah.
And a night meeting. But we had a night meeting tonight.
I mean, that's next week's meeting.
Yeah, right now we have 13 items scheduled for
Time permitting.
Yeah, I would recommend you move it to the next workshop.
When is our next workshop?
August.
Okay, I amend that to August 31st.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor?
That's kind of vague, so
Intentionally left vague.
then
Because it's a workshop, I want to discuss it. I don't want to jump to any conclusions.
I'll say yes, but I'm really,
I know,
I'm just adamant that the public
I know,
pays for our salaries
I know.
and deserves to have their say.
I know.
And I second it to support the discussion, but I believe in public comment.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. Just following behind Councilmember Hurtak about the fourth annual celebration of Juneteenth here at Old City Hall. We're raising the flag tomorrow, as well as a festival that will take place immediately after the flag raising until 2 p.m. The public is invited. And just another note to say to everyone and be on record that May 6, 1864, 1 year prior to Juneteenth, Tampa's Emancipation Day. So
Very good.
we were first.
That's right.
Okay, that is it.
Thank you. Councilmember Miranda.
I got three, but they're real quick. I would like to make a motion for council to schedule 2 fiscal year 2024 budget public hearings. The first public hearing will be held on special call meeting on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. The second hearing to be held on special call meeting scheduled for Tuesday, September the 19th, 2023 at 5:01.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, sir?
The last one is I would like to make a motion to schedule Mayor Jane Castor to present the fiscal year 2024 budget at the regular council session, August 3rd, 2023. And please let it be a reflection that this should be heard as number one on the agenda. Yes, sir.
We have a full day, I don't know. Yes, sir?
Could I just ask you to amend that to put in person?
In person.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, do we have a second? Second.
What
from
day
Councilmember-
would you like for her to do
August
this? August 3rd.
August 3rd.
It's traditionally in
Yeah,
person.
that's.
Traditionally what?
They do it in the summertime.
Okay.
All in favor? Second was Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else? Motion to receive and file, anybody?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Yay.
So-